Good morning and welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Hadn't tested the voice yet today. Uh-oh. Woo. Welcome to the program. April will be here in a second. She is busy. She was feeling, how do I put this? April was not feeling herself. She missed the farm days, so she's currently inseminating a cow. She missed it from back in the day, so I rented a cow. I didn't even know you could rent them, and we rented a cow, and she got to inseminate it, and she's much happier now. She's just cleaning up. She'll be back down, no problem. I have an announcement to make. It is officially haircut time. I was in the mirror this morning. I was trying to move it around and keep it out of my face, and I know how much people love this. They're big. I have a fan club for just this here, and I like to keep it open. I like to keep it unadulterated. The hair won't go up and out of it anymore, so I gotta push it to the sides. Once I have to push it to the sides, I know it's time to go get the haircut. I know it can't be put off anymore. So I'm sorry. You're going to have to go with a weird side part, half mid part look today. I don't like it any more than you do. I'm using Socialist Media, says I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. My hair is about the same length. Ooh, this is fun. Let's all talk about when our next haircut is. Hi, it's the big topic today on the Steel Toe Morning Show. Why don't you call into the program? And you can go ahead and let me know when is your next haircut? What size clipper do you like to go with? You can laugh all you want. That is morning radio in a lot of markets. They have that shit to listen to. And then the phone will ring. And people will call in and they'll actually tell you when their next haircut is and what size clipper they use. And they'll go, oh, that's just fun. It's not fun. I know fun. I'm Mr. Fun. Talking about the haircuts is not fun. Yeah, see, here we go. Already in our chat. Crackin' slapping, shaving my head this morning. Lip Ripper says, cut it up. Can't possibly look any gayer. It's hurtful. That's all. It's hurtful. I mean, my hair obviously is something I take a great deal of pride in. I'm obviously very sensitive about my hair. I never make fun of it. I never talk about it. And there's a reason for that. It's because people like Lip Ripper come in, and you know what they do? They cut right to the core of you. They cut right through the meat. Travis in the chat goes, I got my hair cut yesterday. Ooh, congratulations. Hideker says, I will cut my hair in a week, and I do not use an extender. What's an extender? Is there an extender thing for, what does that mean? Like with is that like a special clippers? No idea. Hideker's a weird guy, though. Hideker comes in here sometimes, and he's a little off. Are you going to shave fuzz off of your face, Aaron? See, now why do you have to bring this into it? It's growing in nicely. It's getting better. It'll be there. Veldrain says, I also like to take pride in diminishing returns. Hey, wait a minute. What? All right. You know what? I knew it. I knew going the hair route to start the show was going to produce hurt. It was going to produce pain. And I don't appreciate it. Go with the mohawk, says Connor. Do you know how fucked up a mohawk would look on me? The part that makes a mohawk is the part of my hair that sticks out the... Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. That would be, oh no, this part comes down the furthest. So that would, mohawk actually kind of works to hide this disgusting shit right here. Okay. Oh, you know what, Connor? I'll consider it. Jack Floyd says, extender as in a weave. Yeah, you know what my big issue is? This weave. It's this weave I use. There's just, you know what April and I do? We use weaves because, we cover up all the bad spots in our hair. That's what we do. Let's go to Willie. He says, you look like you were trying to hide a hair lip with that mustache. Like a Ralph Fiennes, Dave Wannstedt thing. I promise. I haven't acquired a hair lip in my old age. Derek Chauvinist says, take a George Jefferson haircut because you're moving on up. Oh, my God. See, I told you, this topic was going to cause pain. Whether it's attacking my hair or making that joke, this topic just hurts people. Hurt people. Ghislaine says, good morning, Aaron. You are often gay, but not gay every day, but some. I don't know. Thank you for the clarification. I don't like when people make blanket statements. Bo Archer says that hoodie looks fresh. This hoodie is the most comfortable hoodie I've ever worn in my entire life. It's great. It's steeltoeentertainment.com/shop if you want to pick one up for yourself. Merch order, I want today or tomorrow. I want to send that out. Sticker order. We have to do the sticker order because we had a prize show last night, and we got to send in a shitload of stickers. Thank you guys very much for a wonderful prize show last night. As a matter of fact, because of that prize show, $250 away from knocking it out today. April, good morning.
Good morning.
I did tell them what you were doing. You got homesick, and we rented a cow, and you got to inseminate it today. So, you missed the farm, and you wanted to inseminate a cow. And being a good providing husband that I am, I gave you that opportunity.
Sounds like I'm providing, actually.
Well, I mean, creating life.
Why would you tell them that? That's my secret.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's something. There are people right now, there are grown men, some of them in their 60s, inseminating cows as we speak.
Right. Don't you all get up at 5 a.m. to inseminate cows?
Put cum in cow vaginas. Isn't that what they do? Don't the farmers put
a ways down the road, you can yank it out?
How do the farmers do that? Isn't that what putting the hand in the cow is inseminating them?
I mean, there's like a long syringe. It's
right.
Not like you just have a handful of cum and just...
No, I'm not saying you grab, there's a bucket of cow jizz and you grab it with your hand and you put your hand in and jiggle it around. What do you do? There's a syringe
long,
type of thing.
Flexible thingy.
Yeah. And you put it in
there.
You put the plastic apparatus on your hand, right? And up your arm. And you put it up into the cow. And then you let loose Excalibur, let loose your sword, so to speak.
I'll take it.
Is that how it goes? I'm serious. I don't know.
I have not done this.
Okay.
I have not been part of inseminating cows, believe it or not.
Somebody says, yes, you put your arm in there. Happy Plague Doctor says, it's actually calving season. There you go.
Oh, yeah, it is calving season.
So there are a lot of, am I wrong? There's a lot of people waking up this morning, shoving their fist up a cow's pussy and throwing cum in there.
No. Do you not know what calving season is?
No, where they
it
make
means they're
calves?
being born. It's calving season. So no,
months ago.
Chains and yanking season.
They hook chains up to the little cows and they pull them out with a truck?
No, not with a truck, you dummy.
I like talking about farming. I learn a lot.
When they're breech and they're having a hard time, if you want to get that puppy out of there quicker, if you were to just grab in there, they're very slippery and hard to keep a grip on.
So you tie a log chain to them and you yell, go.
Kind of.
Jesus.
I have actually been part of that once or twice.
It's amazing how much farm technology improves, but how much other things kind of stay the same.
Yeah.
You got, we got computers that run your entire crop for you. But hey, let's tie this rusty garage chain full of grease around a newborn calf's head and then just yank it the fuck out of its mother.
No, we're not yanking the heads. I said when they're breech.
Oh, when there's a contract involved and they've violated those terms. They
violated the terms of the uterus.
Yes, when a calf is in breach of contract, the punishment is they tie a chain around them and pull them out. I get it now. See, I get farming. I didn't realize how advanced it was nowadays.
Would you help birth a calf one time? I'll bring you to my neighbor's house and they'll let you help.
I tell you this. I can't say that I would.
You wouldn't throw the glove on
I'm not
get in there?
Look, I'm saying I can't commit to that in any way, shape, or form right now. I'm not in any position in my life where I can make that sort of commitment.
Would you watch me do it?
Watch you tie a chain around a calf and yank it out?
That's only in certain circumstances. Would you watch me help pull it out and stuff?
I mean, I guess.
You're having a hard time with this.
I'm not going to eat for a while, but I guess I'll watch it. I mean, I've watched puppies get born.
Come on. Haven't you ever been to the Miracle of Birth Center at the State Fair?
No, I don't sit there and watch. I'll watch. Here's what I like about the livestock at the State Fair. The pig with the giant nuts.
He is. He's really into the, what is it?
The fattest pig in the state.
No, it's supposed to be the largest boar in the state, but for some reason they brought the one from Iowa last year. Satchel like this.
Largest boar. They brought actually Chad Zumach last year.
Oh,
it was amazing. Yeah, it was they put an oil can in there so he felt at home. So they have the largest pig, and he's got this big set of nuts, this big balls, and they're just like hanging out. He's laying on his side, and his balls are like a red carpet at the Oscars. They're just rolled out on this bed of hay, and I have to marvel at the pig and his girth and his balls. You don't see pig dick, I don't think, do you?
No, I don't think so.
Or you just don't see it, you miss it because you're staring at
for the balls.
The giant balls. Yeah, talk about missing the forest through the trees. You miss the dick for the balls.
I can still picture you that day, like Aaron's got his beer in one hand, he's kind of leaning on the fence looking at the satchel, and he turns to look at us. It was me and a couple of friends. He's like, the satchel on this guy. Good for him.
And what I'm trying to say, that's my way of looking at you guys and saying, Jesus, the wonder of God's miracles. You know?
Yeah, I get it.
Cheetos from Stoney says, Aaron, did you hear about our train derailment? We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Guys, usually when the beginning of the show banter is this long and this ridiculous, there's usually a bummer of a story I've got coming up, and I don't want to rush into it.
Something painful.
There's some breaking news this morning where about an hour and a half from where we live.
Close enough.
That is not going to make you feel very good. So I want to get through that real quick, and then we've got a ton of good stuff today. I'm anticipating a call from Marquise this morning.
What did you do?
I'm going to say something offensive about women's asses.
Oh my God.
I've got another I hate big asses take, and he's going to hate me for it.
Yeah, did Marquise hear that Black China is now Angela White and dissolved all the shit out of her ass? So
we're going to talk about her too. Terrible choice of words on your part, though, as a broadcaster. Dissolved all the shit out of her ass. Sounds like a process.
You know what? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How would you have said
it? She dissolved all of the silicone in her ass.
Okay.
Unless she is... No. I'm sorry. I'm telling you how to do your job. Unless she is literally dissolving every ounce of shit in her asshole.
She had a colonic.
Yeah, then, okay.
Getting ready for a big day.
You were reading to me, because April and I talk. We were reading. April was reading something to me the other day she was reading to me about colonics and about shooting stuff up your asshole and all that. And she read to me, and I couldn't believe this. She read to me that you can lose like 20 pounds doing one of these.
Yeah.
Having water shot up your asshole and having all the stuff in your colon come out. You're saying that people have as much as 20 pounds of stuff in their colon right now.
They can if they're like really backed up, yes. It's very easy to pull up the stats on colonics, and I don't think
anyone's arguing with you on that. That's not why they're not looking it up.
There's the reason I even heard of it, I'd never heard of it. I thought someone was goofing. I'm in part of those like Las Vegas travel sites on Facebook, and somebody was requesting they're promoting like a Las Vegas colonics place and how it really helped him get ready for his big night, made him feel rejuvenated. And basically you're sticking like hoses and tubes in your anus and flushing it through with water and shit. And it's like up to 15 bowel movements you're losing. And it just all gets back out through the same tube.
I don't know.
And people do this to like get ready for their biggest of big nights.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's and this is like gay guys are like, oh yeah, I gotta have a colonic so I can keep the poop trail clean. It's amazing. I'll have a process done so I can clean out all the natural stuff that's supposed to be in my colon that belongs there, so I can shove a large cumbersome object up there and create all kinds of issues.
Well, imagine how good you'd feel if you lost like 15 to 20 pounds real quick.
All I'm saying is one of the processes is of God and the other is unnatural. That's all I'm saying.
God, I hope you're kind of like out of it for this process. You don't want to feel
I'm not doing
water rushing through your colon, do you?
Well, some people
picture that.
Some people probably do. I think it's one of those things where you don't want to find out if you like it or not.
I feel like
you'll learn things about yourself that you did not know.
I feel like you have to like enemas first. Like if you don't like an enema, you're not going to like a colonic.
There's a difference between an enema and a colonic.
Do you know what an enema is?
That's where you shoot stuff up your butt, isn't it?
God. Yes. It's It's like a little, like a
Is it like the difference?
Picture, like,
Okay.
do you know the water tube they squirt in your mouth when you're a boxer?
Sure, yes.
Right? It looks like that, full of saline, basically, with a nozzle on it.
Well, that seems like it just cleans the rim area.
And what I've heard is it makes you have to shit, like, right away.
All right. So you're saying that an enema is like a Roman candle and a colonic is like a mortar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Terms I can understand.
Right.
Thank you to I'm Using Socialist Media, starting our day off today with a $100 super chat. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
180 away from knocking out this morning's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. Hooters Girl says, smart, wash out your biggest immune system.
Yes, that some people have said that. Some have said, oh, it's rejuvenating, you feel great. And others like, oh, you're depleted, you're dehydrated now, and all this stuff.
If the thing if the way you have sex requires you to fluid blast an entire trail through your body, maybe it's just not. I don't know.
Check this out.
I didn't think that speaking out against colonics could get a guy canceled, but you never know.
You have to, there's like certain eating rules for after getting a colonic too. Like you can't eat certain like super fibrous foods. And
oh, wonderful.
You know, you've got to skip that because now your colon's been flushed.
And by the way, she only knows this because she spent an entire night in bed reading to me.
A morning.
Oh, it was a morning, yeah.
Yeah, I woke up to colonics.
Spending an entire morning telling me about colonics against my will.
I had to tell somebody because I thought the guy in the Vegas page was like goofing, you know, like on this Las Vegas colonics place. So I looked it up and I'm like, no shit, that's a real thing.
He doesn't.
And I had to read about it.
He doesn't goof around about butt sex.
Can you imagine working there? Can you imagine that you're somebody who hooks up a tube to somebody's anus?
You're the only person thinking about this. But now the rest
I
of
hope
us.
they get tipped well.
Now the rest of us have to think about this because you're asking.
I wish.
You're like, hey, you ever think about the person who worked? No, not until you said that. Now I am.
I hope everybody in this chat looks up Las Vegas colonics and comes back to me and says, you know what? I get the rabbit hole.
You know, I had someone write in yesterday that, hey, Corey's not a yes man, this and that, all these other people. But does this sound like a yes man? I am desperately trying to wipe the whole image and issue of colonics out of my head, and she won't do it. She keeps bringing it up. If that's a yes man, I don't know what to tell you. I just think
this makes you sound a little homophobic.
You know what?
I
feel safer on that side than I do the other side.
Oh.
No, not like accepting.
Oh.
No. I'm saying if my position on colonics makes me homophobic, God damn it. I'm more on that side than I am pro-colon. Kind of put myself in a ACLU hole there, didn't I?
Derek Chauvinist says hooked on colonics with April.
Hooked on colonics.
I could read this to you
If that's
sometime.
not already a business name, somebody is fucking up. There's no God if there's no
colonics.
business. Hold on. Hooked on colonics. Hooked on colonics. Colon cleansing gone wrong. An article from 3 years ago. Oh, it doesn't exist.
Crib shitter band camp.
Crib shitter band camp. Hooked on colonics.
What is that?
What the fuck is this?
Okay.
Hooked on colonics from Cry a Little Rainbow by Crib Shitter. Do you guys want to listen to this? Do you guys want to listen to Hooked on Colonics by Cry a Little Rainbow?
Give them the image first and let them decide. That is terrifying.
Guys, this is what we stumbled on this morning. This is a band called Crib Shitter. And this is their song called Hooked on Colonics from their album Cry a Little Rainbow.
Are there at least lyrics to it? We could read a couple lyrics. You know?
I don't want to. I kind of want to just go into this thing, much like after a colonic. I'd like to go in dry.
It's 5 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Well, we're not going to listen to the whole thing unless it's a true banger. Matthew Poster says, Aaron has no sense of adventure. All right, fine. Guilty as charged.
That sounds like a man who's tried colonics before.
It's fine.
Probably enjoyed it.
You won't take a tube up your ass and shoot water up there and lose 8 shits in a minute.
Oh,
I guess I'm an asshole.
Can you imagine if it was like cold? Would it be worse if it's cold or warm?
See, again, you think about this too much. The rest of us were more than willing to start listening to some. I want to listen to some Crib Shitter, and you want to sit here and still talk about I feel like this.
marvelous to me.
I feel-
Something to marvel upon.
Don't talk about putting tubes up nobody's ass if I can't break wind. That was the whole conversation that brought that dinner to a screeching halt in the Nutty Professor. All right, here we go. This is the band Crib Shitter. Mars says their older stuff is better. Yeah, everything after that first album by Crib Shitter really kind of seemed a little sell-outy.
My coffee
if you
doesn't
will.
look as good anymore.
All right, let's listen to Hooked on Colonics by the band Crib Shitter out of Madison, Wisconsin.
Wait, can you imagine if we get popped for this?
Guys, we're still on Rumble, rumble.com/Steel Toe Show or Steel Toe Morning Show, whatever it is.
Oh my God.
Otherwise, hey, it's been a great run. But here we go. Crib Shitter. Are those little farts?
I don't know.
It's very jazz. It's very nouveau jazz.
Are you in so far?
The one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter C.
And that makes The one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter R.
R?
And that
They're gonna
makes
spell crib shitter.
The one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
They're going to spell Crib Shitter?
The letter I.
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to them just
and that
spell.
makes cry. The one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter B.
Letter B, letter B. All right.
One thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter S.
They're going for it.
And that makes cribs. The one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter high.
That's not a letter.
Makes cribs high. The one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter TT.
And that spells crib shit.
Where's
the one thing I gotta have one thing I gotta have.
The letter
Once the kids are done singing and the kids spell out Crib Shitter,
Hey.
now the guys come in, Crib Shitter. Like it totally goes to organ music and
Hey,
yeah.
you're welcome for this.
Wow.
If this isn't the newest earworm of all time.
If any of you get this stuck in your head, I'm so sorry.
You are all singing crib shitter today.
This is Crib Shitter Hooked on Colonics. Maybe we can now get into the meat of the song.
Maybe they're doing the Hooked on Colonics thing because they're sounding it out. I just got that.
Well, let's see. If you're just joining us, we're listening to the band Crib Shitter and their song Hooked on Colonics.
From their album Cry a Little Rainbow.
That's true, yes. I'm scared. I don't want it to be dark out
We're
when
not
we do
allowed
this.
to say.
It's still going. Is there more of the song or is that it?
I don't know. Maybe you have to buy the digital track for $1.
Oh, man.
Fast forward a little. Just click forward.
Yeah, there's nothing else.
It's supposed to be 5 minutes. We're at 3
It's supposed to be
minutes.
5 minutes. There's nothing. That was it? That was Hooked on Colonics by Crib Shitter? Released in 2008.
It is awful.
All right. Can I get...
Oh, no, I don't want a video. We don't want video.
Hold on. Crib Shitter. Crib Shitter, Crystal City. Crib Shitter, Boom Goes the Vaginamite. Crib Shitter, Mint Car. Crib Shitter, Full-Time Lover. Do we want to listen to Boom Goes the Vaginamite?
You know what? If you're willing.
All right. This is Crib Shitter. Boom Goes the Vaginamite. You discover Crib Shitter, you can't just...
Oh, there is a video.
I know, but I don't... Are they going to be...
I don't know.
I guess it's on YouTube.
I'm scared too. We're scared together.
So far, wholesome enough. Boom goes the Vaginamite. Can of Miller Sharp Spear.
I'm scared.
I got 4 days left to wipe me culo with this piece of legislation.
What?
I got 3 days left before they pull my frequent flyer privilegations. I got 2 days until my girl leaves me high and dry in a Speedo. I got 1 day left to keep it really, 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 really real.
I don't like it.
I hate this. This is
Come
terrible.
with me now. Boy, you gotta get your mind right. Boy, you gotta get your mind right. Boy, you gotta get your mind right.
He's got a
I
25.
kind of like that.
He's got a 25 horsepower motorboat.
Dude, is the chorus kicked in? I like it.
Boy, you gotta get your mind right. Boy, you gotta get your mind right. Cause boom goes the vagina mine. I got sick on a riverboat casino in East St. Louis. I think it was the pills I took mixing with the canned oxygen. Either that or the poor arch support that town is always known for.
All right, I think I'm done with crib shitter. It's too. You know what? I've got a weird sense of humor, but something I definitely have some kind of weird line, and that's my weirdness line is crib shitter.
Somehow I feel like I've seen worse than that somewhere.
Fire Ginger says this isn't funny or good. I don't think so either. I agree with Grow Shadow. It needs more YG.
Who is the market for that?
Really, really lame, sad white guys.
I feel like that's if Mark Ribbolett got sad.
Right. If Mark Ribbolett was just depressed and leaned in, we're getting that from him.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to some. I'm glad we found crib shitter because now we can go to something less depressing
Right.
than a crib shitter song.
There you go.
And that is a poisonous train derailment that has apparently happened overnight here in Minnesota. As you know, train derailments, after we learned from East Palestine, we don't need to worry about them because they happen how often, April?
So often.
All
like,
the
all
time.
times.
All the time. It's just train derails constantly. It's just part of the normal thing. I love that was their excuse after we're like, hey, are you sure this isn't murdering the fish and choking people and giving them cancer? They're like, well, we can't say any of that in the short term right now, but we can tell you this. This happens all the time.
Safe drinking water?
Yeah, safe drinking water. Is the
drinking
drinking
water.
water safe? I don't know. But this happens all the time. And I'm sitting there, either you're lying or I want to tell you, well, could we get on that? Because let's make sure that doesn't happen all the time.
Don't we have a whole department like dedicated to making sure this shit doesn't happen?
Yeah, let's make sure that this doesn't happen constantly. That would be aces. Train derailment in western Minnesota prompts evacuations in Raymond. Now, if you've never heard of Raymond, Minnesota, congratulations, you don't have autism. There's no reason to have ever heard of Raymond, Minnesota.
Not until now.
It's basically a suburb of Wilmer, Minnesota,
Also a dumpster fire.
which you don't need to know Wilmer, Minnesota.
It's not good.
Residents in western Raymond, Minnesota, were evacuated early Thursday morning after a train derailed and several rail cars started on fire, as they do. According to the remember, guys, all the time.
Burning.
According to the Candiota County Sheriff's Office, numerous rail cars from a BNSF, thanks Warren Buffett, BNSF railway train derailed on the western edge of Raymond at around 1 a.m. Officials say several of the cars carrying a form of ethanol and a corn syrup liquid started on fire.
Well, that's not so bad,
Doesn't
at least,
sound
right?
so. Well, they're evacuating people.
That's a little more small town
right.
bullshit. Now we just got some fucking corn shit on fire.
It's corn.
A big tub of goo.
Residents within a half mile of the derailment were asked to leave their homes, and no travel into Raymond is being advised as crews continue their efforts to contain the fire. I hope they're just evacuating because of the fire, and because there's always like there's always like shit they don't tell you right away, and you're just like, guys, if you just tell us right away, like there's nothing we can do to you. So just go ahead and be honest. Is there like toxic, poisonous shit leaking, or is it just because the fire's out of control? Like I imagine ethanol in corn syrup lights like a son of a bitch.
Right. Like they might be afraid of a few boom booms.
Hopefully it's not. Oh, actually, we were transporting anthrax from Lake of the Woods,
Why?
down to Kissimmee, Florida.
Why would you do that?
I don't know why you would haul anthrax. There's really no reason to. It should all be locked up in a lab. But
no, get rid of that too.
Just get rid of
more
anthrax. I've thought about that before. People are like, oh, this country has anthrax. And why? We have nuclear weapons. We can fuck shit up if we need to. The whole thing of chemical warfare, chemical weapons in the age of nukes is so gross to me because it's like, hey, I'd really like to murder all those people, but I don't want to hurt the buildings in case I want to build a bank when I conquer it.
You know what? We have plenty of mutated viruses around that could kill us all.
Yeah.
We don't need anthrax.
And we want to unleash them on people, or we don't want to get rid of our chemical weapons because, think about that. A country that says they don't want to get rid of their chemical weapons is saying it for one reason. Hey, I might want to use these someday.
Yes. That's my whole thing about nukes too. Like I've always been somebody who sits back and I'm like, I wish nobody had nukes. Like I'm not a person.
You're going, no nukes, no nukes.
That's always been me. Like I understand what wars are and that they need to happen sometimes. No nukes. Nobody needs that.
Yeah, like Michael B says, neutron bombs are a thing. Do we really need to be giving people anthrax?
It does seem like overkill.
But when it comes to the issue of like chemical weapons and nuclear weapons, and I agree with you. What a wonderful world it would. Well, would it be a wonderful world if we didn't have nukes? Because think about it. Nukes have kind of given us de-escalation because it's like, hey, you launch your nukes, we're wiping out the whole world.
Mutually assured destruction.
Think about it. Before nukes, you had World War I and World War II. You had the Napoleonic Wars. You had all like really deadly. As nukes have become more available, I feel like wars have become less deadly than they used to be.
But some nutcase somewhere will press the button. Someday. Eventually that's going to happen and we will all die.
Hey, but I got news for you. So far, there's only one country that's ever pushed the button. We're number one. We're number one. And two. We're number one and two.
One and two.
There's only 2 nuclear weapons that have ever been used in warfare against another country.
It was awful.
And it was us. Thank you very much. Sean Raz says we had to make anthrax so we could produce a cure treatment for it. That is a real thing that happens. Like,
it happens a lot.
Scientists will create shit because they're like, well, we have to see if the cure works. Stop making either one of them.
You know which one always scares me a lot? So there's obviously Ebola out there, and the one that there is right now, the United States can cure, but like Africa can't.
Right.
Okay? Somewhere in a lab, I guarantee you they've made one that can go airborne. And just so they can have a vaccine for it.
You mean like on a skateboard?
Right, like Tony
there's
Hawk
there's a
style.
strain of Ebola that's just super cool and hip, and it gets mad air, yo.
It's like the dog movies, the Air Bud movies.
On the next Tony Hawk game, I want there to be a downloadable Ebola that you can ride as. Be kind of fun. KSM Madley says, Aaron looking sexy as fuck today. I agree. Thank you very much. I've been working really hard on whatever. Tiggle Bitty says AI is going to press the button.
Yeah, sure.
I'm telling you, Elon Musk and Woz from Apple, they put out a thing with like 100 other people yesterday. They're like, guys, you got to stop with the AI shit.
A warning.
Back it off for a few years. Let's research this. We're rushing headlong into this wilderness without knowing what kind of snakes are in there. You're just doing this because you think it's fun and it's new and you're not using your head. And I have absolutely no confidence that any of this stuff ever gets, like, I believe that we are in an age of accelerationism and there's never going to be a de-escalation anymore. Like everything you see that's going on now, there's not going to be the pendulum goes back the other way.
You know where they do like, I know you're going to joke something, but like the crash test stuff, like with the dummies in it, crash test dummies and all that. No, that's what I didn't want. No.
Once there was this trans who hated God and all the kids and brought with them a handgun and then... Sorry, go ahead.
Now I hate you.
The crash test dummies, you were saying.
What I'm picturing...
Sorry, go ahead. No, I apologize. It's my fault.
I hope so. Do you know what sorry means, by the way? You're not going to do this again.
Okay,
so,
then let's...
stand by your sorry.
Let's find a different word. because I've got a couple more. All right, I'm sorry. Start with the crash test dummies.
So, like, I'm picturing, like, the crash test dummies here.
Once there was this man who sniffed all the children's hair, then he became the president, and when
This is my
he
fault.
finally got there, he said retarded shit that meant nothing. That's a pretty good impression. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. You were talking about bare naked ladies.
Questioning every life decision I've ever made.
Oh, man.
That got me to right here.
I mean, is that any different from any other Thursday or Friday?
I don't know.
Exactly. All right, you were talking
Okay,
about the crash test
I'm
dummies. By the way,
picturing
KSM Madley, steeltoeentertainment.com/shop. There you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jesus.
I'm in plug
I'm
mode.
picturing us as the human race, as a society. We're inside a car, like the crash test dummies, where we're just increasing our speed towards the fucking wall until we fucking hit it and we're all done. That's what I'm picturing as a society. Like you said, it ain't slowing down anymore.
Can you put it in song form?
No.
All right.
No, but the crib shitters might.
The crib shitters probably could.
That's the best name ever.
Yeah, we could go. We could 90s music this whole decline of society all day long if we had to. You could sing about a trans person. You sing about someone who was confused about their gender and then cut
Nope.
their cock off, and then you could go, "I never had to knock on wood."
Okay.
Sorry.
The dog is still trying to sleep.
Nobody brought up the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. I felt bad for him, so I had to shoehorn him into today's show.
Anyone else you want to throw in here?
I mean, I would do Bare Naked Ladies, but I hate their sound so much.
I hate that name.
But and I hate that their songs get in my head. Like, they're successful. They suck shit
They
and they're
are
awful to listen to. But like, you listen to one of their songs, and like right now, that one that was on Scrubs, it's in my head now. It's not getting out there. Try to see the world beyond your front door. And it's worse when you only know like 5 words. So you're humming the whole thing. Anyway,
Trying to
getting mad.
recant. Or no, it's not recant.
Red Fox
Recite. Crib
there.
shitter.
Red Fox Mad with 199 says Aaron's Catholic upbringing showing with singing. I didn't know that Catholic kids gave it away like that.
Usually I had something in his ass, though, when he was singing back in the day.
That's how I hit the high notes. Idiot says Real Big Fish. Real Big Fish is another one that fucking jam bands, man. Ugh. Ryan the Garbage Man says it's too early for ska, Aaron.
Ugh.
Little secret for you. It's always too early for ska.
No matter what time it is.
No matter what time it is. You know what the wrong answer to the question, what time is it? No matter what time it is, the wrong answer will always be ska time. It will never be ska time. All right, guys, here you go. Hit the like button, hit subscribe. We're knocking out subscriber highs again. Looking this close to 9,300 subs, on our way to 10,000.
Thanks, guys.
Please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on this video, and again, help us, spread the word of Steel Toe. Hitting share, if you like, subscribe, and share, you're like the greatest of all the listeners. And of course, we're 180 away from this morning's goal. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs link. We tack on an extra half hour to our show when we knock that out as a way of saying thank you for keeping us on the air. Okay, moving on.
Yes.
Rand Paul. Did you know that this guy doesn't like Dr. Fauci?
I've heard that.
Do you also know that this guy is like total YouTube cancer?
Oh, like, what do you mean? You just play a simple news broadcast of him and you have to take your whole video down?
Well, and here's the deal with there's certain people that I swear to God, if you bring him up, it chokes off your reach. It puts you at risk for a strike. Not even the things they're saying or the things you're saying, but just having them exist in the thing. Like, we put up a clip. I think Alex Stein is choked off, as well as Sam Hyde. I think Sam Hyde, Alex Stein, I think they're algorithm killers. I really do, because there was a time where you'd put up something on Alex Stein or Sam Hyde and it would do really well. And then I'll test that. I'll go, well, maybe Steel Toe just sucks. at the way they cover it. But then I put like the Opie thing up a couple days ago, and that thing went gangbusters. And it's like, okay, so it's not a steel-toe thing.
Right.
Because if it's the right thing, it goes ape shit. And then if there's another thing, the reach is just into the shitter. So the reach with one video will go through the roof. And the reach with a guy of a certain name, like Alex Stein, Sam Hyde, they don't send it out to any, it doesn't show up in the algorithm, nothing.
Right. And Alex Stein's having a baby now. Did you hear that?
Well,
him and his wife and
Dontarius. We're going to play that later. It's a little more complicated than that.
Okay.
As all things are.
Well, babies are
Alex.
complicated now.
Michael B says shadow banned. I was reading up about that the other day because people were saying like, hey, you show up in my algorithm a lot less since you came back from your suspension, that 7-day suspension that you had. And I'm like, you know what? I thank you, because I've been feeling paranoid because all of the how many people they send, not the view count, just the amount of reach. That it has gone drastically down, and it happened immediately after we came back from that suspension.
Hard stop, yeah.
So when it comes to, the mood says make a clip channel that is not hidden in the algorithm to promote the main. That might have to be what happens, I think.
Oh, that's a really great idea.
That is a solid idea. Plus gives you something to broadcast on when if you fuck up again.
Oh, we should do that this weekend.
But the Rand Paul thing is interesting because we've had to take down whole episodes of this show because we'll have something Rand Paul related where he'll talk about Fauci or he'll talk to the CEO of Moderna. And then I'll see, thank God, like, honestly, if it weren't for Revenge of the Cis, they're like my canary in the coal mine.
Sure.
Because
they're
a comedy news program. We're a comedy news program. So there'll be a lot of intersection with that dirty piece of shit, Royce Lopez.
Hey.
Just kidding. That filthy, dishonest, thieving, sneaking, knife-fighting, reeking Royce Lopez. Anyway.
It's very mean of you.
I actually have to start being nicer to Royce Lopez because I might have a Cuban friend soon.
Oh, God.
So I have to start actually being nicer to Royce so I can be a good vato, eh, Holmes?
I might start sharing my friends.
It's not Cuban. Sorry. They all talk like Tony Montana because that's a real accent. So anyway, we had a story. I think we had a story. I think it was last Thursday, the Rand Paul Moderna thing, where he's grilling the CEO of Moderna like, hey, you told us that this, that your vaccine would do this, this, and that. Mm-hmm. And then you told us it wouldn't do this, this, and that. And then this was the risk it posed for children, but here's the risk COVID posed to children. Is that really necessary for kids to be getting this at a certain age, blah, blah, blah. And it was just an honest exchange back and forth between these two. I find out from Royce, ROTC got popped for that. The video got taken down. Another guy got a strike on his channel. So I go in and I'm like, look, man, I'm all for free speech. I love that shit, but I know YouTube isn't. I want to keep my channel on. I want to keep my business going. I'm going to delete the episode.
As quick as you can.
Right.
God, isn't that a stressful moment?
It sucks because it's one of those things where it goes against what you believe in, but we've also been burned by that before. Remember the Project Veritas thing when they fucked around with that Pfizer guy.
Yes.
And we started seeing people get clipped for it, but we were like, you know what? I'm still seeing videos up on YouTube where people are talking about it. I'm not going to take mine down. I'm going to stand firm because we didn't do anything wrong.
It seems like a time where if you've got like a gut feeling that something might go awry, just take it down.
When in doubt, take it down. Even if you did nothing wrong, even if you know you're totally in the clear, they can still fuck you. Just take it down. So we took down last Thursday's episode. Well, now I've got another Rand Paul clip, and what he says in this clip, there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay.
Let's put it to the test. This is Rand Paul talking about Dr. Fauci. Now, these two are the Ali Frazier of COVID. One on one side, one on the other, and they've been duking it out for years now over this COVID thing. And if you take a look at the facts, if you take a look at the data and what's come out, Rand Paul has probably landed more punches than Fauci and been right more than Fauci has.
Yeah.
On the issues they've argued about.
Fauci always seems to get the home-cooked decisions, though.
Yes, that's a good point.
I mean,
it's more like Ali Norton, where Norton's winning every fight, but Ali keeps getting the fucking decisions. Right. Yeah, that's probably a better. Rand Paul is Ken Norton and Jimmy Young.
Yeah.
He's beating the guy, but he ain't getting the decision. So Rand Paul goes on to talk about his whole thing with Fauci. gets a few more shots in, not vaccine shots, of course, and we will see. You know, Rand Paul, you got to remember, he is a doctor. People are like, oh, he's a foot doctor, an eye doctor, whatever the fuck he is. It doesn't matter. If you're a doctor, you've gone to medical school, you know the basics of medicine and much more than that. He just picked a specialty. After you become a doctor and you work at a hospital or you intern and you do all that shit and you get all the real world experience, once you advance in your career enough, you get to pick a specialty and do that and make all the money. Mm-hmm. So this is Rand Paul talking about his beef with Fauci.
Are you 100% confident about the origins of COVID being the Wuhan virology lab? Because I am. Are you 100% confident that NIH...
Well, see, now shit. Sean Hannity's 100% sure. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that does make you question yourself. And I thought you said there's nothing spicy in this video. It starts out with the spicy topic.
Yeah, but the Wuhan lab, I feel like it's totally fine now to say it.
Is it? I don't even feel safe
You've
saying
got
that
multiple
to some people.
government agencies even saying it. And then you got the Chinese responding to it by going, oh, guys, no, guys. Raccoon dog, please. It was a raccoon dog.
Those things are crazy.
They're ugly fucking things.
I don't want to tango with one of those.
Money.
Well, they can't dance. You'll be fine. You don't have to
You're
tango.
saying the
or
raccoon
Watusi.
dogs don't dance.
Yes. Coon dogs don't dance.
Okay.
That's a name of a movie coming out this summer. It's one of those Searchlight pictures. It's really artsy. Okay. I think Daniel Day-Lewis is coming back to be in it.
Oh, that'd be cool.
It's called Coon Dogs Don't Dance. It's a timepiece of the 1920s in Madison, Wisconsin.
Daniel Day-Lewis and Sam Elliott.
Yeah.
Together.
Coon Dogs Don't Dance. And it's just about two older guys who just are not changing their ways in the face of an ever-changing population. And there's going to be something trans involved, and it'll win 9 Oscars.
Oh, Sam Elliott is trans.
Ooh, I like it. Sam Elliott.
That'd be spicy.
Look, his buddy's name is Barry. Look, Barry, there's no reason I can't live the way I want to. And the other one, you can live however you please, but I would like it if you tried to make me feel a little more comfortable. There's no reason for me to make you feel good about what I want to do with my own life. Damn it, if I want to be a woman, I'm going to be a woman. And Sam Elliott's dressed in like a Raggedy Ann getup.
But
He's got blush on his cheeks. This is what makes me feel pretty, damn it. Now get out of my way.
But he's always grumpy and can't get rid of his deep voice.
Yeah. Even when he becomes a woman, he's still got a 5 o'clock shadow. And he's just like, this is in the trailer. Like the big moment in the trailer, like for your Oscars consideration, is Sam Elliott going, for the first goddamn time in my life, Michael, I feel pretty.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Coon dogs don't dance. And it comes from a hateful line that Daniel Day-Lewis says. He goes, you're going to take yourself and waning years of your life. He just has to be Daniel Plainview. I'm sorry.
I hear you.
You're going to take yourself in the final years of your life, and you're going to choose to live them in agenda that you're not knowledgeable about whatsoever. I'm telling you right now, coon dogs don't dance. Pum pum. Well, this one does.
It does the spittle come with the movie too?
Did I spittle?
You spittled.
Oh no, I'm the.
You looked like Opie the other day.
I'm the Opster. He was making it rain. Holy
Dude,
shit!
I thought he was gleeking. Do you know what gleeking is?
Yes, of course.
Can you gleek?
No.
I had a friend once that could gleek on command. It's fucking scary.
That is fascinating. I bet you we do record low numbers today.
No.
Like and subscribe, if you will. All right, so Rand Paul talking about Fauci. We kind of, I have to make a confession.
Oh, yeah?
We went off on a little bit of a tangent there.
The hell you say?
Sorry.
It was worth it.
Funneled through the Eco Health Alliance. That meant that we, the taxpayer, help pay for that virus. Are you 100% confident that Fauci completely lied to the American people about what he knew and when he knew it?
I'm 100% confident that Fauci lied to us and that they were doing dangerous research there. And I would say all of the...
This is like supposed to be a bombshell moment, but I'm sitting here going, yeah, I know. Like,
right. We've all been sitting here.
Yeah, like we're going over this. Doesn't it feel like we're going over the same ground? We're just like, yeah, guys, we know. Okay, what are we doing about this?
It's like all the grass has been ripped up. We've driven over this so many times.
Guys, we're standing on a gravel pit right now. It's all been stripped. Like I've always said, nothing's going to happen of all this. The only thing we can do to cope is we can just sit there and say he lied over and over and over again. Because, and April and I talked about this the other day in the car. We're like, Do you remember how fucking good it was just before COVID hit? The economy, prices, taxes.
Gas prices, think of that.
Remarkable. It was just such a great time to be alive. The best time in my adult life.
Our retirement was going well.
Yes. Best time in my adult life. I can't say that it was like when the housing market crashed and young people like me could buy houses for really cheap. I can't say that's the best time of my adult life because so many people had to suffer for that to happen.
Right.
So like if you're going through this massive amount of like national pain, but you're like, hey, you can get a 3-bedroom house for $90,000. That's
just reaping the benefits.
Just reaping
Whatever.
the benefit. This was the time where there was like there was no hurt other people had to encounter for things to be good. And then COVID comes along and just bottle fucks this entire country, this entire world.
Kind of makes you want to cry
Quite frankly.
a little.
And then you find out that these people are desperately hiding the origins. They're desperately hiding the funding they've been giving. And it's right there in plain sight, like it's in documents, it's in paperwork. You don't have to develop a conspiracy theory. You can just go, look, motherfucker, look at it. And yet half the country will still go, well, you're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist. And you go, but I'm not, though. Like, I never was. This stuff made me go to the conspiracy theorist people and go, this is partially your guys' fault for always sounding so insane. Like, you guys never present this stuff rationally. Mm-hmm. But then again, here's where I'll defend conspiracy people. If you're saying stuff that's documented, proven, and true, and people call you crazy for years and years, you're going to start shouting about shit and sounding insane.
Yes, that'll happen.
Right? You're going to sound like Alex Jones when you're like, God damn it, I've said like 500 things that are true, and people treat me like I'm a fucking Keebler elf. You're going to get a little nutty about shit like that.
Yes, that's true.
Let's continue on with Rand Paul. He says, I'm 100% confident that Fauci lied about the NIH stuff and all of these things.
The evidence I've seen so far points towards it coming from a lab, and it all adds together. And proximity makes a difference. The fact that the lab is within walking distance of where most of the coronaviruses in the world, the largest collection of coronaviruses in the world, is within walking distance of where this started. Yes.
That can't be a coincidence.
Can we stop with all the collection of coronavirus?
Let's do a favor. For 7 years, let's put a 7-year moratorium on fucking with viruses. Unless it's creating cures for things that already exist.
Yeah, but once we create the cure for something, can we then just keep the cure somewhere labeled and safe and just get rid of the virus? Could that be a thing?
Okay, but here's my next question. When's the last time we cured anything?
Never. I
Like,
don't know.
What have we cured?
I don't know. I know.
TB?
Sure.
Well, no, that's still hanging
well,
out. That's still out there. It's not really prevalent here.
People don't die from AIDS really anymore.
Oh, they sure do. Just
they?
not as much as they used to. Yeah. AIDS will still fuck you up.
Oh, I'd heard AIDS was no longer a death sentence.
Well, the development they've made is like the transition from HIV to AIDS. They've been able to kind of cut that off at the quick.
They've masked,
masked
it.
If you don't get loaded up with, it's like any other disease. If you don't catch it early and start getting medicated, AIDS will still ravage you.
I've got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Cervical cancer.
That's
Gardasil.
I mean, a form of it with the HPV shot we have, in a way,
Did
maybe
you get
not.
Your Gardasil shots?
I have not. No. Why does everything have to have sil in it when it comes to the vagina? Like, what's the sil thing? Vagisil.
Vagisil.
Vagisil. Gardasil. Windowsill.
Windowsill.
Yeah. Tired of all these sills.
I had a Gardasil shot. I had the shots.
Insil. I'm sorry.
That's just too many coincidences to add up. But there's also evidence that this virus, COVID-19, is the product of something that was being developed and experimented upon. The group in Wuhan.
Does anyone else still get nervous when they hear people say that? Like, are they going to arrest him?
Yeah,
That's fucked
do.
up.
I'm sitting here getting very warm because we're playing it.
We've been browbeaten so much now. He's not saying anything bad. He's going, there's evidence out there to suggest stuff that's completely factual gets banned. Like, it's not a matter of opinion. It's the way he states it is completely factual. Look, there's enough evidence out there that shows that this could have come from a lab. Mm-hmm. There is nothing wrong with that statement other than people saying, I would rather you guys didn't think that way. Well, and that's dangerous.
To me, keeping this video off everyone's, radar is like, I don't want you thinking about this. I want you to think this other way before this came out.
This is a mainstream cable news channel that this is being said on. Remember, the internet was supposed to be the place you could go to talk about shit that you couldn't talk about on like broadcast television and cable television. It was the uncensored Wild West. And now you've got a thing on Fox News, like the Rand Paul Moderna thing is on C-SPAN, Fox, CNN. Now it's regular old media that's actually in some ways allowing more than the internet will, which is fucked up.
Yes, sir.
Actually asked our Defense Department for money and said they wanted to take a coronavirus like COVID and put something in it to make it more infectious. It's called a furin cleavage site. It's not found in nature. And
then let's not do it then.
I do feel like we don't need to be creating the more dangerous thing if it doesn't actually exist organically.
If it doesn't exist and it doesn't happen in nature, there's no reason to do it. In fact, I would like all scientists who do that thrown in prison.
I do understand like trying to protect us from things that do occur in nature somewhere, but to create something to make more problems for ourselves, I don't know about that.
To create something, to create a solution to a problem that doesn't even exist is remarkably dangerous when we're talking about viruses.
Yes.
And that's exactly what COVID turned out to be. So this is a mystery, but it's also a mystery with a cover-up. We've now found that American universities have given money to military research in China. And we are going to get to the bottom of this, but there's a massive cover-up.
Hey, guys, you know what's really interesting about that? You know, you hear all this stuff about, I do believe China's our enemy. I do. I believe they behave like our enemy. They're,
spying,
contesting world domination, which unfortunately, look, guys, we have to be on Team America because we live here. World domination is kind of our thing. And they're trying to kind of get in on the world domination game. I do believe they're our enemy, but then you look at the shit you hear, and it's like we're working together on all this stuff that's not beneficial for us. And then you get the stories that the Biden family has been doing millions, if not billions of dollars in deals with the Chinese government. And you're just sitting there like, okay, it's the most frustrating thing in the world with this administration because you're left sitting there so many times, and I'm sure a lot of you have felt it. You're going, who the fuck is on my side?
Yep. They're going a little too far with the keep your enemies closer. You didn't have to sleep with them, too.
Right. You didn't have to blow them.
Right.
Going on, and the lead in all of the...
Yeah, Joe Biden's got China's dick in his mouth going, I got him right where I want him.
Maybe that's why he can't talk right.
Oh, China dick.
A little gooey.
Yeah.
Cover-up has been Fauci. We now have information that he's still working for government, even though he says he's retired, and it is my belief that he is worried about being indicted, and so he continues to work so he will get legal protection of the federal government. But this is wrong on every level of it, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. We are sending a letter to find out what the actual status of his employment is. Is he retired? Is he still getting a federal detail? So there's a lot of stuff going on, but at the top of this, at top of every sort of concern we have...
He's a little demon imp. Like every time I see him, I just see a little guy holding a pitchfork.
And that's not a matter of opinion really anymore. Like that, there's been some stuff coming out that he's done some really heinous things.
Really heinous stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
And he just gets to exist that way.
I'm using socialist media with another $100 super chat today. Wow, thank you very much, buddy. 110 away from knocking out today's goal and doing overtime. Thank you. Derek Chauvinist says conspiracy theories are now just called spoiler alerts. Michael B says Alex Jones has more hits than Pete Rose. Pragmatic Baxter says leave the trans raccoon dogs alone or get canceled. It's going to be a good movie.
That will be a great movie.
What's it called? Raccoon Dogs Don't Dance?
Yes.
Yeah. First name, last name says welcome to 2023 where the truth is crazier than the conspiracies. I mean, it is.
It is starting to happen that way.
Conspiracy theorists are almost hack at this point. You're just like, hey, man, your conspiracy theory, you think that sounds nuts. Wait until you hear what really happened. Your conspiracy theory. Like, I'm at the point now where...
Way ahead of you.
Yeah, conspiracy theorists throw us their ideas, and you go, God, what a great world that would be.
I know you think it's this way, but oh, it's so much worse.
Yeah. Can we go into your world where I drink the water in Ohio and I live, but I grow like 3 arms? That would be nice.
Yes, I would just like water that doesn't look like an oil slick.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Deutsch Chad says, you have to realize they don't play by the rules. They laugh at the right for thinking that still matters. Yeah, I mean,
It is true. Everyone has kind of just said, oh, no more rules. Just kind of going to do whatever we want
Yeah.
here.
Look, if it keeps us in power or if it keeps us the main influence or if it helps out our business cronies, let's just go ahead and do that.
Yep.
It's because like Rand Paul is sitting there and even he has to know to some degree that like him going on TV and him saying this stuff, he's like, this is fucking pointless what I'm doing right now.
Yes.
There's no reason for me to be doing this.
It's like, I don't know, it's just you're constantly masturbating to all of it, but you never finish. Kind of. It's completely anticlimactic.
Yosemite Sambo says, Tim Downs' ivermectin saved me and my wife. Took it before bed and woke up better. I was almost hospitalized too. That's another thing, like during this whole thing where you couldn't even talk about things that worked for you. Like, you're like, oh, well, my doctor prescribed. Like, remember Joe Rogan got all that shit for saying, my doctor prescribed me a bunch of stuff. This, that, the other thing, ivermectin. And people went, oh, you're taking horse paste? And he's like, no, the human ivermectin.
Doctors would never prescribe you something for horses. They know better than that.
Right. They'll prescribe you shit that will fucking kill you, but it'll be for humans.
But it could save you too.
Right. Look, crapshoot here.
Well, that's every single pharmaceutical commercial on TV now. It's, we can cure your ulcerative colitis or whatever, but you might have, suicidal thoughts, a brain lesion, cancer.
All right.
Death.
Two things could happen out of
one.
this. One, you're going to stop taking painful shits. Two, you might want to hang yourself. I can't guarantee that either of these things are going to happen for sure, but one or both could transpire if you take this.
It seems like every SSRI drug out there ever trying to save you from depression comes with a risk of, suicidal thoughts and tendencies.
Well, as long as they're just thoughts, Doc,
Right.
Mulling it over.
I was trying to cut those in half, though, hopefully.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Kind of didn't want those.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. Just a Dabbler seems kind of sad. I feel bad now. He says, I don't think we're getting super chat music today.
Oh, buddy, it's okay.
Guys, try to make Just a Dabbler feel better. 110 away. Appreciate it. I like this guy. This is like, if you want, we talked about how like the pendulum is never going to swing back the other way. Like when it comes to trans stuff and like keeping it away from kids, and the sports thing to me is insane because
that one to me, I wish we could walk back just that part.
Well, I think there's only one way. You know me, I've become pretty black-pilled in the last year or so. And I've kind of been hey guys, don't hope for this to get better. Don't look for the other shoe to drop because I just assume it's not happening and then make the best of it, you know? Well, I think I see a little bit of a silver lining on this biological men competing in women's sports.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to take it. You're going to have to use their rules and their games against them, like this guy in Canada did that we'll talk about in a second. The minute these societies overcommit and go, well, we can't question anyone's identity, then just a shitload of dudes have to go in, claim to be female, wipe out the whole thing, take it out. I mean, just make it so, it's like when people say, I want to make war so ugly that nobody will want to do it again.
So you're saying oversaturate women's like weightlifting and all that shit with men.
Yeah.
Just that are going to go in there and make it so like you can't even compete.
I'm going further than that. I want NBA players in the offseason to start identifying as women and go play for the WNBA. And if the WNBA doesn't hire them, you sue them for discrimination.
Okay.
You bury them.
Make it look so ridiculous.
Just get after it. I mean, like this one, a male champion weightlifter said, you know what? I'm keeping my beard. I'm keeping everything else. But watch how ridiculous these rules are. I'm going to identify as a woman. I'm going to compete in this weightlifting competition.
Oh, I wish you good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling me a world champion weightlifter.
I wish we could just get like a bunch of Jason Momoas in all of women's sports and just wreck it. You're right. Little Roman Reigns everywhere.
It's kind of like everyone driving drunk at bar close at the same time in front of a cop, and you're just like, he can't pull us all over.
That's every college party ever. Pack the house as tight as we can. They can't possibly do paperwork on all of us.
Right. And
going home.
Same thing with the trans sports thing. All of you identify as women. They can't catch y'all. Now, the people who are going to suffer in the short term are honest women who want to do well at this sport and whatever. But the idea is this is going to be such shock immediately that they'll change the rules.
Right. This could be just men that are in it to save it for us. And we could know that going into it, maybe. You know what I mean?
Hopefully.
All you got to do is identify.
Now, you know me. I am terrified of having any kind of hope on this issue.
Can you imagine like a John Cena walking into like women's weightlifting and shit? Like, hi, my name is Charisse.
Yeah. Give it a shot. But he's got to bring 7 more with him.
Yeah,
Like,
we got a team.
We got to
They're all
make sure
coming.
the whole top 10 is like pros. Canadian coach protests gender madness by identifying as woman at weightlifting event and breaks female bench record in the process. See, that's the other thing you set yourself up for. You have to break all the records.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, you're an embarrassment.
What a puss.
Yeah, let's check it out. This is Avi Silverberg.
Oh.
Who the fuck would have thought that they
No
would
tits
throw
and
him?
all. Take it.
Why? Don't you want me to get better? This is like my Kanye watching 21 Jump Street moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you're going that way.
Fucking Avi Silverberg, he's using the playbook of cultural manipulation, but he's doing it in reverse to help. Avi Silverberg, solid Jew. Hey, by the way, that's another movie that's in the works here at Steel Toe Studios. It's
Coming out after the new Creed movie.
It's going to be called Solid Jew, and you're really going to enjoy it. It's going to star Adam Goldberg and Kanye. A male powerlifting coach self-identified as a woman and broke a women's bench press record in protest of gender self-identification in sports. Avi Silverberg performed the defiant act while the current record holder, a trans male, watch. Fucking good. Good. Let's check it out.
Whoa.
Wait till you get a look at this guy. I'm sorry,
Girl.
woman.
How dare you?
Identifies as a woman.
Boy, they're technical with their weightlifting.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's got to be all regulated and shit. Look at, so this guy made no effort.
That's a woman? Oh.
But this is what I mean. The only way,
What?
and this is why I'm not a Republican, and this is why Republicans, you can't look at your politicians to fix this stuff. It's just going to take fed up people. Like, forget Democrats, forget Republicans, because Republicans don't have the balls to do something like this because they have to stay prim and proper and fight the fight honestly. But if your opponent isn't fighting the fight honestly, let it go. Let it go.
What?
Oh, I was self-conscious. I made a toot.
I
And
would
I-
have never known.
I thought you heard it, and you were staring at me longingly and looked like you were holding back laughter. Turns out she just thinks I'm funny. I thought you had heard my anal eruption. Sorry.
This is unprofessional.
I apologize.
I didn't hear anything.
Never did this on the radio. But this
Bullshit. You guys would talk about stinking each other out of the studio on
Certainly
the
did.
radio.
But this is what you need to do. Like, this guy just looks like a dude. All he did was use their own bullshit against them. And he goes, well, today I identify as a woman. I feel like a female. What are you going to do? Tell me no and deny me my truth? If enough guys keep doing this, maybe, I'm not even saying it's going to happen. But if enough guys do this, then maybe the people who make the rules will have to go, all right, you know what? We did go a little overboard. This is ridiculous. You can't say, poof, I'm a woman, and then we have to take you. There's got to be testosterone limits.
That's a good one.
I think the easiest way you stop this is you just go, look, there's a certain level of testosterone a woman's not allowed to have. Otherwise, it's like you're using performance-enhancing drugs, and we disqualify you.
You cannot be too testosterone-y.
Right. Testosterone, by the way, my favorite Chef Boyardee can. Testosterone.
This little dude in the box up here, that face he's making is the right one. Like, huh?
Yeah, what the fuck is
Like,
going
what
on?
is going on? How are you not shocked at this?
So here he goes.
That chick just made a face.
Which chick? Which one?
This one with she looked at somebody. Yeah,
Her?
her. She looked at somebody.
Right, they're looking at it and they're going, this is fucking ridiculous. And you know what? I agree. This is ridiculous. But you guys have brought this on.
Right.
You did this, not us.
You opened this door.
We weren't sitting there going into your shit and bothering you and everything else. You're the one who kicked in the door and went, hey, I may have been a dude for the last 35 years, but you know what? Same muscle mass, male puberty, whole thing. I feel like a girl today. Let me compete or you're a bigot.
If I'm a biological woman, I feel so discouraged that I could ever win anything in this competition
Right,
ever
but
again.
if I'm a biological woman, I think I would want guys like this to keep doing this in large numbers because it'll force them to make a change.
Have
you
like their
have
own
to.
class or something.
Right, this is madness. It's making a mockery of their whole ideology. They'll have to do something about it. I hope he lifts it with one hand. So this is for a world record. Here he goes. Easy. I mean, that's a woman's world record, and he did it with zero issue.
Just ease. Yep.
Just total ease. Kicked the shit out of everybody. Avi Silverberg, a powerlifting coach who has worked with Team Canada, self-identified as a woman last week to participate in the women's category at the Heroes Classic powerlifting meet held in Alberta. Silverberg was attempting to highlight the unfair advantage males have when competing in women's athletics by participating in the Saturday event. Silverberg unofficially broke the Alberta women's bench press record for the 84 plus kilograms
So hold on.
category.
We shouldn't hate him. That
No.
Oh, wow. I thought he was just identifying because that's how he feels, and he's doing it to make a point.
That's my point. Like, more
no,
people
I thought
like
you
him.
were saying that more people need to, like, make a point, and I didn't know he was doing it. Interesting.
Right. That more people need to do what that guy's doing because it'll force a change.
Yeah.
Because you can't just keep letting guys like he just made a mockery of that entire thing. And I'm glad he did. It needs to be mocked. But that's the you're not going to get it in legislation because people are afraid they'll get canceled or voted out or called a bigot. But if you just go in there at a ground level and you just disrupt, that's the way to get this stuff to stop. Triple N says men are going to have to solve this. I mean, yeah, in a way.
I
The mood,
do agree with you.
The mood says, welcome to the story, April.
Oh, no, I got what you were saying the whole time. I just didn't know he was doing that. I thought he was doing the whole school teacher thing. Like, no, I'm
No,
a woman.
that guy was fucking around for sure in a good way.
Man, I feel like a woman today. I think I'm just gonna go set some records.
Hit the like button, hit subscribe. We appreciate you guys doing that. Let's see if we can roll up to 200-300 likes in the next hour or so. Just keep booping and fingering the like button, the subscribe button, all of it. Thank you guys very much. Only 110 away from today's goal if you feel like contributing to our program. This is something that's been brewing for a few years now, at least 10 years. And that is somehow, some way, one of the safest sitcoms of my childhood has now become edgy and dangerous. I'm talking about Friends.
Fuck. That can't be accurate.
It's you know how like when growing up for me, as time went on, things got more risque and dangerous. Like the Simpsons looked gay because South Park came along and they did way worse shit. So the Simpsons kind of looked safe and tame. Now we're actually going the other way because everybody's lost their goddamn mind. And now, like, the stuff that was really, really safe and lame 30 years ago, now people are going, that is dangerous, that is toxic, and it is problematic. It is, I don't think you can trace the whole good times make soft men make hard times. I don't think you can track that graph better than watching how we treat entertainment from a generation ago.
Is a good point.
In this example, Friends. If anybody's watched an episode of Friends, I don't think you would confuse it for, I don't know, South Park. I don't think you'd confuse it for The Sopranos. I don't think you'd confuse it for anything risque or dangerous. It was a very safe, primetime, happy-go-lucky, yuck, ha-ha, set-up punchline kind of a show.
I mean, Family Guy's more risque than Friends is.
Yeah.
Almost everything. However, you have on occasion said that comment to me where like a lot of the stuff that's in Friends would not fly today, and now it's not flying today.
That's my point. Is like we've become so much softer. Like it's going in reverse. Like the whole thing is starting to regress into like a weird warped version of like prim and proper poodle skirt days, just with more gay people. Jennifer Aniston is now reflecting on the changing world of comedy and admitted that Friends probably wouldn't be deemed ready for prime time today. That's so sad. Because that show is so not a problem. They said
It's
gay
not.
a few times.
Yeah, they did call a couple people gay, but
One of them had
Man,
a
I don't-
trans parent.
yep. Chandler has a trans dad.
Right. I mean, yeah, they made jokes about it, and they'd certainly have their nuts cut off for that one. But like,
They don't stop playing it though.
Right, it's
I mean,
just-
there's like two. It's like TBS East and West like exist to replay Friends all day, every day.
right.
I don't know.
There's a whole generation of people, kids, who are now going back to episodes of Friends and find them offensive, she said in an interview with the International AFP. Throughout the 10-year run of the show, the sitcom continued to, oh no, whitewash New York City and rarely featured a character of color.
That's
Friends,
not true.
Friends only introduced 2 recurring characters of color, both of whom were brought in as short-lived love interests for Ross. Yeah, because you know what really quirky, professorial, middle-aged Jews do in New York City? Date black chicks.
Right. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
How about
I mean,
it-
you go look at professors living in a nice part of New York City. They all got black girlfriends. It's remarkable. All of them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, Jewish, well-to-do Jewish professors? Yeah.
All black girlfriends.
All of them black girlfriends.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it happens all the time.
Well, how about this? At least the show brought a couple in. It's not like they were against it. No, I'm serious. They weren't against it.
There were things that were never intentional, and others, well, we should have thought it through. But you
No.
didn't need to think it through. Your job was to put on a good show that got numbers. Nobody
And
was.
it did.
If nobody's bitching until 20 years later, then you did your job. It stood the test of time for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're fine. Everyone's got to dig in their heels a little bit and stop backpedaling whenever they hear something uncomfortable about a job they did. You know, they've got Jennifer Aniston needs to start digging in and go, look, if you don't like it, don't fucking watch the thing. All right. It ended 20 years ago. Let it go. All right. It was a different time. It's still a very safe, not
Very.
edgy, non-offensive show. If you find offense with Friends, it's got to be time to start putting the onus on people. I've talked to you about this. It's time to start putting the onus on people to get a thicker skin and not watch shit they hate. Grow up, get better.
This is one of the most easily digestible shows of all time,
Right.
in my opinion. And I've been a fan of this show.
The comedy has evolved. Movies have evolved, said Aniston. Okay, but that doesn't equal good. Like, just because things
No.
evolve, it doesn't mean it's good.
There's a lot of things evolving in our society that are not good.
Right. The Emmy-winning morning show star added, now it's a little tricky because you have to be very careful, which makes it really hard for comedians because the beauty of comedy is that we make fun of ourselves. We make fun of life. Okay, no offense here, Jennifer, but people like you are kind of the problem because when it comes time to stand up for that kind of comedy, you guys can't be bothered. You have an agent, you have publicists, and they don't want you to get in the dirt of stuff like this. So you don't comment about it until it's already too late.
And I don't hear her necessarily standing up for this show that she was on that did really well.
Right, it's
and
like
it's
this-
still one of the most endeared shows of all time
Yeah.
to a lot of people.
She went on to recall how comedians could joke about a bigot and have a laugh. That was hysterical, she said. And it was about educating people on how ridiculous people were. And now we're not allowed to do that. Exactly. The Carol O'Connor, Archie Bunker character from All in the Family. It's so sad that we were more evolved in the 70s than we are now. People now look at an Archie Bunker character like, he was a racist. No, he was a buffoon. That was the whole
Yes.
point of the show. Archie is an old, out-of-touch buffoon who doesn't get the world that's changing around him, and he's sticking to his guns, and he's being stubborn, and that's the vein that we see the character in. The character is saying goofy, crazy shit that, you know, people roll their eyes at him. He's to have his eyes rolled at.
Right? It's
him.
clearly out of touch.
Right. Al Bundy, same thing. Al Bundy was hilarious because Al Bundy was out of his fucking mind. He was a guy who worked at a fucking shoe store. His dreams had been dashed. He's living for his high school football past, and he's just angry and bitter, and the vitriol comes out at these fat women at the shoe store and his children and his wife, and it's funny. Not every joke has to fucking win a Nobel Peace Prize or measure up in a little tally box of, oh, did it check this one? Did it check this one? Yeah, like Tim Downs said, Al Bundy and Archie Bunker were the butt of every joke.
Yes. But we can't see that somehow today.
Because we take it so literal. Z says, in Sanford and Son, Fred called people the N-word all the time. Oh my God. Red Fox in Sanford and Son told Aunt Esther he was going to pound her face. And make gorilla cookies.
I mean, that's pretty bad.
When Lamont wanted to go live at Julio's house next door, he goes, Pop, that is my home. He goes, no, this is your home. That is your hacienda. Like, it was just all Puerto Rican jokes. It was black jokes. It was all of that shit. Mm-hmm. And people understood. That's, it was Fred Sanford, not Red Fox. The character's name was Fred Sanford. Fred Sanford was an old curmudgeonly cunt who was stuck in his ways.
Yep.
That's where the humor was coming from. James McKeon says Aaron grew up on Nick at Night or something. I mean, I didn't grow up on Nick at Night because there was always like, they'd show like I Dream of Jeannie. I fucking hated that show.
I watched dumb shit like that.
Yeah. People in the chat, you big dummy. Yeah. Red Fox had no problem with the material. Dude, Red Fox had no problem with anything except maybe white people and Jews. But look, he was a funny guy.
Wait.
You know? But I Dream of Jeannie sucked ass. Bewitched sucked ass.
Yeah.
The Brady Bunch sucked ass. I couldn't really get in on Nick at Night. Like, if I was homesick from school, I'd watch Hogan's Heroes. I'd watch Sanford and Son. When the Rockford Files came on, I was like, ugh, God, I'm going back to bed. I gotta get back to pretending I'm sick.
No matter what, if I was sick from school, you had to watch The Price is Right in the morning. You had to watch it.
I didn't need to.
Oh God, really? I feel that's like a meme now. Oh, the homesick from school package, and one of the squares is The Price is Right.
Dude, if your homesick from school package didn't include Hogan's Heroes, you were a bitch. Point, end of story. That's it.
Thanks, babe.
Dude, I was such a dork in middle school, though. Like, I was into the news in middle school. Like, I hate to admit this, but I knew it was time to get up and start catching the bus once Man Cow was on Fox and Friends.
God.
Man Cow had a day, I think it was a daily spot on Fox and Friends, and he would come on and he would go, oh, well, the president he's an adulterer, he's a philanderer, and blah, blah, blah. And I would, like, as a middle school kid, I was like, ooh, this guy talks fun. Mm-hmm. And I would watch Man Cow on Fox and Friends.
My mom always had Fox News on. I feel like I never saw the Fox and Friends come on, though. I had a very long bus ride.
Fox and Friends was the morning one. That was like their morning show.
That's not on, like, immediately in the morning now, though.
Oh, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I will be joshing Hogan. Oh, I got one of my biggest laughs in school on a Hogan's Heroes reference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Miss Island, our lesbian gym teacher. I'm just guessing lesbian. Our gym teacher, there was me, David Radswell, and Nick Rudek. We're kind of like little shits in this class.
Yeah, good that you put everyone's names out there.
In 8th grade. Yeah, good guys. So we would like fuck around in her gym class, and she would constantly have to kind of like corral us, if you will. So we were doing the health. Remember when you had to do health class?
Yes.
In gym, and the gym teacher now had to teach you about your dicks?
Yes.
And that was always weird?
Yeah, that was fun.
So
I had a cute little lady.
So So Miss Island, this is a big laugh I got in middle school, if you're ready for what made the kids howl in middle school. Miss Island would chastise David, and he would be silly and ridiculous about the health lessons and make people uncomfortable about the penises and the vaginas. So he would make a joke about that. And Miss Island one time went, David, and he went, Miss Island. And then I yelled out, without missing a beat, comedic timing of an 8th grader, Hogan! Killed. It fucking killed. Belly laughs all around. Not only that, April, you know how teachers get really pissed when you do shit like that? Ours had to actually cover her mouth because she thought it was very funny.
You know what? Bravo.
8th grade
Gold
Aaron.
star for you today.
Peak of my comedy career.
Well.
I've never been funnier than that.
It's very good.
It's the best laugh I've ever gotten.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Exactly. So yeah, Friends is, I've been seeing those stories for like 10 years now that Friends is offensive and Friends is problematic.
It's not.
And look, guys, we got to have a cutoff point where once you say Friends is problematic, you've become the problem. It's not, Friends doesn't have to change. You have to change. The arrogance to think that a show that ran for 10 years and was as safe as could possibly be, that now you're finding some kind of problem with it, that's not a them thing.
To me, I had a very curmudgeonly moment in the truck with you. I think early last week sometime.
Oh, yeah, when you got cut off by that Asian guy. Yeah, I remember. I told you shouldn't have talked like that, but nobody was around. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had an opinion for a second there where I'm like, honestly, unless you are the thing about radio that we hate, like shows that are just severely vanilla, you're talking about the weather and sports. I feel like if you're not that, if you're the opposite and you have any type of opinion ever, no matter if you're a radio show or streaming or what kind of broadcasting, I feel like it's all going to go away someday, including stand-up comedy, because everyone's going to be offended by everything. Nothing will be safe to say anymore.
There is less stand-up comedy now than there was before, like live in your community to go watch, and some of that's because of COVID, but some of it's that bars just don't want to hear the complaints.
It's
the
a
bars,
liability.
Right. The bars don't want to be told,
Yep.
people will drag you online now because you had the wrong comic there and he said some joke that they perceived as transphobic. Now, all of a sudden, before you even know that you're in any kind of trouble, there's a viral Facebook or Twitter post or an Instagram post that you're a transphobe and you allow transphobic comedy. So if you're a bar, are you like, I'm not going to pay some shitty comic, a couple $100 to come in here and get my bar in trouble.
Right.
I'll just have like a 2-for-1 night and see if I can get a bunch of people shit-faced.
That's really what I think. I think opinions are going to not be okay.
Yeah. Let's go to Ryan the Garbage Man, and then we'll switch gears here a little bit. Ryan the Garbage Man, what's going on?
Good morning. I have a fun fact about Hogan's Heroes.
Oh man, I was looking forward to it.
The actors that play General Burkhalter, Colonel Klink, and Major Hofstetter, all Jews.
All Jews?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
In Hollywood?
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
Are you okay with this?
I refuse to believe that there were Jewish actors in a Hollywood television show.
Wikipedia.
Oh, man. All right. Well, thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, look, Jews can be good actors, so they can play Nazis. I'd like to go back to that time. Not World War II.
Wow.
I mean a time where, like, a Jewish guy could play a Nazi and you didn't even know he was Jewish.
Because
it didn't matter.
It's a role.
Right. He's just playing a guy.
It's not real life.
Right. 110 away from today's goal. Let's fire off the like button. Let's fire off the subscribe button. Let's also share the show. Spread the word of Steel Toe. We haven't made a believer out of Shanghai Surprise. He says this show is not awesome. It's pretty good, though.
Oh, boy.
It's Shanghai Surprise. Everyone in the chat disagrees with you. That doesn't mean you're wrong. But you stick around. We've seen hundreds, thousands of people like you over the years. This show sucks. It's terrible. 2 weeks later, you're like, hey, look, because it's the internet, I was kind of spurgy. And turns out you guys you kill like 4 hours of my day, and it just flies by like that.
Pretty cool.
Holy shit. So hang in there. You'll be fine. I'm going to get yelled at by the audience in this next segment anyway. I'm expecting a phone call from Marquise.
Okay.
Kim Kardashian went viral again on TMZ because she did some kind of bikini shoot.
Probably her own. She makes bikinis now.
So she's doing a bikini shoot on a beach, and TMZ is getting all kinds of pictures of it. So a little extra free advertising for her swimsuits. And the whole internet, oh my God, look at her ass. It's so good. It's so... I'll die fighting this battle. I will keel over of a coronary live on the air. It's not a nice ass. It's a giant mutation. It's not good.
Could you not for me, though?
Why?
I don't want you to have a
coronary.
coronary.
A coronary. I'm not going to have a coronary. Don't worry.
No coronaries here.
Yes, that's an Indian restaurant down the street from us. Coronary. But at any rate, I'm tired. I'm not tired, but I'm getting frustrated fighting the Kim Kardashian is not the model ass argument.
Okay.
Stop it. They're too big. They get dimply. They get saggy. They get weird. They're too large. It's comical. It's cartoony. It belongs in a fucking Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
So you're more of like a Candace Swan-Opal guy.
Who?
Candace Swan-Opal is like one of the sexiest.
I like a
models
nice
of
high
all
and
time.
tight ass with a little bit of
She's-
stick out to it.
You'd like that one.
Okay, how do I spell her name? What's her name?
Candace Swan-Opal. Just start typing Swan. It'll come up. She's right there.
Oh, there you go. Candace Swan-Opal, South African model. All right, good start.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah,
Where's-
she's a Victoria's Secret angel.
Where's your ass?
You might have to type ass.
Show me. I'm not going to type in ass.
She used to be a Victoria's Secret angel. Now she has her own bikini line, too.
Well, she doesn't have a bikini with. Well, I'm against that. I'm just kidding. Where I can't. April. There's no. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
You know what?
that bikini does not make her ass look very good.
She doesn't have any tits either. I don't like her.
Fine. Well, it looks like she's got tits when she wears bras and shit.
That's true. She's got a little bit of a. You know what? I'm sorry. A little bit of a pancake ass.
Can I just see that one a little bigger just for me?
This one.
Yeah.
There you go.
You see, that's a hot bitch. She's a little too skinny
That's a trick,
for me,
though.
though. That's a lot of.
That's a
too
trick.
ribby in here for me.
Little McRibby.
Um,
I think a little bit of pancake ass. Maybe I'm just hard to please when it comes to
Adriana
asses.
Lima.
Adriana Lima. All right.
Try that one.
Let's see. No asses. Google Images
You're gonna
not
have to
good.
do like bikinis or something.
They're not good on ass shots.
It's Google.
Google. You know what? Here we go. In the red dress here. That's fine. That's a
So
nice.
she's like a perfect level of thick.
I like a
thickness.
tasteful amount of ass. I don't like to, oh, look at that. I don't like asses that feel like they need a guitar, like rock guitar riff behind them. I don't need that kind of, you know what? When I see an ass, you know what instrument I want to hear?
A trumpet.
A piccolo. I want to hear.
That seems a little gay.
I want to hear woodwinds and strings when I see an ass. I don't want to see an ass and go, that's too aggressive. That's too much.
So no Cardi B ass for
right.
you?
Orange Boy nails it. Aaron likes a twang of ass.
Does mine pass the test?
You got a perfect ass. Your ass is perfect.
There's a twang of it.
Oh, you got a twang of ass. Just boom.
You want to flick stuff off
It exists. It's nice and tight, but it's got some, pop to it. But it's not like, oh my God, we've got company over. It's not that kind of ass. I don't want a we've got company over ass.
No way.
Yeah.
There's too much.
I don't like
We need
that.
room for the guests here.
But then I'm kind of also a giant piece of misogynistic shit because if it's a flat ass, I'm like, well, you're like an alien. Like you're an extraterrestrial.
I don't like the absence of ass.
Right. The absence of ass makes me sad. Like, I don't want to hear a sad oboe when I see an ass. But I don't want to. I don't want to hear like. I don't want to hear sad but true when I see an ass. All right.
I feel like when you have a fat ass, all I hear is rap music. That's just me though.
No, there's
never
an
thought
aggression.
of a guitar riff.
No, there's an aggression to an ass that only an electric guitar can capture.
To me, it's more like somebody with a shitty like Dodge Stratus with too big of subwoofers in the back.
You know what
That's what I hear.
I have the exact music I want to hear when I see a woman's ass. This is a perfect ass. By the way, thank you guys. Looking nice this morning. Like button, subscribe, all that stuff. So this is the sound I want to hear. There's a video game. God, I'm gay. Zelda Fairy Cave. This is not that Zelda,
Fairy
my
Cave?
Zelda. I want to hear this kind of music. Not Ocarina of Time, A Link to the Past. Here we go. 1992 Nintendo. This is the music I want to hear when I see the perfect ass. This is the size of ass. I'm comforted. What a comforting, lovely ass that is. That's fantastic. You know what I hear? You know what I don't want to hear?
What do you hear when you see like a Megan Thee Stallion
Okay,
ass?
here's what I hear, and I'm going to have to mute this afterwards because it's going to get us popped. But This is what I hear when I see Megan Thee Stallion's ass. Ready?
I'm ready.
It's time! It's time! It's Vader time!
This is what I hear. Right?
But that sounds hot.
It's too aggressive.
I don't know. That sounds fun.
I don't want to hear that, but not when
That
I
one
see an
sounds a
ass.
lot more fun than the other one. The other one sounds like a gay. This one sounds like a fucking party and let's fuck.
Relaxing. It's nice.
Who wants a nice, relaxing ass?
I do. I want to put my head on it and I want to go, oh, here we go. It's nice and snuggle in.
I feel like you don't want relaxing with ass, though. You want fun.
I want to be able to grab it, squeeze it.
I want to party in that ass.
But I don't want to grab it and squeeze it, go, where are my hands going? I don't want quicksand ass. And that's what Kim Kardashian has.
Like you're never coming out.
Okay, here, I'll put it up for you. Here you go. Guys, here. This is what drove Twitter and Instagram insane yesterday. All I see is, like, how do you clean the poo-poo out of that?
I feel like everything...
Where is the poo-poo? What does she do with the poo-poo?
Everything waistline up looks phenomenal.
All I can think is
like
that's where the duty comes out. And the bigger the butt cheeks, I think the bigger the duty. The bigger the cap, the bigger the pillar.
Can we visit Lizzo's Instagram quick?
Here. You know what? I'm going to show you the music I hear. Close your eyes. I even want you to be surprised. This is what I hear. And Marquise is on the phone. I was kind of trolling him out to get him to call in. Hold on a second. This is what I hear when I see Lizzo's ass.
Silence.
Nope, just wait. This is what I hear. This is a 3-hour video. Give it a second. That's what I hear when that's Lizzo's ass. To me. Oh, yeah. Minnesota Vikings.
This is not a highbrow show.
No, not at all. And if you don't like this show, you're an unhappy person.
And people think you're a misogynist. I don't get it. I do not get it.
Fattest,
Jesus.
but not misogynist. All right, Marquise, go ahead. Yell at me for being white.
You're actually not going to hear any complaints from me. I think Kim's ass is fucking hideous.
Thank you. Wonderful.
It looks too synthetic for me. There's no real there. Right?
It looks like her ass looks like it came off the corpse of your typical average Instagram model chick. Like they cut off her waist and then they sewed it onto Kim. Like it just doesn't look.
It doesn't look
natural.
Right. Yeah.
And she's been saying her whole life, that's my natural ass. Bullshit.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You can look back even like a decade ago and she doesn't have that ass.
No, when she was running around with what's her name? The one who was
Ray J.
Well, no, not Ray. She wasn't running around. She was laying around for Ray J. No, the chick, her friend, her buddy. Like, God, Conrad Hilton's great-granddaughter.
Paris?
God, Paris Hilton. I thought of Conrad Hilton before I thought of
Why
Paris
can't you
Hilton.
Conrad
Paris?
Hilton.
Oh, so Conrad Hilton's, is it granddaughter or great-granddaughter?
I don't even know.
I can't remember. I think great-granddaughter.
I think it's great.
So, when she was running around with Paris Hilton, she was a flat-ass, weird Armenian chick. And then all of a sudden, she gets
some biddies on her.
But she does a sex tape, and then all of a sudden, she shows up the next day, and her ass looks like Richard Gere's after the gerbil got stuck in there and got infected. Sorry, I just watched Primal.
Paris?
Oh God.
No, Kim. When Kim was running around with Paris, she didn't have that big giant ass, and then one day she did, and then she's like, "Oh, it's totally natural." Yeah, we all go through butt cheek growth spurts at 22 years old.
The sex tape was her natural ass.
Right.
That's
and it was a fantastic looking ass. That ass she has now is clearly fake. And this is the fucking problem that I have with fake asses. That hers looks too perfect. Just like I don't like fake titties. They look too perfect. Show me you got some fucking mileage on you. That's me.
Okay, so you like them broken in. You like to shop for your baseball gloves at Play It Again Sports.
Yes.
I hear you. You don't want to do that.
That's why Megan's ass looks so damn good.
Ugh.
And the fact that you sit here and you denigrate that poor woman. You denigrate that delicious fucking creature.
Juicy.
Tory Lanez should have got her in the ass and not the foot. And then that way it could have fixed her.
Wow.
I am not siding with Aaron on this one.
Sir.
I am now Team Marquise. Team Marquise all day.
Fact that,
I didn't think that would make people mad. I thought it was a funny shoot him in the ass joke.
Sir.
The fact that your wife knows what a good ass is and you is alarming.
Look, this is a matter of opinion, and you guys are allowed to be wrong. I mean, a nice high and tight ass that sticks out a little, perfect. You can squeeze it with both hands.
But
you can hold it in the palms of your hands. If your ass makes my fingers go into the skin and I can't grasp it, it's gross.
Go into the skin. Go into the skin.
Like,
what, you're grabbing fucking, what are you grabbing, Play-Doh? Is that what you think a big, juicy, fat ass is?
Yes.
Fucking Play-Doh?
I think it's like it's quicksand.
Oh,
I'm going to test this.
I don't want to grab an ass and feel like it's going to take off with a speedboat and I'm going to have to hang on to it.
Oh, my God.
Your racism really sickens me. You know what? Good ass knows what good ass is.
Wait, how is that racist?
Marquise.
How is that racist? Are you saying that black women have big motorboat asses?
No.
Yes! And that's why I love him.
Oh, he is. Okay. No, my thing about Megan is she's so symmetrical, though, somehow. Like, her shoulders line up with her hips. She's not, like, out of control anywhere. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful.
Right. You know who else's hips lined up with their ass and their shoulders? Ray Lewis.
No, they didn't. Men are like upside-down triangles. Your shoulders are always broader.
Marquise doesn't like hearing this. Megan Thee Stallion reminds me of Ray Lewis.
I want to fucking throw hot coffee on you.
I know you do.
Sick of this.
I know you do. All right. Well, talk to you
Thanks,
later,
Marquise. Buddy. I like that. All I got out of that phone call was Marquise saying, "Good ass knows good ass." Thank you, April.
But April's ass is my ass. That's hashtag that's my ass.
Why is it that if you're with me, you get to just claim it? That's mine. I worked on that.
That's my taste in ass.
Oh, it's your taste in ass.
Right. That's my ass. Hashtag my ass.
Okay, what year was the sex tape for Kim? Can we look up a comparison to then and now?
It was, hold on one second. I have, this is for Marquise. This episode after we're done today. Sorry.
I don't know if Marquise was here. We had this conversation last week sometime.
Yeah.
It seems to happen a lot.
It does happen a lot.
A woman, I think she's of color, that I got Aaron to admit was really pretty was that Saweetie chick. I don't know anything about her, but I know she's pretty.
Wait a minute. You're saying it like you had to tie me up and waterboard me to admit that a black chick was hot.
Pull her up.
There
she's
are
hot.
black women I find attractive.
She's very pretty.
Saweetie is gorgeous.
I don't even know what she does. I think she's a
You know who else
singer.
I used to think was hideous and now I think is very pretty? And we're going to talk about her a little bit later.
Don't know.
Black China. Black China was a gross, bubbly thing popping out everywhere.
Yeah, but we've got her to dissolve her ass now.
We got her to melt all the weird shit in her ass. And now she actually looks cute.
Look at this chick. Show people. She's beautiful.
I like Saweetie.
That in that purple dress up there, though.
Yeah, I like that. I like the black hair, though. I like when I don't mind when they straighten it or whatever, even though that scene is like, how dare you? You're giving in to the white man or whatever. I don't like it when, like, women in general, but, like, when black women go with the crazy hair colors, it's just like when white women go with that crazy hair colors. Yeah. I'm like, no, I actually don't mind the natural hair look.
Where's her booty, though?
It's because, you know what I like? I like nappy-headed hoes, baby. Yeah, it's 7:44 in the morning. I must return from hell. Yeah, see, like, this is cute to me.
She's very pretty. I still haven't seen her ass, but...
I'd fuck her. She wouldn't feel a goddamn thing. After all the... Sorry.
Oh, my goodness. Do you think it's just worn out?
No, I don't. I know that's a very middle school way to think.
They absolutely
They do not blow out and wear out. They come on back. They come on back now, you hear?
I knew you were an animal.
King Kong. Otherwise, anyone I've been with would never fuck anyone again. Am I right? Hey. I had to let people know that I'm full of shit. Bob's backhoe operator says, yes, Aaron, you like your asses high and tight like an NFL running back, right? No.
Tightest and highest they come.
I mean, I don't mean like Saquon Barkley.
Those are the biggest thunder thighs I've ever seen in my life, by the way.
Well, they were constructed in a lab. You see, back in the slave days, they used to take the big black and breed them with the big woman.
Nope.
And then they would have a big black kid.
Jimmy.
And that
wrong show.
Jimmy the Greek would come back today, fully knowing what happened to him. And
he'd still say it.
He would, like, trying to be good on his best behavior, he would still say it. Like, that speech that Jimmy the Greek gave was so from the heart.
Yeah.
That, like, he would try to be a good boy. He's like, all right, they're going to ask me, and I'm going to shut my fucking mouth. Jimmy, what do you think about Martin Luther King Day, black athletes and all that? I think black athletes are wonderful. I think that they're great. I love that they're in the game. I mean, who cares that they got all their muscles from whites breeding them during slavery? Fuck! God damn it. All right, rewind, take me back. Like, that's Jimmy the Greek. If he's in hell, that's his hell. They just keep rewinding that luncheon. Yeah. And they're like, all right, Jimmy, you're going to nail it this time. And he always fucks it up. And like, sometimes it's really bad. Like, sometimes he's just so frustrated.
I'm waiting for you to fucking
He's so frustrated with his eternity that one day they're like, Jimmy, what do you think about black athletes? Ends, the whole lot of them. And it's, all right, Jimmy, now we're going back. Sorry, I get mad. Jimmy, you're here for a long time. Pace yourself. All right?
Maybe he's not here for a long time. He's here for a good time.
King Kong Dong with $2 says, Aaron likes his asses male-shaped.
It does kind of sound that way.
Red Fox Mad with $1.99 says Marquise would make an amazing second mic. Maybe I could do a Wednesday for a couple hours with Marquise.
That'd be cool.
Could talk about some things.
Get your street cred up.
Yeah, then people wouldn't think I'm a racist. I'm just kidding. Yes, they would. Ryan the Garbage Man says Tajari P. Hansen is hot.
People always say this.
Tajari P. Is it Henson or Henson?
We look this is a repeat of last week. We looked this chick up.
Did we look at her?
And we both said that there's something wrong with her face, kind of.
But she's cute. Like, she's fine, but like, she looks like she'd be a daytime TV judge. You know? She looks like she's gonna judge divorce court one day. Brandy was pretty. Remember Brandy? Ready for this? And I don't want Marquise to call on this, but Brandy was mid. I don't feel any heat from Brandy. I just feel so deflated around you. Brandy can't lose with $20. Says play the Rikishi theme music for Marquise. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. I didn't get there. But that's gonna put us 95 away from this morning's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's PayPal, there's Streamlabs. Those are the best ways to do it. But we've been doing it all super chats today. Those count as well. Thank you over on Rumble. We appreciate you guys being there. Eagle of America, John and SLP, Thick Strings, and the other hundreds of people that are watching over on Rumble. We appreciate that. Hit the thumbs up, hit follow. If you're on YouTube, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe. Johnny K and I are on the total same page here. Aaliyah was hot as fuck. Prove me wrong. I think she was delicious. Yeah, the Sharks thought so. Could you not? It is always too soon for the Aaliyah jokes. And she was... Sharks come cruising. 3 singers went into the water. None came out. June the 14th, 2002. I'll never play an Aaliyah song again. Aaliyah. Let's see what she looked like. Ooh, she looks better then than she does now. Sexiest vampire movie ever, by the way, Queen of the Damned. She plays like the Queen of the Damned, and she is hot as fuck. Like, boy, she had no idea with her hips. Like, she moves them a certain way. Fuck. She had no idea how biographical that film would become. Queen of the Damned. You see, because she's dead. A sick man. Well, she's been dead for a while. Leave her alone. I don't think she can hear me. She is hot, though. I've always been on Team Aaliyah. Are you guys ready for me to say something that might be sacrilegious? And I don't want to. I don't want to upset the blacks. You shut up. I'll take Ashanti over Aaliyah. You better pull her up and prove it then. All right. Change my mind. I will take Ashanti over Aaliyah. Nope. She's adorable. Come on. She's so cute. Holy fucking shit. I didn't know she looked like that. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'd still take Aaliyah. Okay,
Really?
pull up Brandy then. You said Brandy's mid. Pull up Brandy.
Yeah, Brandy, I wasn't in, like Moesha, I didn't get into Moesha.
That is
not the right brand. Oh, Brandy Love, we should probably skip past those. Holy shit.
That's not the one.
That is not. Dude, they're whitewashing Brandy?
Yeah,
what the fuck?
hell? Why is that not the one that comes up? Oh,
because it's with a Y.
Okay, I recant on Brandy. I'm not a Brandy chick.
Because she looks like a chick from
I've seen too many.
Looks like a chick from a Steve Madden commercial.
I've seen too many other hot bitches on the screen to put her in the same category now.
It's like if Serena Williams had AIDS. Sorry. Am I being offensive this morning?
Yeah.
I'd like to apologize.
That one wasn't right. That one didn't hit for me.
I'd like to apologize. People are saying, Marquise says Brandy is mid. Exactly.
Okay, yeah. I totally take back my statement on her.
But now people are only bringing up black girls, so now I feel like I've facilitated some kind of meeting here that I wasn't planning on arranging.
What's your ideal hot girl?
Wow. Give me a prime Scarlett Johansson.
I don't like that you had to think about that.
Give me a Hitch Eva Mendes. Give me...
I'm not an Eva Mendes chick at all.
I liked Eva Mendes. Give me a prime Scarlett Johansson. Give me mixed in with some Eva Mendes.
Look, Z, I understand. I wish. This is not that.
Z says April is his ideal. Yeah. How many times have I told you? I remember when we were first dating, I paused Endgame at a certain point because I went, holy shit, Scarlett Johansson looks just like you in this scene.
You did text me that, but
yes.
I don't see that. I don't think that's accurate. I've never understood that take.
So her, Eva Mendes, and you know what? Someone says Charlize Theron. Not bad. Not a bad pick.
She's pretty hot.
I'm going to go peak Hayden Panettiere. All right. Fuck me to death.
I didn't like that take.
All right. Well, I'm mixing it all in there.
But this is your take.
And I love a good Natalie Portman. More so than Keira Knightley.
I'm not going to say she's not beautiful, but that would not be my ideal. No way.
Dark Knight Rises, Anne Hathaway. Not bad. All right. Well,
God, you guys. God. I feel like Anne Hathaway is like that. She's pretty, but she's not like
people are not liking
one.
I am seeing a lot of stuff in the chat here that they don't like. Oh, dude, in middle school, Shakira, I think I would beat off to Shakira music videos.
Shakira is smashable to anybody.
Margot Robbie in Wolf of Wall Street.
Margot Robbie in anything.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's...
Yeah, I agree with D. Gulag. Portman is too pointy. Like, there's something too weird and she's too petite. There's, like, I'm small, but she's, like, extra small. Like, she's double X small.
All right. She's pointy. I'm sorry.
I don't know, man.
I didn't mean to pick a pointy bitch. Unless it's the Pointer Sisters, am I right? It's Raining Men.
Gal Gadot is super smashable, but
can't get over that voice.
I can't get over the voice, and
I can't get over her. I can't get over her. I'm going to wipe out Palestine accent that she has.
I can't get over the stupid, dumbass music that plays behind her in every single Wonder Woman scene.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I hate it.
I can't take it. That voice is the last thing many Palestinian children ever hear. I just can't.
No, I like to picture that as Gila Klein's voice. Actually.
Oh, God, that would be so...
Can we just pull up a tiny bit
that
of
would
Gila
be
quick?
So non-comforting. Ryan the Garbage Man with $5. Thank you very much, buddy, over there on PayPal, as it were.
Olivia Munn.
I loved Olivia Munn.
She's pretty hot.
Jessica Alba. Which one's the smaller one? Alba or Beal? I don't like the one that's got the wide shoulders.
Alba is the small one.
I like the smaller one.
Really? Between those two, I'm going Beal all day long, actually. I think like the hottest moment, I got to see some prime Beal cheeks and, you know, in Chuck and Larry when she's in her underwear in the room. Oh, God. Very hot.
I'm just seeing some of the... All right, a lot of good names coming
Somebody said Leslie
Somebody
Jones.
said Leslie Jones.
I bet you're in on that. Blake Lively, I used to think was gorgeous.
Very cute. All right, let's move on into... Because now we're just talking about bitches.
Everyone loves bitches.
Everyone loves talking about bitches, but now I feel like I'm cheating all the people who hate bitches, like Marquise. I didn't totally just drip that water all the way down my chin to my pants.
Oh, you got little dribblies in your beard.
I certainly never did that. John Rio says, so Aaron's perfect girl is a high school soccer player.
Oh, he's
no.
in Who's this? The purple hair chick. The short hair. She's in soccer, obviously.
Megan Rapinoe.
That's Aaron's ideal.
I've spilled so much seed to Megan Rapinoe. I can't tell you how much cum has fallen out of my dick because of Megan Rapinoe. Oh, I hate Trump too. Oh, men are gay. Oh, fucking hate Megan. Anyway, let's move on from sex symbol to sex symbol. We'll have a nice transition here from story to story. Let's give everyone an update on Bam Margera. You know, some of our clips from this show with higher view counts is us keeping track of Bam Margera. We're almost becoming the Bam Margera What's He Up To Now channel.
It's hard to keep up with.
Spoiler alert, it's bad. And spoiler alert, he's fucked up in it.
Where are we on the bad index today? Is it like really hot or just kind of hot?
It is. Here's how I would classify this. When I saw the headline, this is the reaction I gave.
Okay.
He's not even fucking trying. Like, do you know how hard it is for people to kick any kind of addiction?
Pretty hard.
The vast majority of the time, addicts succumb to their addiction. They just live that way until they die.
I've tried to quit coffee 3 times in my life, and I cannot do it.
Okay, well, his is pills and booze and drugs.
Oh, so
it's a little tough. It's a little tougher. It's a little tougher. So, Bam Margera, hard enough. What is it, like 90% of addicts relapse? So, Bam Margera's got a tough road ahead of him. He's lost his kid. He's lost his wife. He's lost his career. He's probably losing a lot of his money.
Mm-hmm. His friends.
His friends have abandoned him. Even Steve-O, who's like I've met Steve-O a couple times. Nicest fucking human being ever for no reason at all. Too nice to be famous.
He was the last light in the dark for Bam.
Yeah. And he even tapped out. He's like, my friend might die now. I'm just kind of on that. Because for an addict to get better, it's still an uphill battle statistically. But in order to get better, you have to say, I'm fucked up. I have a problem. I want to go get better. You have to, they always say admitting it is the first step. So you have to admit it. And even after the admitting part, a lot of people will just keep going. And then after the admitting part, you got to go get help and actively try to get better.
Yes.
Bam's not even on the admitting part. Bam still think it's rock and roll, dude. It's fucking high. It's fucking high school, bro. I can't do that fucking Philadelphia accent.
I know what you're going for.
We're gonna to get loaded, dude. That's a little closer. We're gonna get loaded, dude. It's gonna be so rad, dude. It's gonna be crazy, bro. That's a little better, dude. There, I found it, dude.
Oh,
we're gonna go get a little loaded, dude. And then after that, we're going to get fucked up and we're going to go skateboarding, dude. It's going to be so great. I got a little too much California slipping into my Philadelphia.
I hate watching your lips when you sound annoying. It's like makes it worse somehow.
Dude, my lips are moving weird, dude. I'm on so much oxys, bro. Oh, dude, this is so weird, dude. So anyway, he can't even admit that he's a fuck up. Like, when you listen to all the shit, like his wife takes the kids away, threatens to divorce him, Steve-O abandons him, all this stuff. It's always their fault. People are always doing mean, nasty things to him. He can't even admit that he's a fuck up.
Why are you looking down on me?
Right. He's always got an excuse as to why it's not his fault. So he's not even at the admitting it yet stage. So this guy is so far away from ever being okay. I honestly don't see a pathway to this guy not dying young.
No. I mean, we do have a death pool for the year, and he's in it.
Bam Margera was arrested yesterday after allegedly making a scene at a restaurant where his estranged wife and son were...
Uh-oh.
So she's clearly not letting him around the kid because he went to that Steve-O show with the kid and he got fucked up.
This is one situation, by the way, where I understand keeping the kid from dad.
You don't want your kid to see their dad like that.
This is tragic. You don't want your son to see this.
So his wife and son were at a restaurant. He finds out about it, and he goes there and makes a fucking scene. Now, cops say Bam was drunk in public. Right. He doesn't understand. The wife is doing this for his own good. Mm-hmm. Like, this is for you, Bam. I'm keeping this kid away from you for you because kids look to their dads as fucking supermen who can do anything. They have a problem. They can't conceive dad not fixing that problem.
Right.
So in this case, when you see your dad that big of a fuck up, it messes you up one of two ways. Either you just think that's how all dads are, and that's an unhealthy, position to have. or you're depressed now because your dad's embarrassing himself and you're embarrassed of your dad, and that's a feeling you don't want as a little kid.
Do you think dad doesn't love you because he's always off somewhere else drinking?
Law enforcement sources tell TMZ police in Burbank got a call around 3:45 p.m. Wednesday for a disturbance at a Thai food restaurant. And when officers arrived, they found the Jackass star arguing with a woman, with the dispute getting louder and louder. Our sources say when police got to the restaurant, Bam was unable to take care of himself and was arrested and booked for misdemeanor public intoxication. They have
video.
No.
Yeah.
TMZ.
Margera, like M-A-R-G-E-R.
Oh, he just went in the other entrance. Dude, no way.
Snapshot and walked back into the Thai restaurant where his child and mother.
That ass,
Here he
though.
is.
Yeah. So there he is. Now, the cops are there.
Dude.
No way.
Is that his ride too? That Range Rover?
I hate these two. I wish somebody else would have filmed it. Like, we don't give a shit. Why does everyone who films stuff like this, they're shaking it all over the place, they're pointing it at the ground?
I don't know.
Well, that is Range Rover. It doesn't fucking matter right now, does it?
You'd think you'd want to get a better shot so you get a better payday.
Right.
That's so sick.
So he's sitting down on a parking thing. Like, he looks like a bum. It looks like the cops are rousting a bum from a parking lot right
the
now.
type of bum that like sits and talks to himself.
And I guarantee as he's talking to these cops, he's making all the excuses in the world as to why he's not doing anything wrong. This is somebody else's fault.
Something about she won't let me see my kid. And,
Right.
You know.
Oh my. Dude. This is like sad.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, well, why don't you two? This has got to be in California because I really hate these two.
Yeah.
It's got to be a California thing. Yeah, Burbank. Okay, so sometimes people are so stereotypical. Those two were such Californians. Oh, no wonder people are leaving your dog shit state.
Couple of softy goofballs.
Ugh. So there's video on social media showing Bam at the restaurant, clearly upset. The footage shows Margera walking in and out of the restaurant while cops look on. Comedian Evan Breen was the one taking the Instagram clip. Well, now I don't have to watch him. You see Bam take a seat on a curb while he speaks to officers. One witness told us Bam's estranged wife, Nikki, and his 5-year-old son, Phoenix, were also inside the restaurant, but cops aren't saying if Nikki was the woman arguing with Bam. Well, who else would be? TMZ broke the story. Nikki filed for a separation. Bam had a domestic violence arrest earlier this month after a woman claimed he kicked her, but they were both so fucked up that they couldn't give a story to the cops, so the cops just cut them both loose.
Yeah.
Like, again, Citizen M says too many second chances. If Bam doesn't get it together this time, he'll end up like Gino Piscante. Oh, that was I didn't see that swerve coming there. Very nice.
What's going to happen to Gino? His cat is going to be taken away.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to take 6 away from Gino.
You know, at least Gino doesn't have like a little one to look up to him.
Dan says, Bam was my inspiration as a teen. No wonder my life is in shambles. Yeah, it's not your fault. You can be just like Bam. You can blame everybody else. But like, with the Bam thing, it's not, I'm sorry, I just don't see this happening. I don't see the recovery happening because he's just a fucking wreck. He's a mess. He still has excuses. He still believes he's the good guy. All these other people are treating him like shit. So he's not even close to the part where you admit you're a fuck up.
Right.
Which is the part you have to get to, and that probably takes weeks or months before you go, oh, now I should go get help. If you forcefully send an addict to rehab, it's useless. They have to go on their own.
They have to want the help. They have to want to change. And, his son's at the point now where his son's going to start remembering this shit.
Right.
That's really too bad. They might not understand what's wrong with daddy, but they know something's wrong with daddy.
They know something's wrong. Yeah. And I'm sure the wife, who loves this guy more than she should,
she stuck around.
She probably thought, if I take this fucking kid away from him, he'll straighten up. But instead, that addict mind is so powerful, that lust for the drugs and the booze is so powerful that your brain convinces you, no, she's just being mean to you. She's got it out for you. All of them do. So that didn't even work.
Yeah, first name, last name says gotta hit rock bottom. Obviously, he's not there yet. We've talked about this before. What is bottom for him?
I guess losing money, like losing all your money, he's got a few million left yet.
I don't know. To me, somebody like a Bam Margera, once he loses money, he turns into like an Andy Dick, and really
we're
goes
gonna,
off the deep end.
we're gonna see Bam
That
Margera.
isn't good.
Yeah, we're gonna see him on IP2 pretty soon. With Only Use Me Blade, and they're going to be shit-faced in an RV. You're right. You know what? I have no problem seeing that happening for Bam. Well, not no problem. I have no problem conceiving that thought.
I could see it.
Of
my opinion.
Of Bam doing that. So yeah, what's bottom for him? Unfortunately for some people, it's they're a deep rolling pigeon, and they hit the pavement. You know, and that's bottom is the end. D Luke with $10. Thank you very much, D Luke. Very nice of you. $80 away from today's goal. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat if you'd like to contribute to our listener-supported program. Hit the like button, hit subscribe. Thank you for being there on YouTube, being there on Rumble. Appreciate it. Oh, Z liked my Hannibal reference, the deep roller.
Oh, cute.
Deep roller pigeons, Clarice. Let's hope that one of Bam Margera's parents wasn't a deep roller as well.
Can I tell you something? Oh,
what?
go ahead.
Yeah. No, you can tell me anything. You're in a safe place.
I really liked those movies.
They're very good.
All of them.
Yeah. You even liked Hannibal?
Yeah.
Okay. Hannibal's solid. It's just that compared to the other two.
Yeah, I liked it.
Like, to me, Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon are neck and neck. Like, they're very close.
Goodbye Horses certainly means something else to me now.
Fucks, yeah. I was trying to show April a movie last night, but she was very sleepy and she went to bed.
Yep.
Fucking Primal Fear. I love that movie. Every time I watch that movie, it's so goddamn good. That cast is awesome. The performances are great. And I'm not usually a Richard Gere guy. But, like, I love Edward Norton. I suck the dick of any movie Edward Norton's in. But, dude, Frances McDormand, Edward Norton, Frasier's dad. God damn it, I know this.
John Mahoney.
Wow, that's rare that
I
you
watched
know the
a lot
actor.
of Frasier. Why is that right?
John Mahoney, Laura Linney, Richard Gere,
Maura
Frances
Tierney.
McDormand, Maura Tierney, Richard Gere. I think I said Richard Gere 4 times now. Manny from Scarface. Obviously.
Yeah, he's
Stephen
main
Bauer.
guy.
Yeah, Stephen Bauer.
What? By the way, did they give him like steroids for this movie? Because
He's always been a big dude.
huge.
Have you ever?
He's not big though in Scarface. He's slim.
Have you ever seen the show Ray Donovan?
No.
Okay, he's in Ray Donovan, and he's a fucking jacked. I love that in his life he's played like an Italian mob guy, a Cuban, and a Jew, like an Israeli Jew.
Like Manny from Scarface, like in Scarface, he was ultra hot in that movie.
You like Stephen Bauer circa Scarface?
Yes, I do.
There's that final scene in Primal Fear where you figure it out like at like just a second before Richard Gere figures it out. I'm not going to say what it is in Primal Fear.
I'd like to watch it. I watched the beginning.
I'm not going to
It
say
seemed
what
good.
it is, but with Edward Norton's performance, when Edward Norton goes, it is one of the biggest motherfucker scenes in any movie. I love it. Cassius says, ever seen The Cell with Vincent D'Onofrio?
Oh,
Great serial killer movie.
I fucking love the movie The Cell. I've watched it many, many times. I do like that movie.
I do like that movie. That one, that fucks you up.
I didn't know you liked it.
When he turns the crank in the dream and he's got the guts.
intestines are coming out. That is really fucked up. I thought after I showed you that movie, you didn't like it. I'd watch that tonight.
That movie made me uncomfortable.
It's supposed to, though.
Yeah.
You're going into the subconscious of a serial killer.
Yeah.
So.
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says Aaron agreed with Ed Norton's character in American History X for the first half of the movie, at least. Good for you, Marty. I'm sorry, Mr. Vale, but that cunt had to die. D. Luke, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. I don't want to, if I sit here and I talk about Primal Fear too much, I'm going to give it away for April, and I don't want to do that.
I do want to watch it, but now we have to watch The Cell, too. I want to watch it this
we got
weekend.
a list. We've got a list. We've got a story out of Florida. Let's go to Florida for this next one before we open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. If you like the show, hit like. If you want to subscribe to the channel, subscribe. Lots of good stuff coming up. We plan to keep doing really good shows for you. Going to Florida, a landlord had it with one of their tenants who hadn't paid in a long, long time. Now, like COVID COVID fucked over landlords big time because in a lot of places, they weren't allowed to kick anybody out.
Right. So they didn't have to pay.
Right. They weren't allowed to kick out any tenants. So a lot of these tenants, especially the deadbeat ones, wouldn't be honest. They'd get their COVID checks and they wouldn't pay their rent. So there was no recourse. All of these landowners or all of these landlords have to take out loans to get them by. They've got to pay interest on the loans. It's a really unfair deal. And in some places, tempers have started to flare a little bit. Like the frustration is coming out, especially for one guy in Florida.
The heat's getting to him now.
Yeah, a tenant wouldn't leave, and he decided to try to facilitate things himself. Oop.
Focus of a recent Local 10 news investigation has now been charged with criminal mischief for defacing a tenant's Ring doorbell camera and leaving derogatory messages on the front door.
Do you guys want to know what the derogatory messages are? Because they can't read them on the news.
I would love to.
The landlord left a message on the front door that simply said, "You fat fuck."
That is when you truly know somebody's had it. No.
Right.
Get out of my property.
Right, they've stopped sending you lawyer letters.
Awful.
They've stopped sending you legal threats. They just go, "You fat fuck." That's how you know the landlord is snapped.
Sir, I don't think that's gonna make me move out any faster.
Yeah, I am a fat fuck and I don't move very well, so this is gonna be awkward for all of us now. And do you really need to fat shame? I think after someone doesn't pay you for 12 months, you're allowed to call them whatever disgusting name you want to.
I think that's usually like even if you're not like whatever insult gets hurled at you, you might not be that thing, but it's just gonna happen anyways.
And I'm sorry, if you haven't paid your rent for 12 months, you kind of are being a fat fuck. Even if you're skinny, like that's very lazy fat fuck behavior.
Okay.
So therefore, fat fuck, totally accurate.
Local 10 investigator Jeff Weinstein has been following this one. He's here with an update. Jeff?
Chrissy, the Ring doorbell.
Look at this fat fuck. Sorry, it's the fat fuck story.
He's a chunker butt.
Oh. Camera recorded the entire thing. 51-year-old Ori Gal owns a Dania Beach apartment building. As we reported, the conditions so bad, the city has already fined him over $130,000, and now he must deal with this criminal mischief charge.
What? So wait a minute. He's the landlord? Why is he being charged with the conditions if it's the guy renting the apartment fucking it up? That's odd.
I don't know. Unless, that doesn't make sense, I guess.
I don't get this. We'll have to, I guess if we shut the fuck up and listen, maybe we'll find out.
The video is clear.
Well, he does look like a douchebag. The
Kinda looked
ponytail.
like John Travolta. A
little bit of a douche.
Ori Gal at the front door of one of the apartments he owns and rents out in Dania Beach. He walks to a vehicle, grabs a can of spray paint, and this former artist then begins his work on a tenant's front door and allegedly damage his tenant's Ring doorbell camera.
What did he write on the door?
He wrote "fat ass" on the door.
I thought no, I don't think it was fat. I thought it said fat fuck. Yeah, it says in the story here, he wrote fat fuck on the tenant's doorbell camera.
Well, maybe he couldn't say ass
on
TV.
Well, ass and fuck are two different things, unless this guy hasn't learned this, in
Unless
which
you're
he's had some
fucking
awkward
one.
dates. And as far as this guy goes, is he allowed to be offended by what the guy wrote on the door? I mean, no offense, bro. You are kind of a fat fuck.
I think technically you're allowed to be offended by just about anything. It's just, I don't know if you should be.
It's almost helpful if you didn't know. Fat fuck is one of those insults, though, that's really good, but really simple and lowbrow. I love a good, simple, lowbrow insult. Like fat fuck is a good one.
I think those actually hurt worse sometimes.
Right.
We actually had this conversation in the bedroom the other night. Like, what would be like the most...
Right, when you were saying small dick. Yeah, I was like, sometimes those hurt the most.
In your ear, maybe. No, like what's the most elementary, like painful insult?
Stupid. Stupid hurts. Like when someone calls you stupid, like they're just like, "Hey, stupid." You're like, "Oh, I am," especially when you're being stupid.
I think you pig, or like
Pig.
you swine.
Yeah, you fucking pig.
You uncultured swine.
Like if I eat something, neighbor's like, "You're a pig." I'm like, "Oh God, I just feel fat and gross, and you just don't want to eat anymore."
Pigums, that one hurts.
You feel like a shamed child when someone calls you a pig.
Hey, could you save half the loaf for me, at least?
See, now that
maybe a slice if
that's
you're
even
feeling generous.
Traumatizing. So okay.
I'm sorry.
Hey, bro, can you let this fat fuck talk? I mean, if that's the tenant that's there on camera, it's not the most offensive thing the guy could have written on the door.
What if that's not even the tenant? He just lives next door.
Yeah.
Tenant's Ring doorbell camera.
What did he write on the door? He wrote, fat ass on the door. I don't understand this.
That tenant does say he's had words with Gal.
Oh, that is him.
So,
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So the fat fuck can't even read either because it didn't say fat fuck or fat ass, it said fat fuck.
What I don't like about where we're at as a society right now is like you could clearly be doing something wrong for a very long time, like not paying your rent.
Being a bum.
You're being a bum. I don't care who you are, what you weigh. You're being a bum. But as soon as somebody gets pissy with you for doing the bad thing for so long, now it's their fault.
Well, it's kind of like it's we use the tennis term, but this one's a forced error where like this guy was such a piece of shit that the landlord lost his cool.
Right.
Like the landlord did fuck up. He did something. But technically you're vandalizing your own property. Aren't you allowed to vandalize a building you own?
I don't know what the rules are if somebody else is living there.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, look.
Either way, you're supposed to be a little more professional out of the two of you.
I'm not saying the guy isn't a slumlord. I mean, this looks like a really shitty place to live, but you choose to live there.
A home is a home, no matter how small.
That's true.
About the condition of the apartment, complaining about rodents and mold issues. 51-year-old gal has been the focus of a recent Local 10 News investigation where tenants claim to be living in unsafe and unsanitary conditions.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, that guy.
Why are we living here then?
Yeah, that's number one. That's number one.
Can we get out of here?
But number two.
That's just bare drywall. Look
at that. He's just using filler for the fucking.
That foam is really fun to play with, though.
Great. I don't want it where the hole is for my bathtub.
You know what I want to do with that? Because I know what it feels like. I've used that shit before. I want to take like a big ass like kitchen knife, like a big one, and like cut it. Because it makes that noise. And it makes that noise, and I want to make the lines and make it smooth.
Dude, you can see underneath this. There's mold everywhere.
Yeah, and that's bare drywall.
Yeah. Like if you're
that's not good.
If you're taking a shower, this is like one of those showers where when it gets hot and steamy, black shit runs down the walls.
Excuse me, drywall or sheetrock? I don't want to be yelled at in the chat. It's one of them.
In fact, the city of Dania Beach has fined Ori Gal thousands and ordered him to fix apartment conditions and rodent issues.
Honestly,
oh my God.
Honestly, God, like these should all be condemned. They should be shut down. Nobody should be allowed to live there.
That is not livable conditions at all.
So maybe the fat fuck thing was a little too far. I mean,
I do believe the fat fuck was too far.
I wouldn't pay my rent if I lived there.
I wouldn't be living there, first of all.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Like, you can't find your way out of that to something even a step better.
According to this Broward Sheriff's Office arrest form, Gal is now charged with criminal mischief for damaging the tenant's Ring doorbell camera with spray paint. We asked Ori Gal about his artwork on the front door, but he didn't want to talk about it.
Well, why not? Be proud of what you did.
God.
That's like a Banksy piece.
Am I the only one sitting here having a problem doing the math? Like, okay, so the inside of your apartments looks like that, but you stuck a fancy Ring doorbell on the door.
I gotta know who's coming. Like, who's coming into that building?
Nobody. I tell you, nobody.
If you break into that house, you fix the deadbolt on your way out. You're like, I'm sorry. Clearly,
I feel bad.
I feel like shit. I was coming in here. This is a waste of my time. I came in here to get nice things. And I found one earbud. That's cool. All right.
It has wax in it, though.
And I think that's even black mold on the mouse is chewing on the other one. That's why I can't get it. That's lovely.
If you're this tenant, though, and if the nicest thing on your apartment, a.k.a. the Ring doorbell, gets damaged, it's
your life right there.
You try to milk that guy for all the money you can get, because then you can get out of here.
I would say somewhere around 12 months rent.
More than that, you got to get the next security deposit for your next place.
Yeah, that's true.
You're caught on camera spray painting lazy ass and fat on the front door.
I love that. And you know that news guy was excited to get to say fat fuck on camera.
Yeah.
He's like, you wrote lazy ass and fat fuck. Oh. And the landlord's sitting there like, I just am really upset. Nobody's giving me credit for not writing the N-word. I clearly held back.
He does look like a douchebag.
Yeah.
For sure.
News to me, but that's great for news. I can go to the restroom now. We'll continue this later. Okay?
Why did you do that?
I gotta go take a shit. Sorry.
Did you hear that? He said news to me.
News to me.
Like it wasn't you on camera.
Right.
On the Ring camera?
It was another douchebag with ponytail and scruffy beard. Not me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go take a nice big runny dump. Have a great rest of your day.
So I don't know why he came and took upon himself to write that on my door.
Especially when I was writing a sequel song to 'Cause I Got High. And I was trying to get back in the music game.
You know what? This guy?
Yeah.
I bet he fucks.
You think he gets pussy?
I think he gets puss.
Oof. The world is just a sad place. That actually bums me out. He should have to work harder.
Why?
Ask him. When I see him the next day, like, what's going on with this? He like, oh, I don't know. First I'm hearing about this. He didn't know that a camera works. And it caught everything because he rung the doorbell before he went over and do it.
Yeah, you're 12 months late with your rent. I just figured everything in this house didn't work, if you catch my drift.
Wouldn't the landlord have been the one to put the Ring doorbell on there?
No, he did. That's his Ring doorbell. He put it on.
Oh,
the
no
tenant
shit.
did, yeah.
You know what? I'm stupid because you can't sue if it's not your Ring doorbell.
Good work, April. She gets it.
I'm going to become a detective.
Eventually she gets it.
Doing it.
Irredeemable will be arraigned on this charge May 2nd. He told us he is currently in the process of evicting 7 of his tenants in that building.
You're doing him a favor.
I mean, yeah, that's not going to be... Just get out, right?
Right. Just stop
Here's
this.
the thing.
Stop the madness, man.
You have to get out before you're evicted because if you're evicted, you're going to have a damn hard time getting into the next place.
Oh, that's true.
Renters do not look well on evictions. Okay.
Gray beard with same joke I was thinking of. He says the camera is the only thing that works in this whole story. It's pretty true. One guy hasn't paid his rent in 12 months. The other guy's a total douchebag piece of shit.
Doesn't take care of his property.
Yeah, the Ring doorbell's the only innocent one in the whole thing. Yosemite Sambo says, I was going to clean the mold in my house. Oh, sorry. I was going to clean the mold, but then I got high. I was going to sue my landlord too, but then I got high. Now I live in squalor, and I know why. Why, man? Because I got high. JJ says, hopefully that tenant upgrades to homelessness before he gets sick from the mold.
I agree. Being homeless, would be better air quality.
That mold will fuck you up. That'll give you like long-term lung problems.
You definitely don't want black mold. That's for sure.
No. Are you going through the lines in your head right now that you can't say, so we just move on to?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just
and
checking.
Dexter Morgan's telling me to stop. What am I stopping?
Whatever you're doing.
Stop what?
No, he wasn't finished yet. He was also going to write drop and then shut him down, open up shop.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? Then I get it.
Blop Jones says some police stations were giving these doorbells out for free because they can see everything. I saw a video about it. Triple N says, guys, African-American mold, please. I believe it's actually mold of color.
Molds of color.
Yeah, I think so. Rostog's Broken Spirit says, I was expecting Corey to be the tenant. No.
Hey.
No, of course not.
That man has a nice place.
First name, last name says cardboard box under the freeway would be safer. Probably.
Dude, anywhere is safer than black mold, I promise.
Goth Dangerfield says the classic story, the lazy versus the greedy Fucking hell. I mean, it's not a tale not told. Put it that way.
It's too many. That's a double negative.
It's not a tale not told. How's that? Coke Diff.
Coke Diff
says good morning. Now wait a minute. Coke Diff looks like an eggplant. I don't know. I don't know how that.
Cock Diff.
I'm a fucking doofus and a half.
Yeah, you gotta look at the eggplant first.
Cock Diff is an eggplant. I'm sorry, Cock Diff.
You know what kind of mold shows up when you don't want it to? When you don't need it?
Oh God, what?
Black mold. You never want that stuff.
That's technically true. I thought it was. Never mind. You know what? Never mind. I have to end this story.
No, that one shows up when you need them.
I have to end this story because I've got so many things kicking around in my head, and in my mind I'm going, Aaron, you've done so well. You know, you've handled this. You've been funny with this story, but you haven't gotten yourself killed or fired or anything like that. Aaron, how about once in your career, you take the W, you pick up the chips, you go to the pay window, baby, and you call her a day, and you go to the next thing.
Can you imagine how that apartment smells? What does it smell like to you?
See, why are you doing this to me? Cocoa butter and Newports. God damn it. I didn't want to do this.
Hey.
You made me do it.
I think that would be an upgrade.
I was going to air fry some chicken, but then I got high. Now some rats ate my breakfast, and I know why. Why, man? All right, guys. Sorry.
Before we get in trouble.
Yes, thank you.
Move along.
Mr. Approachable says, for dear God, for once in your life, let go of the shovel before you start to smell Chinese food. I know.
That sounds delicious. I hate it when you people bring up Chinese food, by the way. You always do this, and then I want it.
All I have today is talking to Ray DeVito and going boxing. So I don't have...
Well, I have the gym today.
I don't have much going on.
This is my new note on my to-do list.
Fuck a duck.
Can we say that on here?
I'm using Socialist Media with another $50. What a generous guy. By the way, orders going in today or tomorrow for the new VIPs. I'm using Socialist Media, became a VIP last week.
Not even from this country.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep.
So we're going to have all that sent out in the next couple of weeks here. If you've become a VIP in the last month, we usually, after the prize show, we usually do the new orders. So we're going to order stickers today. We're going to order the VIP, the merch, all that stuff.
I still have to oh, wow. I had something on the back burner. I have to create like a fuck you dude wants cool stickers to put on like hard hats and shit for his work. Which I think's very cool.
Mr. Approachable says, new VIPs, send a message to April with your name and address and shirt size. Yes, absolutely. And if you purchased some stickers last night during the prize show, make sure that you send us your information so we can get those sent out to you. All right. What are we? $45 away from this morning's goal. Holy shit. You guys have gotten there very quickly. Thank you. Appreciate that. There's the links in the chat if you'd like to contribute. Okay. So remember last week, the big news was, oh my God, Trump's going to be arrested.
Tragedy.
Tragedy.
That's travesty and tragedy mixed.
So we have Trump was going to get arrested. We have Trump was going to be, walked away in handcuffs, and we were going to get the Trump perp walk. Ironically, that became the story the whole week around the same time the news came out of the Biden family China business dealings. So that was a nice little distraction for something that actually mattered. Well, now we're hearing, surprise, surprise, the Manhattan Trump grand jury is set to take a break for a month due to a previously scheduled hiatus.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, because last week they were ready to turn in an indictment.
Today.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Now we have a previously scheduled hiatus. Well, which one is it? Were they ready to come to a decision last week, or was there a previously scheduled hiatus for the grand jury? It's almost like the whole thing was bullshit from the beginning, and that maybe you were just trying to hide from something else. But then Trump kind of played into it by going, they're going to arrest me on Tuesday. Everybody get out there and protest and all this stuff. Like, he kind of feeds into it a little bit. I think
why not?
Yeah, they probably did a thing where they're like, get this information to Trump that we're indicting him, and he'll do the work for us.
Sure.
Like, he'll put it out there. He won't be able to help himself.
Yeah, but that actually, I think, kind of prevented it from happening.
Maybe, or I'm thinking they never intended to, but they needed some kind of story because that China-Biden business thing was out there. So they're like, oh, people eat up the Trump shit. So let's just do that. The break would push any indictment of the former president to late April at the earliest, although it is possible that the grand jury's schedule could change. In recent weeks, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office hasn't convened the panel on certain days, but it is District Attorney Alvin Bragg's prerogative to ask the grand jury to reconvene if prosecutors want the panel to meet during previously planned breaks. All right. So, again, all of this is over a misdemeanor.
Yep.
It's all over a misdemeanor that, Trump, well, you see what happened was he fucked this girl. His consigliere, Michael Cohen, paid her off not to talk about it. She agreed not to talk about it, which, by the way, he should get his money back.
I agree.
Because his bitch blabbed.
Yep, she went out.
And then Trump reimbursed Cohen for the payoff, so Therefore, he's broken some kind of campaign finance law. Well, it's a misdemeanor, apparently, it turns out. So it's a slap on the wrist kind of a thing.
But a misdemeanor, committed by the most evil man in the world.
Well, not only that, they've now found documents that show Michael Cohen years ago in writing said, no, Trump never reimbursed. That was for legal services. I was never reimbursed for any kind of payment to Stormy Daniels. That was me. I did that, the whole thing. So I don't know. This is all it's all over a misdemeanor. And I think the whole point of that Manhattan grand jury was to distract from this one story. They did that, and now they're kind of just, all right, you guys go do what you want. Kind of back to business as usual.
Do they think we don't notice that?
Most people don't.
What do you think?
Most people
Really?
don't. Most people either don't care or they hate Donald Trump. That's the majority of this country when it comes to this story.
I don't like that because in this household and probably these circles in the chat and stuff, it seems pretty obvious to a lot of people here.
Yeah. A crime that low isn't even newsworthy. Yeah. Well, especially when you're talking about New York City, the district attorney in New York City lets potential felons walk back out on the street, with no bail, no nothing, waiting for their court date. And then, talks about, and then that person will go out and keep reoffending. And they don't really feel the need to address that. But you know what we got to stop the news cycle for? A lawyer paid a skank, and then a billionaire paid his lawyer after the lawyer paid the skank. We really got to shut everything down for that.
She's a nice lady.
You know what? I'm sorry. The woman who gets plowed out on camera is a really sweet woman.
I think so.
I'm really sorry to, what is it? Damage her reputation.
She's the type you take home to mama.
If your mom is Lisa Ann. I don't know. They're taking a month break. I just think this is a break of, hey guys, we used you for a week as a news pawn. Here you go. Take a little vacation.
I do prefer my hiatus to be previously scheduled.
Yeah, previously scheduled hiatus. Even though we were totally planning for these charges to happen last week, but now they scheduled a hiatus. It
seems a little more like a spontaneous hiatus to me.
Spontaneous. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville has the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party, Saturday, August 12th. It's at Stoney's. Go to eventbrite.com, search Steel Toe Anniversary Show. Get your tickets there. You can either get tickets to the comedy show, the cornhole tournament, or both. Or you can just come out and hang out with us. And if you're not in the cornhole tournament, just come hang out at Stoney's outside. Always a nice day. Or, and then when the comedy show starts, you either stay outside, you head home, whatever the case may be. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They've got Bike Night coming back very, very soon. Great pizzas, world-class Bloody Marys, and so much more at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar. Visit them today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Nobody quicker than All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, or your car won't go, it's All Care. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Great selection of firearms, tactical gear, ammunition, knives, optics, you name it. They're out there at MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com. Of course, use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself a great discount. That's MidlandArmory.com. Dexter says, I think you mean actual felons, Aaron. Well, I was going to say that about who they let out, but I always thought that the no bail thing was if it's a felony, there could be bail. I could be wrong on that.
I actually don't know.
I'm not sure how it works in New York, but I do know.
I think all things go in New York.
It does seem a little bit like a madhouse at this point. A Florida principal. This woman is a stupid head. This is another scam story. And this one, you can't blame it on them being an elderly person or a senior citizen or any. This was a working professional. She was a principal at a school, and she was convinced that Elon Musk was talking to her and going to send her money.
Oh, fun. Another crazy out of Florida.
What a narcissist you would have to be to not question Elon Musk not only wanting to give you money, but just wanting to talk to you.
God, I wish I felt that way.
Like if someone said, hey, Aaron, Elon Musk wants to talk to you, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Get out of here. I'm not even giving you whatever it is. I'm not even letting you ask what it is you want from me. in this little scam you're pulling.
Maybe we should just have one of his babies and we can get a bunch of money.
That'll get you taken care of. So let's go ahead and check this one out of Florida. She had to resign because of what a dipshit she is.
The longtime principal of a charter school resigned amid controversy tonight.
Yeah, it was discovered that she wrote a $100,000 check out of the school's account to an internet scammer posing as Elon Musk.
Uh-oh. That makes it even worse. Like if it's your own $100,000, I mean, you're just a dipshit. You're dumb. But if it's the school's $100,000, now you're going to jail.
That's an awful lot of money that school probably needed.
Well, and not only that, you thought, the stupidity, you thought you would what? Take $100,000 from the school before they noticed. Give it to Elon Musk, who totally needs your $100,000.
Right. What does Elon Musk have to tell you to make you believe he needs that money?
A $100,000 to Elon Musk is a $10 bill to the rest of us. So no, he's not going to ask you for one. Well, what, did Elon Musk email you and he went, oh, little cash poor right now. Do you have $100,000 on you? I need to go to the grocery store.
I swear I'll repay you tenfold.
Oh,
next
yeah,
month.
yeah. Don't worry about it. I'll hit you back, you know?
I just always imagine, like, what had to be said to, like, encourage somebody to give someone money like that?
It was a female principal, so I'm guessing something like your eyes are really pretty. Or your last boyfriend was really bad to you. I can be better.
You really don't think much of us, do you?
Not at all.
I think...
You think this story is the story that the hill you want to die on?
Look,
come on, Aaron, we're not all that bad.
Honey, your ex did not treat you right.
Likewise.
I can treat you right.
Yeah. Oh, you deserve to be treated like a queen. I'll give you $100,000 from the school's budget. Sure, Mr. Musk.
And my firstborn.
Yeah.
WashU Stuart Moore is live in the studio with this story. So, Stu, what's going on here?
Summer and Jim, Dr. Jan McGee has been principal of Burn Science and Technology.
Doctor.
This is a Dr. McGee. Just sounds...
First name Dipshit. Dr. Dipshit McGee. Doctor. We've got to make it more difficult to get a PhD in this country. We've got to, like, the education system is broken.
Doctor of what exactly?
Thugonomics. Believe it or not. She wore
Thugonomics?
she would wear a log chain around her neck when she came out with a padlock on it.
Interesting.
Charter school in Oak Hill since it opened back in 2011. But tonight, she has stepped down.
I love this school more than anything else. If it means your administration is going to stay, I'm turning in my resignation.
You know, when I love something, I always make sure I steal 6 figures worth of money from it.
Right.
You know?
And I also want you guys to all take note of how everyone else in the room is looking at her.
Oh, they hate her fucking guts.
And they're about to cheer for her resignation.
Yeah, they're all clapping. It's like, thank God this dumb bitch is out. And that's the thing. Like, you want to treat her like she's an evil scumbag, but I'm pretty sure she's just stupid.
She is. You can tell she's that type. When she's talking, she talks slow like this.
Guys, I swear, I thought it was Elon Musk and it was going to be great for the school. Oh, God. Old people in the internet. Ban them from computers.
I'm turning in my resignation.
McGee says she spent months talking to someone she thought was Elon Musk.
Months? Wow. That scammer was in it for the long haul, huh?
You know, he was busy helping run a company that designs the rockets that NASA uses and running Twitter and developing new technologies. But you know what?
Tesla.
Electric cars. He really needed to talk to that old bitch from that charter school, just to kind of keep his mind at ease. God.
You know what I think Elon Musk should do for all of us?
What?
Instead of electric cars? Electric shoes.
God.
She was hoping to get the space pioneer to invest millions in the school in exchange for a $100,000 upfront investment. The school's business...
Yeah, because that's what Elon Musk needs. Look, I could totally help your school out and give it millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I just need $100,000 up front so I know you're serious.
That's exactly it. I just need to know you're committed to this.
If Elon Musk proposes to you a deal you haven't seen since you became a true romance sales representative, it probably is not true. You know, if you invest in yourself, then you can grow your team. What about the products? We're not really sure what the fuck we sell.
No.
It's like dildos and shit. You just have a big party with all your friends. biggest whores you can find. Have them buy a bunch of overpriced dildos and vag creams.
Oh, the pure romance shit?
Yeah. And then you get them to they become a team member, and then they give you this, and then they become a team member.
Dude.
Oh, so it's like you can't say that legally.
That is weird that you can't say that.
So
though.
it's multi-level marketing. No, it's not multi-level marketing. We do it all the time. Look at your paycheck. You see that Social Security taken out? Same concept.
Have you ever been to one of those like meetings?
Thank Christ, no.
I have. I had to sit in on an Amway one once.
Ugh.
And it was at a
Did you get
McDonald's.
some food? Oh, you didn't even get food?
Nope. And
usually they'll give you dinner, and then you'll have to hear about Amway.
I just feel, I don't know who's the bigger asshole sitting in a meeting like that. The
You.
guy trying to sell it to you or the one sitting there.
No, you.
I was sitting in with a friend because they didn't want to go to it alone.
Why didn't you talk your friend into not going, period?
I didn't know. I felt bad. And
You know,
it's just
Amway's
so
like a running
embarrassing.
punchline for people.
I know. And they do have good drinks, though. Your uncle and his wife had the drinks at Cow Butchering Time. Those excess energy drinks or whatever.
Sure. But that
Are
doesn't...
they part of that?
I hope not.
Do they do that?
I hope they're not
I mean,
involved in
you just-
Amway.
I feel like everybody involved in an Amway meeting has to be an asshole. Like you're trying to sell this shit and make it sound like life-changing and so
Yeah.
good. And you're trying to believe it on the other
Meanwhile,
side
at
of
the
table.
grocery store down the road, they have 50 products of each of these
I
things
know.
that are better than what they're selling.
I know. It's so bad.
Why don't I just cut out the middleman? Go work for Coburn's.
His manager got wind of what happened and canceled the check before it was cashed.
Oh, thank God.
But tonight, at a sometimes chaotic and packed school board meeting, other school administrators say McGee was repeatedly warned.
See, like, this guy has a look on his face. Like, he wants to yell at this lady, but he knows she's just really stupid. Like, if someone's evil, it's a lot easier to get in their face and yell at them. When they're stupid, you're like, I feel like I'm just backhanding a puppy.
Right. They all look just disgusted with her.
Yeah.
I don't know. And shouldn't somebody have to double check? Like, shouldn't there be like a treasurer? Like,
No,
that
they
has-
canceled the check. I mean, it didn't get to whoever this was claiming to be. I mean,
But
just Elon Musk needed $100,000 from you, of course.
Before we get to writing the check, especially one of that size, you should have to have somebody double check that.
Yeah, the principal can just write a check.
I don't like that.
Warned it was a scam and laid out other issues they say led to a toxic work environment. When employees said they could no longer work under Dr. McGee, McGee resigned and left the building. The school.
Here's what happened. The way they're explaining it, they canceled the check, and she went, "What are you guys doing? Now Elon Musk won't give us millions of dollars." And they tried to sit this stupid old lady down and explain to her that that's not Elon Musk. Yes, it is. Look, it's his profile picture. It's him.
There's a blue check next to it.
She's leaving under duress. Like, she's leaving thinking she hasn't done anything wrong. She actually quit this job and still thinks we can still write that check and get that millions of dollars from Elon Musk.
Do you think she's going to continue to message that person?
Yes, she thinks all of these people are fucked in the head and don't give a shit about the school because they've sat her down, they've tried to explain it. She doesn't understand how this works.
I just love this school more than anything. And guys, I was just trying to help, and I'm sorry you don't see it that way. I will excuse myself.
That's why everyone there was looking down at the ground with their teeth clenched, because they're like, I can't beat them up. They're a senior citizen, and they're too fucking stupid to know they're stupid.
School with just under 1,000 students is A-rated and has a huge waiting list. West will have more on this story for you tomorrow. Jim, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, just old people and technology. It should be outlawed.
I do think there should be age limits to certain positions, don't you?
Yeah, and it should usually be somewhere in the early 60s, if you ask me.
Yeah, if you're going to have a bunch of power over something, you know, like the president.
Yeah, right.
I mean, can we have just some age restrictions?
Toolman Mike becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. $40
Thank you.
Away from nailing today's overtime goal. Yosemite Sambo says, I resign, gotta go now. Me and Elon are having some dinner tonight at Arby's.
Oh, no, ma'am, that's not going to be Elon.
And ma'am, Elon wouldn't eat at an Arby's.
It's a different Elon.
It is a guy named Elon. And he just spray painted fat fuck on one of his tenants' slumlord apartments. Yeah.
Why does all of this happen in Florida? I feel like
there's a healthy brew of that type of person down in Florida.
Much like Pitbull stories, I feel like when you're show prepping, you have to turn down stories from Florida.
Yeah.
Because there's just so many of them.
There's some of them where I'm like, I'll never leave the state of Florida today if we don't do this.
I don't like that Florida seems like the nicest place to be and it's paradise and all this shit. But then you see all of this and it's like, but do I really want to visit?
The problem with Scotland is it's full of Scots. Jake says Elon would totally go to Olive Garden instead. Duh. God.
Endless bottomless soup and breadsticks. Hello.
Kyle says train derailment in Minnesota. Aaron P. Yeah, we started with the train derailment story this morning. That was about almost 3 hours ago. Holy shit.
Yeah, should we do an update? See how it's going?
Let's see what we've got. Train derailment, Minnesota. Yeah, it was a big, big fire.
Oh my God. Is that what that looks like?
Oh boy, live 25 minutes ago. Let's try to find a good one. I'm going to try to find a good one for you guys.
That looks tragic.
So this was this morning. We got a ad first. Sorry, guys. Figs.
What is a fig?
It's a fruit.
I know the fruit.
Grows on a tree. You eat it.
Those are delicious.
If you misspell it, you get fired from your job.
But you get to chuckle.
Yeah, if you work at a farm and you go, we got 12 different bushel barrels full of, and then you spell it wrong. And it's like, we got to let him go.
Do you want to buy some figs today?
Not at all. Here we go.
1 o'clock this morning when this train derailment first happened here in the town of Raymond. You take a look at the scene here. You can still see cars are still on fire. A bunch of emergency responders here. Some of the cars are still actually upright and on the tracks yet, but this is Highway 23 running through the town of Raymond. It runs parallel to those railroad tracks here. You can still see emergency crews working in that area trying to get this under control. We did hear from the assistant fire chief at the town of Raymond. They said they have sprayed thousands and thousands of gallons of water on this train derailment overnight. And as of right now, they're just...
Well, yeah, because it was a corn syrup fluid and...
ethanol.
And ethanol that they were holding in here. So that could become potentially really, really bad very, very fast. So, I'm honestly... If the fire department got that contained to just that area, that's a remarkable job they did.
Bravo, but I was nervous.
Risking their lives.
I was nervous watching them just casually standing next to it.
Me too.
I don't like that. Like, couldn't that explode potentially?
You would think.
Trying to let that ethanol burn out. So that's what we know so far. About a half-a-mile radius around this crash site has been evacuated. So overnight, emergency crews were going door to door trying to get people out. Some were taken by emergency vehicles to nearby school in Princeburg. That's about 5 miles.
And the reason they had to go half mile is because they determined, and this is a scary thought to think, that's the blast radius.
Yeah.
If ethanol and corn syrup fluid ignites and all these cars end up catching fire and explode, the blast radius, if the fire gets out of control, is a half fucking mile.
I have a question that I feel is going unanswered with all of these train derailments.
Where's Pete Buttigieg?
Wow. That's the second one. The second question.
I mean, that would be a nice question. You talk about a guy who's in over his skis. Pete Buttigieg only got that job because he dropped out of the presidential race so that Joe Biden could beat Bernie Sanders. And so now he just got this gig that he thought would be an easy one, and we're finding out how terribly unqualified he is. Yeah, and he likes and he likes those, April. Yes, thank you for that. I'm sorry, you were saying.
My biggest question, why is this happening? Like, why is the train derailing physically? Why are they all doing this?
Because some little bastard, you wouldn't believe this, some little bastard put a penny on the train tracks.
I don't believe it.
It's ridiculous. I wish people would stop, but lest here we are in 2023. There's no sense of national unity.
Answer the goddamn question. Why are they derailing?
I don't know.
This is happening all the time now.
Look,
suddenly.
You think I was kidding. That was my best guess.
Like,
That's all
I'm
I got.
sitting here like,
pennies
what
on the track.
Did a squirrel run into your track? Did a deer run into your track? No, you're going to cut right through that shit. You can't give me that excuse.
Miles away from here.
You think that the train conductors are afraid to hit animals, so they're like bikers and they just lay it down? Is that what you're thinking?
No.
I see a deer on the track. I'm putting her down.
No.
I'm putting her in the snowbank.
No.
Warn the citizens.
I follow Mediator, obviously. They send in pictures all the time, like listeners of Mediator do. Like, oh, here's a cougar that was cut in half by a train and stuff like that. So you can't blame shit just running into the tracks because usually
I don't think anyone is.
That's what I'm saying, though. Nobody tells me why it's happening. Nobody even has an excuse.
Because our infrastructure is dog shit and our empire is crumbling? Does that make you feel better?
I wish you wouldn't tell me.
Does that make you feel better?
No, I don't feel
We're
good.
an empire in a state of decline and the best days are behind us?
This is
Does
sickening.
that make you feel? There's also a combination of that, and they said about 1,000 train derailments in the United States every year. So I think the media is reporting on them now to kind of fuck with your head too.
And it just happens to be in our backyard.
Yeah.
And we have now a backyard nuclear waste spillage too.
Well, we have that too. I mean, one thing at a time.
What is going on?
We're an empire in decline. I told you this.
This doesn't feel good.
No, it never does. Never does.
As of last check overnight, they had about 150 people stay with them. And then about 100 or so were transferred to the Unity Church, also in Princeburg, as a new location, as that school needed to get the.
Look at the train axles.
That is
that
so
come
honestly
off.
so fucked.
Look at those big fucking
Can you
things.
imagine being a train conductor now and your train derails and you're like, God damn it.
George Carlin would be turning over in his grave, Mr. Shining Time Station conductor.
Just, I picture you.
It's a harder job than I remember it being.
I just like, and check this out. So is something in the middle of the train like derailing, or is it the front of a train? Like, what is this?
School day underway here. We do know this is a BNSF train, and they said that 22 cars derailed, no injuries, but these cars, they were carrying mixed freight, so ethanol and corn syrup. So that's what you see burning off in the distance.
We're fatties
But again,
up here.
Both of which are going to end up in your food supply somehow. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, fun.
See this? Hey, the shit that's going to end up in your food, we have to clear you out for a half mile because it's spilled out. Ready to put it in your body, fuckers?
Dude, you're nervous if you're that person living there, right?
Right. Eat it, you fat pigs.
Whoa, can you imagine living there and you woke up to the sound of a train derailing? How loud is that?
That's going to interrupt your cow inseminations.
And nobody wants that.
Nobody wants
you
to
need
interrupt.
a steady process, a steady hand.
You don't interrupt the cow insemination
The
process.
cow
for God's
freaks
sake.
out and kicks you.
and this has been happening since 1 o'clock this morning, and emergency crews really have no timetable as to when this situation might be under control.
It's a cis situation. Okay, well,
Nobody
I'd hate for it
likes-
to be a trans situation.
Oh.
It's a tran derailment.
You know, MnDOT has closed this stretch of 23 in both directions through the town of Raymond. It's about a 7-mile stretch, and just to give you some perspective, town of Raymond, the population is right around 800 or so, and the town limits, they span the 7-mile stretch of Highway 23. It actually spans greater than the town limits of the town of Raymond, so it's the entire stretch that goes through the town of Raymond, a main thoroughfare through the city and through western and southern Minnesota as well. So we'll continue to bring you updates as soon as we learn more. Be sure to stick with us both on social media, Facebook, Twitter, as well as on our website, WCCO.com. For now.
All right, so I think the scariest job are those firefighters who are standing right next to that
Yes.
thing. I'm guessing it's got to be safe enough at this point.
It has to be, but I'm still nervous, like waiting for it to blow
Yeah.
while I'm standing there. So
Jesus. Corn Diff. Corn Diff is a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you, Corn Diff.
Thank you, buddy.
That means a lot to have Corn Diff become a member of our show.
It's corn.
Oh, excuse me there. Sorry, I had a train derailment in my throat.
Dude, train derailments are starting to freak me out a little because, like, we drive past the, we drive alongside and under a train track, like, often in this town, you know, that overpass.
Yeah.
And can you imagine a derailment in town? Or, like,
I like to
let's
play
say-
the odds on that shit. Not going to happen.
Or, like, if a train derails in a town like Litchfield, like, that shit's just going right through it. You're fucking up the whole town.
Jake says the rails are shit and the wheels are shit. There you go. There's your explanation. But yeah, our infrastructure is in a state of decline.
Why is it all shit right now?
Yeah, it's in a state of decline, and it's falling apart. The
I don't
country's
like it.
falling apart.
Our nuclear pipes are shit, so we're just leaking.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
I go upstairs and Gordy's head's on the floor.
Gray Duckling with 199 just writes in all caps, "Why are the trains derailing?"
I want to know that. Yes. Somebody help me. Nobody ever talks about that with these stories, and isn't that just kind of unnerving to anyone?
Jay Williams says, "Anyone starting to think that we might be under attack?" I mean, it just seems to be a lot, doesn't it?
It is weird.
It
It's
just seems
pretty
to
weird.
be a lot. Some people, I've seen multiple people now accuse Corn Diff of being responsible. I promise he's not. responsible.
Oh, because there was corn involved.
I don't believe Corn Diff did it. I don't.
That was his family.
And this is the time of year where his family is hibernating, so be nice.
That's his family burning. It's the corn syrup and
yeah, the
ethanol.
corn syrup and the ethanol. Yeah.
It's actually a corn genocide.
Yeah, guys, this is a tough time for Corn Diff. You guys don't need to be throwing his name in there scurrilously.
His family was supposed to be used for good. Now they're just burning.
Exactly. By the way, April, let's see how many really intelligent, full of useless information people we have in our audience. There were 2 conductors on Shining Time Station. George Carlin, and who was the second? Do you know?
I do not know.
Did you ever watch Shining Time Station?
I did not.
All right. Who was the second one?
I didn't watch most TV. Okay.
Travis Wayne says the train tracks are in Joe Biden status. Unfortunately.
Crashing and burning.
There you go. You guys got it. Ringo Starr was the other.
Okay. Nice.
They dubbed over me voice tracks like they dubbed over me drum tracks for the Beatles. It's a terrible ring. You know what, guys?
Wow.
You have my word. If you promise to stick around and give me a second chance, you have my word that I will never do that again. I will never, ever do a Ringo Starr imitation ever on this program.
What if I ask for it?
No, mate, I'm not going to give you me Ringo impression. Ugh, fuck. Even my shoulders cringe up when I start to do it.
Mine did too. I got like a tingly sensation all over it. It didn't feel good.
Mr. Approachable says, God damn it, April, I need to drive underneath that train bridge in about 5 minutes. Now you've got me wondering what happens if that fucker comes off when I'm under it.
You know what I do? I do the most childish thing when I have to drive under that bridge and I see that there's a train going across it. Before I get to it. Is that not what I said?
I just heard you say across it.
Go.
What?
Go fuck yourself.
How do you say that word? How do you say that word?
I'm self-conscious.
How do you say
across?
Across. There you go. It's okay. Gino says across too.
Him and I are both farm kids. Don't you know that?
Oh, that's right. You guys
he
are both.
He did grow up on a farm. Him and I have texted about
You guys have brain damage from smelling cow shit. I'm convinced that's accurate, by the way. Maybe farm people are dumber and less educated, not because the schools are worse.
You picked me. Stop being so mean.
I didn't pick you because I needed someone to help me write a fucking thesis that's going to win a Nobel Prize. But I think you guys are dumber, and it's not your fault. I think you guys smell like that shit smell that you smell on farms and stuff. You smell that for years.
I know the one.
And it damages your brain. I don't think you can inhale shit for that long and not have it take a toll on you.
You were mean-spirited.
I don't think you're supposed to smell shit for the first 18 years of your life. I feel like that's going to fuck you up.
19 for me. 19.
Whatever. Somebody says the city idiot Aaron. Call me a city.
Don't you have smog and shit?
In the suburbs? Fuck no. Got no smog in the suburbs.
Would you know how to shovel shit today? Do you know the form so you don't blow your back out?
Why do I need to know how to shovel shit? I grew up in the suburbs.
To your livestock.
Do you know the things we didn't have in the suburbs? We didn't have cows. We didn't have horses. We didn't have shit smell. We didn't have black people.
Though.
We didn't have Sorry.
That's not true. Small towns don't have black people. Not by choice. They just don't want to live there.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying we didn't have them. I wasn't saying you did. But you guys have Mexicans.
Lovely people. My best friend was Mexican for many years.
We had the Hmong. The Hmong moved in.
They were among you?
They were among us. Hmong always fucked me up when I was a kid because it sounded like something dirty.
Hmong.
Yeah. And it also was spelled Hmong.
I always say that. See, now we're equally as stupid.
Apparently, I've been sniffing a lot of shit and I didn't know it.
It's his own brand.
Wildcard says, how do I get registered for the cornhole tournament? Eventbrite.com Steel Toe Anniversary Show is where you can buy your entry into the cornhole tournament.
Because you have it broken down into different
It's broken down into levels. So if you're a VIP, you get 2 free tickets to the comedy show that night. But since it's a cash prize for the cornhole tournament, that needs to be purchased separately. Methane on the membrane, one person says. I like that one.
Okay, that's good.
I like talking about farm people.
You're so cruel.
There you go, Chuck. Stop accusing people of disgusting crimes and start writing funny stuff like this. Chuck writes, farm girls love anal. Well, then I got fucking screwed over, man, because I must have found the one farm girl who doesn't want her backdoor pulverized.
Or maybe those days are over for me. I've much like every retired porn star ever. I don't want that to be part of my history anymore. It made me, but I don't want to be thinking about it.
I am really glad that we get to have these deep conversations on the air. It's wonderful for me.
Very deep conversations.
I mean, I'm not a big butt sex guy.
He's not a butt guy in general.
I did not enjoy the butt sex. I mean, I didn't have, like, I'm not. Hold on a minute. Wait. Give me a second.
Yeah, hold on.
Allow me.
It's like a nuclear waste plant.
There we go, guys. We're good now. We just had to turn the mics off and get, we don't take breaks during this show, so we just got to make sure we're on the...
There are some private things he doesn't like sharing.
There's things we have to talk about privately. So anyway. So farm girls love anal. That's the theory being bandied about today. Travis Wayne says, of course April's best friend was a brown kid. She never understood why her dad would whoop her. What?
What? And that is confusing.
Was that a slavery? I think it was a slavery joke, but I'm not sure. I'm taking that joke about 13 different ways.
I don't understand.
I agree with Graybeard. Guys that want to have anal sex with women are gay. I agree. It's the Louis C.K. joke. You're a quarter inch away from the greatest place on earth. Why do you want to go into a tiny little asshole?
I always wondered that to myself. There was a few guys that I lived around, and whenever they'd be in college, and whenever all our friends would catch them going upstairs to the bedroom with a girl, one of their guy friends down here would be like, put it in her pooper, and it's like, doesn't that just seem a little
I think the butt fucking
gay?
thing, I have a theory. The guys who like giving it in the ass, my theory is, I have no scientific backup for this.
Okay.
Small dicks. You want to go in the tighter hole because you can make the girl feel more resistance and tension. I think it's more of a small dick thing.
I see how you got there, but that seems like a very elementary take.
I don't have deep, well thought out takes on butt sex.
What do you do when the mics are off?
Well, I mean, look, there's the character and there's the real person, The character and the real person.
As I was saying about
the prestige.
The train bridge, when I'm approaching it and I see a train is going over the bridge I've got to drive under, I think about how much weight is on that bridge at that moment.
What does this have to do with butt sex?
And that's how we got here.
Oh.
And that terrifies me thinking about, what if that thing just barreled off the side of it? Or that bridge crumbled?
I thought that same thing after the I-35 bridge collapse.
Yeah.
When I was on bridges, I was like, what if this one just fucking day after tomorrow or 2012's on me,
I still do that.
Veldrain with $5 says the best part of waking up is smelling shit and not throwing up. Right, April?
Smells like home.
$30 away from today's goal and 30 minutes of overtime. Graybeard says buttholes are for pooping only. I like his very basic takes. I think it's healthy. I think it's good. People are saying good theory. Agree, Aaron. Brian says it's a dominance thing. John Rio with a good point. He writes, Aaron takes his sex advice from Louis C.K. Look, not all of it.
Oh, wait.
Not all of it.
I thought you didn't like redheads.
Well, I don't want to fuck Louis C.K.
Are you sure?
Michael B. says, real talk, anal in a loving relationship, the girl wants to be dominated. Okay.
I know people like that. I have friends like that.
Familiar Human says, Royce from Daywave argues that eating ass isn't gay. Well, is Daywave on yet? Because I'm here to tell the Cuban Destroyer right now, eating ass is gay. He eat the poo-poo. They do a thing called anal licking. And they lick it like it's ice cream. They will lick the anus, and then sometimes the poo-poo will come out, and they will eat the poo-poo, and it will get all over their face. It's gay. Eating ass is gay. There's a vagina there. There is no difference between a woman's asshole and a man's asshole.
What if it's the guy wanting the woman to do it to him?
An anus is a unisex organ. If you're eating the ass, you're eating the ass.
What if you're a guy that likes it when your woman tosses the salad?
Stop it. You shouldn't know that. Call me repressed, call me white, call me German. You shouldn't know that you like to have your butthole tickled by a lady's tongue.
I do know men like that.
Great. Good for them. Wash your asshole out and don't talk to the rest of us. I don't need to know.
I will say this. I understand like sexually like what it does for people. I don't prefer that, and I've actually never had mine serviced that way. Just so everyone's like, no fan fiction here. But like,
it's not. I got news for you with the internet. It's not going to stop the butthole fan fiction.
I'm standing on record. It's never happened to me, and I've never done that either. But like, past the sexual point of things, isn't it just kind of dirty? Like that stops me. That's like pulling the e-brake on it for me.
This is where the degradation of Western society comes from. It comes from the fact that we're over-analyzing the eating ass is gay issue. It's not something that we need to talk out and write paragraphs on and thought pieces for Vox. It's fucking gay.
Here's the thing.
I'm Kevin Brennan now.
Dogs.
Ass eating doesn't do clubs.
Ass eating is a person now?
Gino eats ass.
Does he?
Probably. Look, my whole thing on it is eat an ass if you want to, but don't try to act like you're one of the normal ones. It's fucking goofy.
No, I think that's what they like is it's not normal.
You're licking where the poopy comes out. If your timing is wrong, there's poopy in there. Oh, yeah. I don't trust any of my partners to be clean enough where I would lick their asshole and not smell a whiff of poo. If you're smelling shit.
Whiffed. Okay, if I can say across and you can call me out. You said whiffed. It's a whiff.
A waft. Whatever. Dave Phillips says, Aaron is very old-fashioned. Thank God. Do you want to play in the new school? I sure don't.
Nowadays, that is an old-fashioned take, that's for sure. But, I mean, dogs sniff butts. Do we have to do it too? That's a dog thing, right?
Send word back to Lopez. Ass eating is gay. And if I'm a prude, then I'm a prude. But I'm a prude who's not tricking myself into thinking I'm a total puss crusher when I'm licking a bunghole.
Why is it bad to be gay, Aaron? I think it's fun.
There's nothing wrong with being gay. You just have to admit it. You have to admit the thing you're doing is gay.
He needs a gay admission.
That's it. Yes, I just need you to be honest about what you are.
Emissions.
You touch my butthole, you pay with your life. It's my butthole, and it belongs to me.
What if you really liked it? What if you like got an accidental brushing?
Don't want to know.
Decide you really like it.
You know what the best part about thinking butt stuff is gay? I don't have to know if I like it or not, and I don't want to.
He's leaning back at everything.
It's like Batman in Under the Red Hood when they say, oh, would that be so hard to kill him? And he goes, no, it would be too damned easy. And I'm afraid that if I go to that place, I'll never come back.
That is what I think all this externalizing is about the ass stuff is I think you're scared you might like it.
There's no victory in ass play. I'll tell you why. If I hate it, it is what I thought it was.
Okay.
If I like it by hook or by crook, now what? Now the whole game has changed.
That could be a whole new world that you didn't even know. And it's just beautiful and rainbows. And
I don't want it to replace the world I have. There's nothing.
No. We're not replacing. It's an addition.
This is like the talking about people's families or their children or stuff like that when you're beefing with them. I don't want to go to that place. Not because it's so hard. It's too easy, and I don't want to not come out of that place because then you have an ugly soul for the rest of your life. Wow. Same thing with getting my ass eaten.
You're saying it's a slippery slope.
Slippery slope. But we don't need to bring ethnicity into this. That's not appropriate. Yosemite Sambo says, sounds like April wants her pooter tampered with, Aaron. No, she doesn't like, she is not a fan of anything butthole related.
I have seen that road before. I didn't like it. It's not okay with me.
I feel like
I'll try anything once, and that's not this thing you do again.
There are some times where I feel like I've touched a place that triggers like a very traumatic period in April's life, like a traumatic moment.
I was going to say a lot of crying. That's
exactly.
absolutely. I don't like the word triggering, but it is triggering.
Yosemite Sambo says, sounds like Aaron. I just read that one. Fuck me. Happy Plague Doctor says, this is my butthole. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Without me, my butthole is nothing. Without my butthole, I am nothing. This is my wiener. This is my butt. This one's for fighting. This is for fun. Right? Wait.
That was awful.
I fight with my anus.
Whatever happened to the whole saying buttholes, like everyone's got one. They don't want to admit it or something like that.
Opinions are like assholes.
Here we go.
Everybody has one, but don't nobody want to admit it.
Exactly. There was a day when we didn't want to admit that we have butts. And now it's just butts are everywhere.
I'm ready to go back to the 50s. Repeal all the law. No.
Cool cars.
Actually, we're going to have to go back to the aughts.
Groovy clothes.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back to the 1900s. Just with the electricity and the internet and all that shit, because we've made some mistakes along the way that we're definitely still paying for.
I feel like, I've got this picture of Jim Cornette in front of me now, and I feel like every time we're talking about something risque, he's judging me.
Listen, motherfucker, if you can't love a woman, asshole and all, then you don't deserve to love a woman. You're exposing the goddamn business, you asshole. You go in there and you lick a butthole, or you don't, but don't sit there and waver about it one way or the other. I'm Jim Cornette, and that's my opinion.
You expose yourself.
You expose your butthole's business.
Why is Lab Glass saying so you don't wipe your ass? No, lots of ass wiping in this house. I don't know who you're referring to.
Yeah,
but you
toilet paper is one of the largest items on the budget.
You can never be too clean down there. I would still not put my tongue on it. Okay? It's a line I cross.
Look, you and I are not fighting on this issue.
I like not fighting with you.
That's for sure. Well,
some people don't like that about us, but I like not fighting with you.
Tim Down says, prudes. Then I'm a prude. I'm a prude.
A prude with prunes.
Yeah,
Tim says,
I'm like a wild animal. If you try too hard to penetrate my butthole, I'll just shit on you as a defense mechanism.
I got close to him one time with something as a joke, and that might have been the biggest fight we've ever had.
No, thank you.
I think the dog is allowed to get closer to his butt than I am.
Yes.
You'd what is with you and that dog, by the way?
What do you mean?
He's always up.
He loves me.
He
likes my butthole.
He likes to lay, if Aaron's laying on his tummy sleeping, his tummy time.
My tummy time, yeah.
The dog is right there. Laying on it.
He lays with his nose right on my anus. It's fucking creepy.
What relationship you two have that I don't have with you, but it's weird.
Let's go to where'd it go? Here we go. Travis Wayne says Jim Cornette thinks that Wendy's is the best at licking assholes. I have
talk about that?
Disappointing story for you guys. So I haven't had Wendy's in a dog's age. And yesterday I was at the gym. I was listening while I was working out. I was listening to Jim Cornette do a shoot interview on his time at Total Nonstop Action Wrestling. So I'm listening to it, and he starts talking about Wendy's. And he's like, I'll get fucking Wendy's at my hotel room, and I'll go eat it there, motherfucker. So I'm like, God damn, Wendy's. I haven't had Wendy's in forever. And I thought about the mayo and the sauce that they put on the burgers, and I was like, that sounds good. So I go, April, I know you don't like Wendy's, but let me grab a single burger and some fries at Wendy's.
We're just getting out of the gym.
I want to have... I want to have some Wendy's. By the way, James Edwards' comment was fine. Why'd we delete that one?
What is he referring to?
A dog's age, their whole age. I don't know. I thought that was fine.
No, that seems okay.
At any rate, we go to Wendy's, and I don't know if it's went downhill or what, but this Wendy's is a shambles.
We went to the wrong one.
We get to the drive-thru. The first thing you hear, and this is what you should, if you ever hear this from a drive-thru, you should go. You should go to a new place. When you hear this, that's the first thing we heard into the microphone of the drive-thrus. An aggressive.
I looked at Aaron like, what?
Like they were coughing angrily at us. So we order the food and we have to repeat it 2-3 times. We get up to the first window. Clearly nobody's there to take our money at the first window, so we wait there for a minute like assholes. Pull up to the next one. Pay them, and it takes a while to get the food.
Oh, about 10 minutes, would you say?
Maybe not quite.
I'm going to argue you on
between
that.
5 and 10.
About
but anyway,
10 minutes.
About between 5 and 10. So it takes a while. So as we're sitting there, it took long enough for me to go, this was a giant mistake. We should have never went to Wendy's. But what I was craving was the square kind of rectangular fries.
See, I don't like those.
I wanted that kind of fry, and Jim Cornette talked me into Wendy's.
Okay.
So
I see how you got here.
We're waiting. We get the food, and I'm like, this took a while, but at least when it takes a while, it's going to be hot. You're going to get some hot piping fries. These things were nearly cold. I would say lukewarm. I got lukewarm fries. I bite into the burger, and April's like, oh, is the burger hot at least? And I went, sort of. I don't think I've ever eaten fast food faster in my life because this was just about getting whatever sustenance there was into my stomach.
Its heat was running out.
I was not enjoying this.
Dude, it was awful. It was the worst Wendy's experience, and I don't like Wendy's. Something about their square, thick, like synthetic-looking patties really turns me off. Like, the only thing I'll eat at a Wendy's is like the chocolate frosty with fries, and that's it.
Yeah.
This was bad. Like the Highway 10 on the east side of St. Cloud has a good Wendy's. I would say they've got a good looking Wendy's. This one is the one by Hobby Lobby, and it's like
I'm willing to try one more time, but that's it.
And they literally had a window where it looks like you pull up to it after ordering and you pay there.
Yeah.
I waited there for like 3 minutes and nobody's there, so I'm like, should we edge up to the next one? It was really bad, just the whole thing. It actually put me off so bad. I was going to go across the street to get a McDonald's for myself because that sounded good. It annoyed me so bad.
You were like, I'm not going anywhere.
I just went home and didn't eat.
All right, guys, $30. I believe we're $30 away from today's goal. If you want to go to PayPal or Streamlabs and help us knock that out, we will be doing 30 minutes of overtime today for sure. We're going to knock that out. If you want to be one of the people to do it, there you go. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, but Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble rants count as well. Speaking of Rumble, anal rag shithole.
What? That is somebody's name.
Anal rag shithole on Rumble. I love that name. I'm not going to get over anal rag shithole. Anal rag shithole writes, are you guys live? Yes. We've lost April, ladies and gentlemen. We have lost April to anal rag shithole.
Reading it somehow makes it worse.
You can't read anal rag shithole and hang in there.
And I wanted to say, too, that while Aaron was telling his Wendy's story, John Hahn in the chat said that, and I couldn't contain myself, it said, Aaron's anus clearly smells, it clearly smells like gravy train. Gordy catches the train.
Oh, for God's sake. The dog is an innocent.
The gravy train, though, and something about gravy train and your anus and the dog really fucked me up.
Really happy we went down this road today. Brandon can't lose with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. $25 away from knocking it out today. Oh, man. Lip Ripper says, fuck, anal rag shithole broke April. I think so.
Who has that name?
I think it broke April, though. I do. MSO is making his prediction that we're not going to hit it today. Okay,
What?
I mean, we're only 25 away, but I mean, that's...
You were insane.
If you're trying to do a motivator thing, it's not necessary, but we appreciate it.
I no longer own MSO as my sock account. I have no more sock accounts. That was the last one.
Somebody said, when is Ray DeVito coming? No, I'm going on with Ray today. And apparently that's getting a lot of attention. A lot of people excited about, Steel Toe going on Ray show. They're giving, all of that MLC crowd is giving Ray a hard time, but they're so, retarded that they don't know why they're giving Ray a hard time. They're like, why are you having that asshole on? And he's like, because I think he's funny. I like him. I've been talking to Ray this week.
Sure.
And I asked him if I could go on his show because I like Ray. And then when he said, well, fuck off, I think he's funny, I want to have him on my show. They're like, well, are you going to fuck with him? You better fuck with him, Ray. And he's like, I don't. They're bullying poor Ray DeVito. Poor Ray DeVito is being bullied by a bunch of nameless, faceless douchebags. And then they're like, you'd better read me in Super Chats, Ray. And he's like, I'm just going to do an interview with a guy. And again, being a broadcaster for 17 years, there's something about people giving you that energy that makes you go, I got him.
Yeah.
I got him. You're that into me that you're bullying Ray DeVito. Hey, again, I'm sorry, guys. I know you don't like when I say this. I know it bothers you. That's a fan.
Well, they're going to give Ray the biggest numbers he's
Right.
had.
They're going to give Ray huge numbers because he's having steel toe on. They're going to give him lots of money. And then Ray DeVito goes, oh, I'll share half the super chats with you. I'm like, no, I'm a fucking guest. Don't pay me.
I've never even considered being paid as a guest.
Don't pay me as a guest. Keep your fucking money, Ray. You're putting on the show. You're doing the work. You keep the fucking money. I don't like that paying guests shit. You're a guest. You're getting promoted. That's the whole thing about guests.
The worst.
And then if you're paying the guest, there's immediately a dishonesty in the interview, in my opinion. Because now you're vested. Now you've given this person money. Sure. So now there's this quid pro quo that's going on. I don't like that.
Squid pro row.
Veldrain with $5 says, Aaron always checked the front door. I am betting it said fat ass on that Wendy's. Yeah, maybe it said fat fuck.
If anyone is local here, go. If you forgot this one existed, go just drive by the Wendy's by Hobby Lobby and Home Depot. It is not okay. I think people forgot about that one.
Nana Zumach says Ray's show gets 15 viewers. Good. I like a low bar that we can clear. Derek Chauvinist says they're afraid and they're trying to intimidate him. I know it's so see-through. It's like, why are you afraid of me? Like, what are you afraid of? We did a show.
Is weird.
We did butthole talk for a half hour. By the grace of God, I think you boys and girls are going to be okay. I don't think the big bad steel-toed boogeyman's going to come steal you in your sleep. All right? I'm not interested in you. I don't want to see you, hear you, talk about you, think about you. So just relax. You're going to be safe. You're going to be fine.
That is true. Stop being scared of someone who doesn't think about you.
Knock it off.
It's very weird.
Derek Chauvinist says they're also afraid that punching bag Ray DeVito will pull it off. Chad's objective is to be the second worst person in everything. I'm going to give Ray a great interview today. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I know I'm Shawn Michaels walking into Montreal. I know I'm the heel in that whole thing. But Ray and I are going to have a great time.
Well,
we like each other.
Where can we all watch today?
I think it's going to be on the Shuli Network. I think they're putting Ray's show on the Shuli Network now. So we're going to be on the Shuli Network.
They love us there.
Actually, somebody said that on the BS show yesterday, Bob and Shuli were actually saying very nice things.
Good.
About us, about the interview. I hope that's true because, like I said, always liked those guys.
We never had a problem with them.
Never had a problem. I felt a little blindside that private conversations we were having just got blown up and overblown and like misrepresented.
You know what though? That's our fault for assuming we can have a private conversation.
And I've said this many times. 100% my fault. You shouldn't confide in people who do shows. You know, I kind of broke one of my own rules.
They're not your friends.
They're not your friends. You're like Mersh says, co-workers. All right.
Business associates.
Yeah, you don't share your secrets and your hopes and dreams and everything like that with your coworkers. You don't do it. Shouting at Cloud says, Aaron, you're a talking picture on my wall. You don't scare me. I would just unplug you. Exactly. Perfect.
I do
Shouting
like hearing.
out Clouds.
I do like hearing when people like pull us up on their TVs. I think that's fun.
That is kind of nice. James Enward says, what do you want? Oh, God, no. Oh, God. Oh, it's so bad. And it's tongues and crying faces. I think he's still stuck on the butthole topic.
Somebody did ask, and I want to address this, so there's no, rumors out there. Somebody did ask if I release Aaron's anal glands, often. Do you care to comment?
Nobody releases my anal glands. My anal glands are free of release.
So you're saying that your anal glands express themselves on their own and you don't need manual expression?
No, my question is, how did we get here?
Dogs, actually. There's certain dogs out there that can't express their anal glands on their own. You have to take them to the vet so the vet can do it for them.
Cream of Green says, Aaron, you have a dart in your neck. Oh, where you got a fucking dart in your neck, man? All right, guys, let's get on to something else. This has gone completely off the rails.
Like a train derailment, right?
You know what? You can call this show Raymond, Minnesota, because we have derailed.
Everybody loves Raymond.
I wanted to talk about this woman today because I used to think this is a wonderful redemption story. I used to think this woman was obnoxious. I used to think that she was, one of those people that was just a complete attention whore, would do absolutely anything to defile themselves just so they could get a few more clicks and be an influencer and be famous. She ran around with the fat Kardashian for a while.
She was a plastic.
Yeah, she was just an empty shell. Something happened with Black China. I think she had kids.
With a Kardashian.
With Rob? She had, okay. She had kids, and then she went, oh, I can't be a stupid hoe anymore. I've got to be more than just a stupid hoe. And then what's amazing is most people didn't think she had it in her to be anything but a hoe. And then she stopped. She's like, I'm going to stop being a hoe. And everyone's like, oh, that's going to be impossible. All of a sudden I start seeing pictures of her and watching interviews. She's not a hoe anymore.
She's a businesswoman.
She's a businesswoman. I guess she got saved. She's a Christian now. Yeah. People shit on religion and stuff, and I'm not a religious guy, but there are some people where it's good for them. Mm-hmm. You know,
she's not about that hoe life anymore.
Yeah, they stop being a hoe. They suck all the what do you call it?
Dissolve the ass shots.
They dissolve all the ass shots and stuff like that.
The silicone,
and they de-hoe. You don't see it often, but women de-hoe, and she de-hoed. And now she's given interviews, and she got rid of all the plastic and the silicone and all that shit. She looks good. She's got a little bit of the rainforest midgets from South Park look to her still.
Okay.
But look, I mean, I like her a lot better this way. This is Black China, who's not Black China anymore.
Angela White.
Angela White.
You know, a lot of the drama that you've had in the past. What made you, I mean, I don't know if this is the right word, reinvent yourself and do what you've done? Because honestly, like Charles is saying, that doesn't happen a lot. This is pretty incredible.
You know what? For me, honestly, I just got sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I just honestly wasn't living my life right. So I was just attracting all this negativity, and I wanted to honestly dig deep and really see what's my purpose? Why am I even here? Why am I here on earth? And just really find myself, because, being in the industry for so long, you will lose yourself.
This is like watching a cripple get up out of a wheelchair and walk around for an hour and then just sit right back down.
It's like a blind man reading you a book for the first time.
I know, you're just sitting there how are you doing this? This is like David Copperfield. It's how did you make that thing disappear? I don't get, how did you make that hoe disappear?
Penn and Teller made the African spotted elephant disappear.
So I wanted to get back to myself and, become a better mom, a better friend, be more spiritual, more business savvy, and really show the real person that I am and not this persona that I was putting on.
Walking away from that.
This hoe has turned into a housewife.
I like that, though.
Holy shit.
That is what makes, I think, from the outside, what makes this such a remarkable decision that you've made here, because people go wait a second. She's very successful. She was making money, and she's walking away from that. Can you talk about that and how that played into your decision?
Well, my almighty soul was damned to hell for all eternity, and I thought, well, we kind of got to reverse that stream. So why don't I rip my tits off, pull all the juice out of my ass, and try again?
Oh, can you imagine? You have to buy all new clothes now, too.
Yep.
Birthday, the only thing I wanted to do was get baptized. So I got baptized on my birthday. So I was reborn on my birthday. And then from there,
That's right. I gave my life to my Lord and Savior. What happened to him, Harvey? Uh-oh. Angela White's going the Kanye route. Look out.
Oh, no. Just, I kind of dug deep and, practiced solitude and really just was just able to focus on myself and do the work, do the work within myself, meaning being alone, working out, practicing sobriety, the Bible. And those are
Jesus
the last,
Christ.
Wow. Those are the 3 things that I've been doing for the past 7 months.
Dude, I can't cut diet soda out of my life.
I can't stop coffee.
Yeah.
We can't quit McDonald's, okay?
Ready, guys? Black China is a better person than all of us.
I don't read the Bible every day like she does.
I don't read anything.
Aaron doesn't have a Bible. He has The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich.
The biggest book I own is The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. That's it. Although that and the Bible do say the same thing about homosexuals. So there is that. So it's not
probably the same as your book on all like the world's like
despots and
the tyrants.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like she's sitting here like, oh, I cut out this, I cut out that, I cut out this. It's like you couldn't make me like, Aaron, don't have McDonald's for a month. And I'd be like, oh, the sacrifices I make for this family.
I did that once.
Yeah.
I did that for you and I. I'm like, we should just, it was before a vacation. I'm like, we should just stop eating McDonald's for like a month beforehand so we like feel good.
Yeah.
I don't know if we made it. I think we made it a couple weeks.
We made it a couple weeks.
And I've just been finding myself more and more. I just want to be happy. Like, I just want to be peaceful with myself, you know, and now like I realize like, you know, my kids are going to be 7 and 11 this year and I want to be a positive reflection on them.
Holy
so
shit.
that the generations that's to come can also have that peace. And
like I always like as I get older, I have a hard time, and as I watch like where society's going and like where the country's going and everything else, I have a harder time making jokes and shitting on this because I'm like, dude, we desperately need people like this.
No, we just need more Angela Whites.
Right.
Who are willing to change for the better for their children.
We need more shit like this.
Yes.
So I have a harder time making fun of her and taunting her because I'm like, holy shit, Black China might end up being the key to saving this country.
Stop dead naming her, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Angela White.
Thank you.
Angela White.
White.
Should be easy for you to cut out fast food. You literally work at home, says somebody. Yeah, but I
cook a lot.
Yeah, we go to the
about
gym.
That.
We go to the gym 4 times a week. I mean, it's you drive by all that shit.
The majority of our eating is I cook good meals at home. But the thing that I think traps Aaron, especially if I'm not with him, is if he like went to the gym or something alone, which doesn't happen too often, but like, or on the way to like get the kids, you'll stop somewhere and you'll pick up some food. And
quick trip.
He doesn't always do that if I'm with. I think it's just a little easier if nobody's around to judge.
I like eating in the car.
I don't do it much anymore. Like it
like keeps me busy, keeps me occupied while I'm driving.
I like even the last couple times you went to McDonald's, I didn't get things.
Veldrain says, Aaron, did you struggle when you tried not reading Mein Kampf daily? I have never read a single page of Mein Kampf.
Oh, really?
I've read multiple pages, but I've never read one single page.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Of Mein Kampf. How dare you? Freaky Cat says McDonald's is garbage food. Research the pink goo they put in burgers. You'll never eat it again. Here's what you want to hear what a piece of garbage I am, Freaky Cat? I have investigated that stuff. I still eat it.
No, your take on the pink goo is that it doesn't exist. You've told me that before. You don't believe that exists.
No, I've never said that.
Yes, you have.
It is a real thing.
I have talked to you about the chicken nuggets and shit, and you don't believe it.
No, it's it's a food additive that's used all over the world. It's not just a McDonald's thing. That's a food additive that's in a bunch of shit.
Maybe
it's just pink and it looks gross, but it's not dangerous.
Maybe we should all watch this pink slime video together, and we would stop eating fast food.
I shouldn't say it's not dangerous. It's like it's bad for you. Like a lot of things are bad for you, but it's not like the most terrible thing in the world and they're hiding something from you. It is a food additive that's used in a lot of shit.
What else is
Our
it
food
in?
supply is rotten.
What else is it in that's not McDonald's?
All right, fine.
Where's
else
the pink slime?
has pink slime? It's a beef additive. What else has pink slime? Is a colloquial term for lean, finely textured beef, LFTB. LFTB refers to smaller pieces of lean meat that are added to ground beef to produce a leaner product utilizing as much meat from an animal as possible.
No.
So it's small pieces of meat put into food additives and then added to meat.
That's not the pink slime I've seen.
Right, because they tried to scare the shit out of you with it. And to actually, the problem is when you give context to things like pink slime, it's really fucking boring. So people don't want to watch the full thing that's really boring. They just want to see, look at the color thing that's going in your food. Scary.
I still eat McDonald's cheeseburgers. I do not, I don't eat their nuggets just because I don't like them. I don't think they're good.
Up until like 2 days ago, you thought MSG was still bad for you.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
You know
it's
why?
not.
Because large amounts of MSG or salt are both very bad for you.
Right, but monosodium glutamate is no worse for you than anything else you're eating. when you go to a
I'm just
restaurant
saying,
or anything else.
that doesn't make it good for you just because it's graded on a scale and it's not that much worse.
But the thing, people say it causes headaches. It does this. It doesn't. It doesn't do those things. Same thing with aspartame. The amount of aspartame that they put in diet soda, the amount of diet soda you would have to drink to incur any problems. What was it? 14 12-ounce soda cans?
I don't remember.
Per day you would have to drink.
I also will stand by this. That doesn't make it good for you. Neither are all the sugars in regular soda. Your body has an incredibly hard time processing them.
Right, but I'm saying it doesn't deserve this added attention while this other shit is just as bad for you.
I think it gets the added attention because it's a synthetic.
It's an easy
instead
target.
of like a naturally occurring item.
It's an easy target. And it sounds scary, so people get scared of it.
Sure.
Litchfield eats de poo-poo with $30 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. We have hit today's goal. We are $10 into tomorrow's goal.
Very
so
cool.
thank you guys very, very much for
Love
that.
it.
3:40 away from tomorrow. Thank you guys very much. No music, no nothing. It's just going to be straightforward for the next hour. Steel toe. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to our channel.
Thank you, guys.
We're getting very close to that 9,300 number.
Tell your friends.
I don't want to be this guy, but I'm going to be this guy. Hold on one fucking second. Yes, we're getting very, very close to that 9,300 number. So if you want to help us get there, hit the subscribe button.
We're the health toe.
We're the Health Toe Morning Show. Thank you, Seasoned Fries. Jarek, actually, I'm more like the mouthpiece for Shitty Food Show. Jericho says MSG is for garbage food. It basically eliminates your taste buds and tricks you into thinking terrible food tastes good. Well, it works for the cat meat.
Yeah, no, he is right. But that's what most things like salt do. They take shitty food and make it taste good. I actually, when I cook here, I don't really cook with salt. Like, I don't add salt to my foods. Like, I'll add garlic powder or something that has flavor.
Yeah.
But none of the bullshit.
I can tell you this. If you took, like, people shit on aspartame. If you took aspartame, or if you drank the amount of soda it would take to be damaged by aspartame and drank regular soda instead, the regular soda would kill you far quicker than the diet soda.
What happened to there was some kind of flare up or like an article that got blown up about like
AIDS.
Aspartame in like chewing gum, like sugar-free
No,
gums
that
and
was
shit.
that was the other artificial sweetener. God damn it. Somebody in the chat will come up with that one.
There is an artificial sweetener in gum that can apparently cause some sort of mouth cancer or something like that.
Need Trump says, no, the pink goo is everything mixed together, including the heads in everything, and I mean everything. My brother used to work at Golden Plump. Don't buy Golden Plump chicken. It's nasty. I'm sure they're fine. Sorbitol? Is that it? Yeah, I think it's sorbitol was the one that they did investigation.
Stevia is...
Oh, no, phenylalanine. Phenylalanine.
Okay, yeah, because it wouldn't be stevia. I think stevia is
That's a natural
naturally derived sweetener.
Shut the F up. Karen says, I disagree, Aaron. The artificial shit will kill you. Everything will kill you. I'm saying you have to drink 14 cans of diet soda a day to get enough aspartame to fuck you up for a lifetime. If you drank 14 cans of sugary soda per day, I feel like that would kill you, rot your teeth, rot your insides quicker. One man's opinion.
Oh, somebody said April cooks like a white person, no seasoning and bland as fuck. You eat my food. What do you think?
April makes wonderful food. However, I will say when it comes to the internet and shit like that, you let the weirdest fucking shit bother you.
That is one thing I do pride myself on is I do cook good food.
You let the weirdest shit fuck you up.
I'm
Like, somebody said I don't use enough basil. It's like, let that one go.
No, it's just that they, like, because I choose not to add a bunch of extra salt to most of my dishes, that's a problem.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not going to take that to the grave with me.
Do you think the guy who wrote that, think about the internet for a second. Do you think the guy who wrote that after you gave that explanation goes, oh, well, I'm sorry, I was wrong?
No.
Of course not.
No, stop putting things on me that I didn't.
Let him have his fantasy that you're a shitty cook that doesn't season
Well, I just think it'd be a much better fantasy if you'd look at me and like, God, I bet she cooks a mean dinner.
Maybe he's had problems with women in his life and he needs to hate you. It's the only thing that makes him feel better.
You know what? I understand.
Be whatever he needs you to be. Whatever happened to banning the dyes in the U.S.? Well, Jermaine Dye became an outfielder in Major League Baseball, and they said we can't get rid of all of them.
Dude, how fucked up? Like, if you eat a bunch of like blue food coloring, your shit will be green.
Yosemite Sambo says, Aaron, who paid for the study you're quoting? That study I'm quoting came directly from my asshole. It came from a Google search I did one time, and I found one that agreed with me, and I stopped looking.
Aaron,
I am like the rest of the internet. I'm like the rest of you. I search a thing, I read till I get what I want, and then I stop, and then I repeat it back to you.
Aaron himself is sponsored by Diet Mountain Dew and Gardettos.
White cheddar Gardettos, to be
I thought you liked
exact.
the Italian ones.
Italian cheddar, thank you. You're right. What did I say? White cheddar? Same thing. April is afraid of kosher salt, says No Morio.
I have it. I have a kosher salt.
See, you're like, it's the weirdest
That's not
shit.
how you spell kosher.
Somebody writes, April doesn't dust her house enough. Does that get her?
No. That's probably just true.
Beldrain says macaroni and cheese plain, no salt as God intended,
No.
as Ryan Long says.
You know what you put on mac and cheese? Fucking Cajun seasoning. That shit's delicious.
Turtle says, take some time away from being an active toe. Life is gorilla fucking me. Keep up the great work, Aaron and April. I'll be listening. Well, thank you, Turtle. I hope everything turns around for you very soon. Just make sure you keep listening to the show. It'll make your day go easier. You'll still be good.
You'll be all right.
Larry Schulte says phenylalanine is bad for bipolar people, inflames the symptoms, and causes anxiety. Well, I've always said, got to get rid of the bipolar.
I mean,
what? Was that not the message I'm supposed to take away?
By curing the poor bipolar patients, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for clearing that up.
April looks like she has more food and diet knowledge than Aaron, says Dave Phillips. How fucking dare you?
That is a very slimming color on you, though.
I'm sorry to break people's illusion of what they think. I'm not a fat guy. I'm really not. This definitely needs to be toned up and worked on.
You're not a firm guy, but you're not a fat guy.
I'm not a firm guy, but I'm not a fat guy. I'm sorry. And honestly, I'm sorry. The people who say the tits, they all have bigger tits than I do. Believe at, as they say. I listen with Prime at my work, says Turtle. Well, wonderful, buddy. That's all we ask. Thanks, pal.
You.
I'm using socialist media, says LOL. I'm willing to bet April is a far better cook
than him. The kids fire him from boiling noodles. Okay, if that tells you anything.
In fairness, the kids are being dicks when they do that.
Aaron has made me one delicious meal in our entire existence together. And it was delicious. It was Cajun chicken Alfredo.
I made my own sauce that time or no?
Yes, you did.
I make my own sauce.
I sat on the counter.
And then melts right into the sauce.
This used to be a thing for us when we were dating. I'd sit on the kitchen counter while he made me the one meal. It was delicious. Never again, though.
Pragmatic Baxter, I'd like an answer for this as well. Pragmatic Baxter says, did she just remove ticks from Aaron like a spider monkey? Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You had like a couple little Gordy hairs. So
she was picking hairs
off. I got the
off
Gordy
me.
hairs off you.
Somebody says Aaron doesn't grill a lot. Beta. I like grilling, but April likes grilling too, and I want to get out there and I want to grill, and then April grills, and if you kick her off the grill, she gets sad. So what are you gonna do?
That's not true.
I love grilling. Don't fucking say I don't like grilling. I love it.
That is not even what I said. If you would let me finish, God
I don't believe in
it.
letting women even speak.
No, you're making it sound like I'd kick you off the grill, but it's like, no. Do you know how much I would enjoy you cracking a beer with me and grilling next to me?
I don't know if women should be allowed to be sharing the grill with a man. I believe it should be the man running things. Here's what I would like you to do.
He excuses himself from the grill. So
I would like you to wear an apron nude and fetch me the things I need so I don't have to leave my station. How does that sound? That sounds like a good compromise to me.
Sounds like a lot of burnt meats to me.
You don't? Oh, so now I'm shit. Jericho says charcoal is far superior to gas. Yeah, but
I agree.
The only problem with charcoal is, and it's a very subtle problem, it's gay.
No, my only problem with charcoal is how long it takes to get the briquettes ready to go.
Too much.
I like it.
Propane,
I do agree with Jericho on that.
Propane fires right
We
up.
have one of those, the Blackstone grills, so it's like a griddle basically,
it was
and it
really-
cooks in its own juices, and that is pretty delicious.
It was when you did this that they understood what a Blackstone grill was. If you wouldn't have done this, they would not have known what kind of grill we had.
Did I do that?
We have a Blackstone grill. Yes, because this is the universal description of a Blackstone grill.
You know what? I'm sorry. That's my fault.
We have
a smoker too. We have a smoker that I would
Yes.
really like to use more this year.
You wouldn't know we
I'd
have a
like
smoker.
to explore with my smoker. It's a meat locker type smoker, so therefore that's why I did.
You
this.
would not know she had a smoker if she didn't do this. That's the important part of these. It's an act out.
We have like a shitty. I don't even know where it came from. We have like a shitty
Charcoal.
propane. No, it's not a charcoal grill. It's a stupid propane grill in a box in the garage that we put together.
Is it propane?
Oh yeah, you need one of the tanks.
Oh shit in my hat.
If it was charcoal, I would have put that shit together long ago. Because I like that. I grew up
Bro,
on a charcoal grill.
I am not convinced, and if you want to go check it out after the show, I'm not convinced that's a propane grill. Are you
Let's
gonna go
have
look now?
some fun. What do we get if we're right?
It's an oral bet.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Wait, who's doing what?
The winner gets to receive.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm pretty positive I'm right.
Go check.
Right now?
Yep, go check right now. That's not a propane grill. Fuck, it might be a propane grill.
Do you need anything while I'm up there?
Wait, hold on a minute. It was really cheap at like $99.99.
I don't know where it came from.
A charcoal grill is not $19.99 is not cheap for a charcoal. Oh, hold
It's
on.
just been in the garage for forever in a box. It's not put together.
Fuck, I think it's propane. Nope, it's a charcoal. All right, go
No,
check it
it's
out.
not. Do you want anything while I'm up there?
No. I just want peace of mind. I'm taking a picture. I want peace of mind on this grill incident. That's all I want. Here's a story somebody sent us from 2017. This will scare the shit out of the people who were saying, "Oh God, I don't want to, I don't want to drive over those overpasses that have train tracks on them." All right, let's clear up you guys with the grill stuff first. You guys are going ape shit in the chat here. Aaron, you give us too much credit. We weren't looking at April's gesturing. Attaboy. If April's right, Aaron has to go nude on the show. Scooby Jooby Jew says, thank you for describing cooking devices for the deaf. You're a horrible husband, says Deutsch Chad. Why? Why am I a horrible husband? I'm not disagreeing with you, but your reasons, I haven't seen any. And now Aaron, bend over. Pics or no proof. I didn't see a grill in your doxed photo. Mustache ride incoming. Aaron is throwing this bet because he wants it so much. Yeah, I think I think I win this bet no matter what. She looks confident. Uh-oh. She looks confident. Fuck. I can't. It won't blur. Oh no. Now I have to eat pussy and fuck.
This says 3-burner gas grill.
Son of a bitch. Well.
Look at it.
So it's not a coal burner. I was wrong. What are you going to do? What? 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 What did I just do? It's not a charcoal burning grill. God. Guy just wants to talk.
Wow.
Let's continue on here. April, you know how you said that you're worried about driving under those overpasses that have train tracks on them?
Not worried. Just,
I want you to get that out of your head. St. Louis, Missouri, large pieces of metal are falling from the sky. One St. Louis woman wouldn't have believed it until a metal plate came crashing through her car from an overhead train track.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It looked like an isolated incident, but our Fox Files investigation found otherwise. Millions of tons of force fly by on our rails every day. You can see the strain it puts on the tracks from the pulled spikes due to thrown plates. Mindy D'Amico said a plate crashed through her car when driving under a train bridge in Pevely.
Could we not do this?
The piece shattered her back window and tore holes in her roof. So it missed her by much.
But you're dead if
Yeah.
that's a little farther ahead.
I'm just in shock. I can't even function, really. Well, you are a woman. I got out of the car and realized that my preemie infant was in the back and started screaming because there was glass all over her. Ooh, boy. Just last week in Virginia, debris fell from a train bridge above a water rescue. Video captured boards falling from the trestle, striking a woman and smashing a car hood and windshield. Fox 2 News wanted to know if it could happen where thousands of people drive every day under the historic MacArthur Bridge in downtown St. Louis. While checking a small section of train track over Broadway, we found 11 pieces that appear as if they could have fallen from the track above. Our news crew found pieces like railroad spikes. Imagine a railroad spike comes right through your windshield.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Dunzo.
Can you sue anyone for this? Like your car's all fucked up, your kid almost died.
Sue everybody. A metal railroad tie cap, a bolt, and anchors were all found. That's a hell of a way to go.
So I'm not far off. Things can indeed fly off the overpass from the railroad track.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you can get fucked up.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like this at all.
We got a bunch of stuff still to come. I haven't even opened the 8 o'clock hour stories. I'm going to open those up now. I really wish this guy wasn't so obnoxious. This guy I have a YouTube video of. He's one of these guys who plays video games but then does commentary on YouTube stuff.
Okay.
This Froggy Fresh story has gotten bizarre, bananas, crazy, batshit nuts.
Oh, I thought nobody cared about him.
No, well, I think you put Sam Hyde in there and it doesn't really get out there. But yeah, we put a clip of it up. A lot of people are talking about it. Sure. It's trending, stuff like that. But like, it's also one of those deals where when I put a clip of it up, it went nowhere. It did nothing. It was one of our worst clips of the last month, performance-wise. But Froggy Fresh, a whole lot of gang shit, bunch of other songs and stuff. He's a pretty famous YouTuber. Yeah. He was going to fight a political commentary guy that used to be big like 5-6 years ago, Chris Ray Gunn. And they were going to do one of those boxing matches for Creator Clash, for Idubbz and Aniston's thing. Well, Froggy Fresh committed the cardinal sin. Now, this is all for charity. They give you $15,000 up front to train for 5 months and all this stuff.
Okay.
And then they donate like $100,000 to a charity of your liking, of your choosing. Well, Froggy Fresh went to Massachusetts to go train with Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde trained Harley from Epic Mealtime for his fight at Creator Clash, which got Sam Hyde banned from the event because Idubbz is still sore that Sam Hyde, counter-trolled Idubbz's troll documentary on Sam Hyde. Idubbz has become, it's one of the greatest, public opinion flips in YouTube history.
Yeah.
People used to love him.
Not so much.
Because he did this, Content Cop, where he would, bust the balls of, Keemstar. What was another one he did? The Asian kid. Rice Gum.
Okay.
And so this Idubbz and his wife Anissa. Now she is a demon spot. This chick is mental. She is. She talks in basic crazy white girl speak.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fucked up going on there. She's got an OnlyFans and. Idubbz made a video talking about how kick-ass it is that his wife has an OnlyFans and you guys are all just bitches for calling me a cuck and shit
jealous.
Like that. Not good to rile him up. It doesn't make that shit go away, right?
No.
So Sam Hyde trains Harley. But because Sam Hyde sniffed out that Idubbz was doing kind of a shitty, this guy's an alt-right comedian kind of a documentary on him, and he counter-trolled it and just made a goof of it, Idubbz was so sensitive about it that he didn't release the documentary. So Sam Hyde went, well, fuck it. We've got enough footage. We'll release a documentary of when Idubbz came here and tried to get me. It was very funny. It was awesome. So then it forced Idubbz to release his, which he filled with his own cuts and commentary explaining why this is good and why Sam Hyde was tricking him.
Okay.
So he's really taken a few kicks in the dick, and a lot of it was defending this wife of his. So the wife doesn't want Sam Hyde involved in Creator Clash. So you can't come with Harley. You can't be his trainer. He's got to walk to the ring with somebody else. We're going to ban people from wearing Sam Hyde shirts into the building. Sam Hyde signs are going to be confiscated. Everything Sam Hyde related. It's wiped out.
It's a bit obsessive.
Well, then Sam Hyde went and fought for Keemstar's Happy Punch Promotions. Mm-hmm. And he won by knockout, and he said, "Fuck this, I'm done. It's exhausting. I was winded." He made a call out as well. I believe he said,
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
So
in the ring. No, in real life.
So now this Froggy Fresh goes up to Massachusetts to train with Sam Hyde.
Yes.
These guys, these content clash people or creator clash people have never spoken to Froggy Fresh since they booked him. All of a sudden, he goes up to Massachusetts to train with Sam Hyde. Phone calls. Don't train with Sam. Don't release any content with training with Sam until after the event. You can't do that. Why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, the obsession with Sam Hyde is insane.
Mm-hmm.
So then they can him from the event. Idubbz wife's mom starts shitting on him, calling him a little imp. So he shits or on Twitter. So he shits on Anissa's mom back on Twitter, gets kicked out of the event. It's insanity. Well, now I guess they're threatening to sue this fucking guy.
Why?
For what? Let's watch this video. And again, the guy who does the channel could, I don't know, I think could do a better job. There's a lot of those big sound effects and shit, and it's a little over the top. But let's fast forward a little here. All right. This is Lotan, Lotan, on YouTube, kind of describing the current situation with Froggy Fresh, Sam Hyde, and Idubbz.
So make sure to subscribe if you enjoy watching videos of somebody with literal clairvoyance. So last night, Creator Clash made a follow-up post on Twitter, and this one is quite a bit longer than the other statements. As you may be aware, we recently announced that Froggy Fresh would be leaving the Creator Clash 2 ticket. We want to provide some...
That's a funny way of putting it.
Yeah,
he's leaving. No, he booted his ass out.
Leaving is misleading because it makes it sound like he decided that.
It's just so amazing because if, like, Sam Hyde is part of that ticket, it's a bigger event.
Additional information around the rationale for this decision. We have a legally binding code of conduct that each of our Creator Clash 2 fighters are held to.
Is one of those codes of conduct don't talk to Sam Hyde because he's a big-time meanie head?
I guess so. He's a big bad boy.
Sam Hyde is a meanie head. You can't go work with him, or we're not gonna have you in our charity boxing event.
Violation of which is grounds for termination. Unfortunately, there were several violations made by Froggy Fresh during his tenure with Creator Clash this year.
Now, let's forget the fact that the only reason Idubbz and Sam Hyde even have anything going on is because Idubbz asked to come and do a documentary on Sam. Sam never asked for any of this stuff.
No, he didn't.
We take violations seriously. And have made several unsuccessful attempts to address them directly with Froggy Fresh in the hopes that we could work together to get things back on track. When it became clear that the exhibited behavior wasn't stopping.
Again, the exhibited behavior was letting Sam Hyde train him for a boxing match.
Working with Sam Hyde.
At risk to the other fighters, fans, and others involved in the event, the Creator Clash 2 team made the collective decision to move forward without Froggy Fresh on our ticket.
In other words, Idubbz's wife told him to jump, and he said, "How high and when can I come down?" That's what happened.
It's so dumb.
Our number one priority is ensuring Creator Clash 2 is a positive, safe, and welcoming space for everyone. They go on to state that Idubbz and the organization have donated $50,000 to both of Froggy's selected charities in order to compensate for what supposedly is lost by him no longer being in attendance to the event. Now, obviously, this tweet is a load of horse.
All right, so then he gets into his opinion on the whole matter. Well, now they're threatening to sue him if he doesn't stop talking about Creator Clash. So in their opinion, they get to kick him out of the event. And then after they kick him out of the event, they don't want him talking about the event, or they'll take back the money they gave him to train. It's bullshit.
It's absolute dog shit.
And how do you keep digging yourself a deeper... Well, the only way I can judge that they're digging themselves a deeper hole, they have millions of dollars. They don't give a fuck. They're going to do it however they want. And I guess in a way that's commendable.
I guess that's the reason for fuck you money.
Yeah, you'll go against the tide. You won't care if these people think you're a piece of shit or you're being dishonest or anything else. You've got the money. You're in charge. I guess what's the point in being in charge of the event if you can't do it the way you want to?
That's true.
But like all of this stuff could have made it a much bigger event. And I believe Keemstar has already reached out to both Froggy Fresh and Chris Ray Gun and said, guys, let's have this fight over at Happy Punch and we'll pay you.
I like Keemstar as a businessman.
I do too.
He really does make like things happen.
People shit on Keemstar, and I kind of missed Keemstar's whole rise. And like I wasn't 15, so I didn't watch like the Drama Alert stuff and all that stuff. But I like him now. We've had him on the show before. He's a good guy.
He's cool.
I like Keem. But yeah, Sam Hyde being this boogeyman. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of Sam Hyde. I think he's very funny. I don't think he's that big of a deal that they have to act like he's some sort of fucking Gollum.
Yeah, but the more he treat him this way, the more he's going to behave that way.
I mean, Sam Hyde is their bear Jew. It's just like they're shitting their pants over Sam Hyde. It's like, guys, he's a comic. He's a goofy guy. He's a funny guy. He's a big scary monster. He's a He did a fucking boxing match as a leprechaun character, talking about candy and sweet treats.
I think that's funny. Well, yeah, Candyman.
I thought it was going to be all lollipops and sugar drops and chewing gum, but it was hard. Like that's the guy you're scared of? I don't know. BYB podcast says BS, Froggy Fresh and Sam Hyde are the only reason many people wanted to watch. Right, exactly.
Right. It won't be a big thing now. I think pride gets in the way of people like that. Like, oh, they just have this thing out for Sam Hyde and their pride will prevent them from having a good
I think it's
event
her.
Now.
I think it's her. I like seeing where Idubbz came from in YouTube. I have a hard time believing that someone 180s that hard. It's like a Black China 180.
I was never an Idubbz person. I never paid attention to them, but I do know they were a big deal.
Right. And then, they found the girl and, the girl had her sensitivities and the girl had her thing and she didn't want this. And Ian, this is toxic. And Ian, I don't like this. So then it all had to kind of change. And then they did the boxing thing. You're like, hey, this is cool. This is a good idea. Yeah, but we're not going to let this guy in because he's a duty head and he's mean to us and he's a big, scary guy. Ugh.
Said he was going to kill that guy.
Yeah. Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says, breaking news, the QAnon shaman has been set free.
Holy shit.
No. I don't believe it. He was supposed to be in there for years.
We say as you just did the thing.
What? Nope, I didn't. Never happened.
You do that so often.
Never happened. Wasn't a thing. I still can't find.
Did somebody just get you? This is like a game for the audience. What can I get him with?
Jacob Chansley, a.k.a. the Q Shaman, has been freed from jail due to the exculpatory evidence of him being escorted around the Capitol.
Ooh.
Wow.
Who's this dude, though?
I don't care. Has been released based on exculpatory evidence denied to his defense. Oh, so they didn't let them see the footage of him being escorted around by police or the footage of him telling people to go home. Remember, Tucker Carlson released that footage.
He has Tucker Carlson to thank for this, right? And he's going to be on Tucker's show, I guarantee.
Tucker set the Q Shaman free?
Oh, boy. As if anyone needed like another reason to either hate or love him.
This movie is fucked up that we're living in.
It is pretty weird.
Tucker set free the Q Shaman. All right. Well, we were interrupting our Froggy Fresh stuff for that story. So this is Froggy talking about, hey, why Harvey from Epic Mealtime, who's fighting on this card, said, hey, man, why are you, what did he ask Froggy? He said, you ignored the last text Anissa sent you. I still don't understand why you did that. Because he was getting texts from everybody going, don't you be with Sam Hyde. Don't you be with Sam Hyde. Don't you be. He's like, he didn't respond to it because he's like, I fucking got it. Don't be with Sam Hyde. So this is Froggy Fresh's response to that question. Again, they're threatening to sue this motherfucker. They want the $15,000 back that they gave him to train for after they canned him 3 weeks before the event.
Okay, Harley has tweeted at me again. He says, you ignored the last text she sent you. I still don't understand why you did that. That's because
I'm sorry,
he ran out of the Twitter space before I could even address it, along with the several other points that he made and then wouldn't allow me to refute. Anissa's last text, which was checking on me. You don't understand the context of that.
Checking. I love that. I'm checking on you. I'll tell you why they were checking on him. They were checking on him because they don't want him there with Sam Hyde, and they want to know. They want like a minute-to-minute update. What's he doing? What's he saying? What? That's not a professional business person way of handling this. That's a gossipy high school way to handle this. Yeah.
Me and Ian had hardly talked at all. He's probably called me 2 times before this at this point. Okay?
Ian is Idubbz.
So Sam Hyde retweets me. I hardly have any contact with Ian and Nisa. Very rarely, okay? It's on occasion, okay? You don't get a phone call from Ian, which is fine. I don't need a phone call from Ian. Okay, but when Sam Hyde retweets me, 15 minutes later, Ian's calling my phone.
Now that's psychotic.
That is crazy, for sure.
He retweeted
What is he doing retweeting you? Are you still talking?
Boy, that Sam Hyde thing fucked him up. Let it go. Like, we all make mistakes in this when you play in this world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all make mistakes and you move on, you do the next thing. This guy still can't let the Sam Hyde thing go.
Already knew what it's about before I even picked up. Okay, I get dressed. He calls me again without letting me call me back. Starts investigating me about Sam Hyde. Dude, I'm not dealing with a Sam Hyde investigation. I'm not his private eye.
And remember, he's not training with Sam Hyde yet.
Nope. Hasn't gotten around to it.
He got retweeted by Sam Hyde.
Mm-hmm.
That was all that happened. And now Idubbz is calling him feverishly. What's going on? What are you doing with him? And I don't know. He retweeted me, motherfucker.
Keemstar should pick this up.
Yeah.
I'm not his private eye for rent. I'm not doing Sam Hyde investigation work with him. So I need to move on with my day and my life. So he starts blowing up my phone, investigating what's going on with Sam Hyde, when I'm going, why I'm going, and when I'm releasing content. Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation, to try to do further investigation into my friendship with Sam Hyde. That was not an "Are you okay?" text. That was a...
Yeah, because there's no reason to ask him, are you okay? He got retweeted by Sam fucking Hyde. He didn't get abducted by ninjas.
Right.
There's no reason to ask him if he's okay.
She's not really. Like, that is one of the oldest things. Like, everyone's seen it. Everyone's had that text come into their phone like, oh, are you okay? Something going on.
You just want something.
You're digging. You're fishing.
Like, if he would have tweeted something that said, I'm in a dark place right now, and she tweeted, are you okay? That's nice. That's caring. That's concern.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, hey, Sam Hyde, what's going on, motherfucker? And then she writes, are you okay? Are you in danger? Boy, you guys, he really fucked you two up, didn't he? He really did a number on you two by doing a harmless prank. You came to do a documentary with an agenda, with a guy who's known for fucking with people.
Yes.
And he fucked with you.
Yep.
And it was funny. It wasn't even like a mean prank. Like, he wasn't mean to you or nasty to you. He just set up, really, what he did. He gave you what you wanted. Mm-hmm. You wanted it to be a train wreck and a nightmare in this weird fucking place. So he gave it to you. And you couldn't accept it for the joke it was.
Ian is not able to break your shell. Maybe a vague, concerned, manipulative text from me will be able to. And it's just, I'm not going to even respond to that. When her husband's already blowing my phone up, she doesn't even need to be involved.
Anissa is low-grade Kalila Kun.
I actually have had that thought before.
Anissa is low-grade Kalila. She's not as smart as Kalila is. She's kind of more of like I don't know, a knee-jerk, more emotional, reactionary kind of.
Excuse me.
Kalila, you know, all the things that are wrong with Kalila. She's patient. She's calculating. There's an intelligence about her.
She's like a predatory cat almost. She lays in waiting. She knows the move.
Whereas Anissa's more meerkat. You know, she's kind of
predator cat, meerkat.
Sam Hyde, text him.
So why would I respond to that? So don't frame it like it was some text out of concern when it was an investigation text that I wasn't going to respond to. I was already talking to Ian back and forth about it. I don't even need to respond to that. I don't need to address that at that time because I was fine. Nothing was wrong with me, so it doesn't need to be addressed.
Right.
So when Ian's investigating, I can communicate with him. So now you have the context of that concerning text message left by Anissa, okay? So I just don't understand.
You know what this is? This is a kid, a guy, however old he is. This is a guy who just wanted to do the boxing match, do the boxing event, and have a good time. And he got caught up in two people who I don't think are doing well. I mean, they might be doing well in life and like emotionally, they might be fine in everything else, but they're not doing well with this Sam Hyde thing.
No.
It is a blank. It's a roadblock in their brain that they can't seem to get past, and they just don't understand yet that this is their problem, not his. So this is an exhausted man who just wanted to box, did nothing wrong, but he's got these two people acting like high school drama queens up his asshole.
Sam Hyde is their kryptonite.
Yeah. If they sue him, if they try to get that money back, I hope the internet stands up. And I mean, if there was somewhere to raise money, I'd raise money. Or I'd not raise money. I don't want to be in charge of it. I'd chip in money to Froggy Fresh if they decided to go that route. King Kong Dong says, this isn't the same Froggy you fucked with on the radio. No. Totally,
I do the same thing he does.
Totally different Froggy.
When it comes up, though, I do think of the same thing.
Yeah. T. Jefferson says, Anissa the Alarmist. Yeah, she's a low-grade, poor woman's Kalila, I think. If Kalila wasn't good at her connivingness, she'd be Anissa.
Am I wrong to say this? Like, I sit here sometimes when we bring up, like, the Idubbz guy and stuff like that. Like, I don't hear about them. Is that like for just certain circles that hear about him? Because I don't hear about any of this shit.
I'm a boxing guy, so I follow the creator, the content creator boxing stuff. And then I really like Froggy Fresh and I like Sam Hyde. So a lot of times that stuff will go into your algorithm on Twitter or whatever.
Okay.
And you'll see that stuff. So it's all based on how you interact with the service, what you'll see. Like you'll see a lot of sugar gliders. You know, you'll see a lot of cooking shit. I'll see Sam Hyde boxing,
I see a
Froggy
lot of hunting
Fresh
stuff.
Yeah, things like that. So I'm using socialist media says, was he just trying to create drama to promote the fight? No. Idubbz and Anissa are genuinely fucked up over Sam Hyde, and I don't know why. The guy's done nothing threatening to them.
He's their boogeyman.
They don't like Sam, apparently. So there you go. There's the update on that one. I hope they don't sue the poor guy. He seems like a good dude. Jeremy Renner is finally talking to the media after he pretty much almost died.
From a snowplow?
From a snowplow. So as I understand it, Jeremy Renner was plowing snow for a neighbor/family member. Or he's plowing snow for a neighbor. A family member's car got stuck. He got out of the snowplow. The snowplow ran him over. Is what I'm to understand. Or it hit him.
I thought
the snowplow hit him in the head.
Oh, okay. That's actually not what I'd heard. All right.
That's what I remembered.
Okay.
But he's now finally talking. He's healed up from his injuries. Actually looks pretty fucking good for a guy who was, in the ICU for a considerable amount of time.
How old is he?
Jeremy Renner, I'm going to go 51.
I need a reference here because I thought he looks older now than I thought he would.
He's 52. So he's pretty close. He's in his 50s. This is Jeremy Renner talking to Diane Sawyer, who, goddamn, she's got to be like 70-something at this point.
You forget she's a Renner.
Yeah.
A superhero of
fucking A. Come on. The guy got hit by a snowplow. Let's do the interview.
Do you remember the pain?
Oh, all of it. Yeah, I was awake through every moment.
Who risked his own life to try to save his nephew.
I just perfectly see him in a pool of blood coming from his head. When I ran up to him, I didn't think he was alive.
I'd do it again.
So dramatic.
Yeah, I'd do it again. Because it's going right at my nephew.
You have a video which is haunting. It's January 1st at 8:42.
Yeah.
And you are 13 minutes away.
Someone's been run over by a snowcat. Hurry. He's been crushed. There's a lot of...
So wait, I thought that was Jeremy Renner's snowplow. I thought he was...
see, that's where you're confusing me because I've never heard that it was his snowplow.
Oh, so he was saving his nephew and a snowplow was coming down the road and it hit Jeremy Renner.
Yes.
Okay.
That's closer to what I've heard.
That's where I'm a fucking dum-dum.
Blood over here. He is in rough shape. Keep breathing, man. Keep fighting. Hang in there, brother.
Hang in there, Hawkeye.
This was a sign
Those are
of
not good
someone
signs.
who was dying.
7 tons of machinery bearing down, and one man's iron will to fight and survive.
8 ribs broken in 14 places.
Yeah.
Right knee, right ankle broken, left leg tibia broken, the left ankle broken, right clavicle broken, right shoulder.
So the entire right side of his body was shattered.
How does this happen? How does that big ass snowplow thing just going off on its own? Somebody didn't put it in
face,
park?
eye socket, the jaw, the mandible broken, lung collapsed, pierced from the rib bone, your liver.
This is crazy. It's like if I'm Jeremy Renner, it's like, yeah, I fucking lived it, thanks. We don't need to read them back out to me.
That face is perfect.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't want to think about this again.
It's like, got it. Mm-hmm. Yup.
Why don't you just say I was broken? My body is broken.
I was pretty much dead. We are crystal clear on all of that shit. My credit score went down 40 points too. Do we want to talk about that? No, Jeremy, we don't.
Which sounds terrifying.
Yeah. Nah, piece of cake, walk in the park. Don't worry about it.
Terrified of snowplows now.
It's nothing.
And then, like, what's my body look like? Am I just going to be like a spine and a brain, like a science experiment?
His extraordinary fight to live and his family's heartache and pain right there by his side through it all.
If I'm him, I'm like, get your fucking hands off my head. I hurt everywhere.
I heard that you had, in sign language, you said to your family, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What, that you don't have thicker bones?
What are you apologizing for?
What the fuck are you sorry for? Jesus, Hawkeye.
Kind of a fucked up interview.
I feel really bad for him because, like, when he went through his divorce, his wife was a total piece of shit to him.
Oh, okay.
Like, publicly, she was like, oh, yeah, he snorts coke in the bathroom while the kids are home, and he's a piece of shit dad. And she, like, ran him down all over the place.
Yikes.
And you can see from, like, this stuff and other interviews that you've seen, Jeremy Renner's a good guy. Like,
Seems that way.
He's one of those guys that, like, doesn't fit into being famous. Like, doesn't fit into Hollywood.
He's willing to take a snowplow to the dome to fucking save a family member.
And, like, when he gives interviews on... That interview he gave next to Brie Larson while she's talking about, it's important that we speak our truths and blah, blah, blah. And then they asked him the same question. He's like, nobody should give a fuck what my politics are. Who gives a shit? It's like, I do superhero movies for kids. I want kids to enjoy the movies we do.
Sorry.
A story of terror, survival,
I chose to survive. It's not going to kill me. No way.
and triumph. Jeremy Renner, Diane Sawyer.
Do you dream of doing those stunts again?
I've lost a lot of flesh and bone in this experience, but I've been refueled and refilled with love and titanium.
Exclusive.
It's kind of funny. I've been refueled by love and titanium.
I don't like these videos. I hate the drama, the music behind everything. Can you just fucking talk to the guy like a person?
Snowplow. Okay, so the snowplow was coming straight for his nephew, so he went to help his nephew. So the snowplow was driven by someone else. Why did I fucking
Why
think?
were they in this area? Like, I don't understand.
They live in a snowy, outdoorsy type area.
I just...
Carlos says, I can't believe we almost lost Jeremy Renner like a day into 2023. Yeah, and I think a bunch of other people
That was scary.
were kind of dropping dead at that time too. Seth the Third says, yeah, he better be sorry. You better apologize, Hawkeye.
You fucking scared us.
You fucking asshole.
I was worried. I wasn't okay.
Yeah. I've been rebuilt by love and titanium. He supposedly has a photographic memory and a 175 IQ. Yeah, I probably wishes he didn't have a photographic memory.
That's something you want to forget.
Yeah. All I see are tracks. That's all I got. Yeah, Brandon can't lose. I thought the same thing. Why does this sound like a movie preview? I hate that the news has to do that. Like, you have a compelling story with a very touching subject, and you're like, and you've got to throw Hawkeye shit in
That's
there.
what I was saying. Like, I hate this interview, honestly.
Somebody says Jeremy should be the new Iron Man. I agree. Was Sam Hyde driving the snowcat? Oh, no.
They could make a movie about this. Just call it Love and Titanium.
Brian says, Hawkeye 5, I can walk again. John Rio, Scatman Crothers was driving the snowcat. A Shining reference. Now we're really mixing movies. Here's the Brie Larson, Jeremy Renner clip. I'm going to click on that in just a second here. Yeah, this is what a good guy Jeremy Renner is. So she gives some bullshit answer about, like, how they're supposed to let their art speak their truths and shit. And this was one of those interviews where people started to theorize the cast of Avengers Endgame can't stand Brie Larson.
All right.
Because, like, the way they treated her in the pressers and stuff.
It's such a pleasure to be in the same room as you guys. You guys are world celebrities. Tell me, I want to ask you, Does this position come with a lot of responsibility? Do you look at it that way?
Look at it with responsibility. I mean, I am committed to self-improvement, and I work at being the best person that I can be and using this platform for as much good as I can. But it doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes, but I'm very comfortable with that and allowing myself to learn from those mistakes.
Sure.
Is she from Wisconsin or something? Mistakes.
I don't know.
I do what I can, but I make mistakes.
She bothers me a little bit.
She's a pompous ass. Like, here's my thing about Brie Larson. She's pompous with like no earning of it.
Comfortable with that and allowing myself to learn from those mistakes.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty accountable and responsible in my own life, at any rate. So, celebrity is not something that I use as any sort of platform to be more responsible or accountable, I suppose. But it's certainly an absolute blessing to see the joy on kids' faces.
Yeah.
That couldn't be but I don't think there's a feeling that comes close to that.
Look, we have a vapid cunt and a well-adjusted adult.
Right.
Look at the contrast, everybody.
Did you see how she was looking at him the whole time?
Oh, God.
Too?
And you could tell he's kind of digging into her a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely...
She's looking at him like, you
there's
fucking...
there's some clips of her and Don Cheadle, too, where he's like, don't touch me. And like, Don Cheadle does not seem like a guy who hates easily. You know?
Okay, yeah.
But he really seemed to kind of be annoyed by this chick.
I don't know. I just hear like a Brie Larson. That doesn't do anything for me.
And she's always speaking. She's got to have her opinion on fucking everything. It's like, you're a superhero. Stop. You do a kid's movie. So Jeremy Renner's like, yeah, I don't use my platform to be more accountable or like suck my own dick. Kids really like it when Hawkeye comes to the hospital, and I think that's fucking rad.
Mm-hmm.
There's your answer.
Absolutely, you guys are entertaining the entire world. You know, can you guys, when the film releases, can you watch it as a fan, like we watch, or are you too involved in the technical part of it and watching everything closely?
I'm a huge fan. It's
Yeah. It depends. I mean, with something like this, I think I will definitely be sitting there as a fan just because we haven't seen it. So we'll be sitting there in the theater watching it with an audience seeing it for the first time. So
this part of the interview is just kind of the ticky-tack horseshit. Yeah. But yeah, I love that contrast. Like having two people like that sit together and watching them answer that question is great because she goes first and she's like, I'm going to make myself just feel better and show what a virtuous person I am. And Renner's like, I don't give a shit, man. I'm pushing 50. I just like the kids like my movies. That's it. Welch Schulte says, I thought she was one of Charlie Sheen's women. No, that's Brie... Oh, that's a different one. There's Brie Larson and Brie psychopath, but not quite as crazy as Charlie Sheen.
I can't help you with this one.
Oh, Brie Dabbler, I believe. No. She wears a wrestling mask and she talks like this. It's Brie Dabbler. Oh. I want to go to a couple of people here. Black Ornament says, Marvel fanboys read way too much into things. Maybe. You could be right.
Yeah, I'm not, like, I've enjoyed Marvel movies and stuff, but I'm certainly not like a fangirl of it or anything.
This much attention and admiration for being in a kid's movie. Well, I mean, look, it's not so much that it's a kid's movie. It's that it's a kid's movie that makes more money than any fucking movie in the world.
Adults love them too. I know more adults than kids that are obsessed with Marvel.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, it's like, and I love the first few, the first like 20 Marvel movies.
Aaron's gay for him.
I like them too. But I also realize, like, dude, I'm like super into like some kids. Although I think some of them are PG. I think they're PG-13. I think they're actually
a kids movie now.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I guess 13-year-olds can watch it. Those are kids.
That's a kid.
Yeah. Brie Olson. That's the Charlie Sheen one.
Okay.
Charlie Sheen's gal is Brie Olson.
I kind of agree with Dave Phillips on this one. Adults nowadays isn't saying much. A lot of adults behave like absolute children.
Everything's being pushed backwards as it is anyway.
We're regressing.
Women aren't really having kids until they're like 30 in a lot of cases. People aren't buying houses anymore. They can't buy their first house because they can't afford them.
That's true. You can't afford the kids either until you're more established, so you can't shit on people for that.
Finding people married under the age of like 25, 26 now is getting more and more difficult. Because a lot of kids aren't even getting out of college.
Dude, I come from a small town, but a ton of my friends were married long before I was.
Oh, man.
With kids.
Oh,
married
yeah.
With kids.
I've had quite a few friends now who are either got married or getting married, and they're all well into their 30s. So it's maybe that's what it is. You farm folk still do it the old school way. And although even you farm folk are kind of moving the age up, because it used to be 18, 19, 20 that you got started on all that shit.
Yeah, I know, like, my mom got married when she was barely 20 and had me at barely 21. And it's
Right.
like, let's get going. Let's be young grandparents and all that. And then, you know.
Now, even if you live
that used to be the thing.
Now, even if you live in a small town and you get pregnant at 20, people are like, ooh.
Oh, God. I celebrated skipping over teen pregnancy. I did not partake.
Did you celebrate it?
I
huh?
did.
That was,
I had a drink and a nice meal that day. I'm like, you know what?
It's a big moment for you.
Yep.
John Fetterman is going to return to the Senate the week of April 17th. Well, that should put those he might be dead rumors to bed. But I don't, like, they said that he went in there for depression. I don't buy it. Like, I'm thinking that stroke shit is hanging around too much and they needed to just get him out of there.
Yeah.
But if it is, let's say they're right and let's say it's depression.
They put him away for a little while.
Yeah, they just put him in a home.
It's like a toy you don't want to play with. You go sit over here.
That's like a joke we made about John Fetterman when he was running for Senate. We're like, yeah, what if you have to put him in a home or something? and then the first couple months that he's in there, they put him in a home. So I don't know, man. If you're suffering from depression, I don't know if the Senate's the place for you.
No. I mean, that's not a fun place to be. I can't imagine.
I really don't like, and I'm not saying this is a Democrats only thing, because certainly Republicans are fucking terrible at this. But I don't like how the Democrats just treated him like a piece of meat and just pushed him through the fucking grinder because they needed the Senate votes and they needed the majority and all that. They're like, well, it's too late to change it, so let's just push the depressed stroke victim through an arduous campaign. And let's just push him through and make sure people vote for him just because they literally just needed a warm body.
Just anyone to beat this guy.
That's all they needed. And then he got in there and he's like, all right, I've made it like 2 weeks. I'm dying from depression. And they're like, just go away for a while and then come back.
Check it out. Like, even from just campaigning, those videos people would clip of him misspeaking and all that shit.
Yeah.
That has got to wear on you eventually. Like, people are sitting there making fun of you and your speech impediments, essentially. But
that guy needed to be at home with like an educator and rebuilding his speech patterns and his brain. He needed to be with a speech therapist, a behavioral therapist, all these therapists. He needed to do all of that stuff. And they just skipped it because these politician people are just soulless leeches. And they went, no, you'll be fine. Get in there. Just pushing him out the door. It's gross. Citizen M says,
form of gaslighting.
Yeah. Citizen M says people with depression shouldn't be voting in the Senate. Stick to being air traffic controllers.
Oh, no.
But like, the only reason he's in the Senate is because, as fucked up as he was, the Republicans picked someone more retarded than Fetterman in Dr. Oz.
Yeah.
Like, that
wasn't the guy to put in that spot.
You put Dr. Oz in there and people went, let's see, guy whose brain is mush or John Fetterman.
I feel like states do that all over the place, though, where they'll be like, they need to switch things up in their states. They need a new type of person voted in, like a Republican over a Democrat, let's say, and they just pick the worst example of a Republican. That happened in Minnesota recently here, didn't it? Wasn't there a black Republican man running?
Not only a black Republican man, it was a black Republican mayor of a metro city.
Right. And it could have been perfect, but why didn't he?
And they ran Dr. Goonface. Like, that Scott Jensen guy was a fucking mark.
So
I didn't like that guy.
They had the guy, and then they ran the bad one.
Yeah. And then people were saying there's this theory that John Fetterman's dead. And like last week, there was this picture that was going out there. Like, this is John Fetterman at the hospital, and it looks totally different than John Fetterman going into the hospital. That picture was from like 2019 before he had the stroke. And
plastic surgery.
People were circulating a pre-stroke photo of him as if it was him at the treatment facility. It wasn't. It was an old photo, and people just they want to get in on that shit and they want to run a guy down. I'll be honest. I may not agree with him on anything, and I may think that his party's doing a bad job of running things, but I do feel bad for that Fetterman guy.
Yeah.
I feel like he was used terribly.
He's been used. He doesn't belong there, and that's not to like insult him. He needs help.
Yeah. Mr. Approachable says, I disagree. That's exactly who we need in politics. His only concern is passing laws to help those younger generations. He's not worried about his own paycheck because he's planning on cashing out soon. I don't know if Fetterman's planning on cashing out soon. You'd have to ask him that one.
I mean, his family didn't seem concerned.
Sandy Squatch says, think about Oz and his situation and think about him being put in that high of a position. It'd be terrible for his health.
It'd be terrible for most people's health. Like, we could be sitting here healthy as shit. And, you know, if you've got any type of like stress management issues, like sometimes I don't deal with stress very well.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be good for your mental health.
You don't think
general.
politics would be the best thing for you?
I don't give a fuck about politics. I don't want to be there.
All right, guys. Before we head out today, I do want you to hit the like button. If you could, just throw us a little thumbs up right there, as we've only got about a minute left in today's show.
Yep.
Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you like what we're doing. If you feel like throwing us a couple, $2-3, become a member. That's a great way to do it. Lots of perks with being a Steel Toe member. You can see that on our main channel page. Check out all of our clips as well. Maybe this weekend we'll start a clip channel and start building that up. But yes, hit the like button, hit subscribe. Cock Diff says Eggplant 2024. Absolutely, guys.
Of course.
Support Cock Diff. The animated vegetable bubble is about to burst.
We're going to have a whole bushel of veggies. And
we have a whole farm and garden now.
A whole cornucopia.
Yeah. We've even got a R-rated Cock Diff who's an eggplant. I can't predict where it's all going to go from there. Seth the Third says, great show today. Great show. Brandon, good show. Johnny, Socialist Media, good show. Shouting at Clouds, great show. Well, the votes are in. It was a great show today.
I laughed a lot today, so I hope that means you guys laughed even more.
Yeah. Thank you guys very much. Citizen M says, Citizen Melon, here we come.
You could just be a watermelon.
Yeah. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. April, thank you very much as well.
Thank you. Feed me.
We will. Somebody's a piece of shit.
Hungry.
He writes, damn, Aaron seems happier now that he fired Corey. You fucking douche. We will talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 6